The hypothetical judgment can be more closely determined in terms of the relations of reflection as a relation of ground and consequence, condition and conditioned, causality, etc. Just as substantiality is present in the categorical judgment in the form of its concept, so is the connectedness of causality in the hypothetical judgment. This and the other relations all recur in it, but they are there essentially only as moments of one and the same identity. However, in it they are as yet not opposed as singular or particular and universal according to the determinations of the concept, but are only as moments in general at first. The hypothetical judgment, therefore, has a shape which is more that of a proposition. 12.80 Just as the particular judgment is of indeterminate content, so is the hypothetical of indeterminate form, for the determination of its content does not conform to the relation of subject and predicate. Yet the being, since it is the being of the other, is for that very reason in itself the unity of itself and the other, and therefore universality. By the same token, it is in fact only a particular, for it is a determinate being and does not refer in its determinateness merely to itself. But it is not the simple, abstract particularity that is posited. On the contrary, through the immediacy which the determinacies possess, the moments of particularity are differentiated. At the same time, through the unity of these moments as constituted by their connection, the particularity is also their totality. In truth, therefore, what is posited in this judgment is universality as the concrete identity of the concept whose determinations do not have any subsistence of their own, but are only particularities posited in that identity. So it is the disjunctive judgment. The disjunctive judgment. In the categorical judgment, the concept is objective universality and an external singularity. In the hypothetical, the concept manifests its presence in this externality, in its negative identity. Through this identity, the objective universality and the external singularity obtain the determinateness, now posited in the disjunctive judgment, which in the hypothetical they possess immediately. Hence, the disjunctive judgment is objective universality at the same time posited in union with the form. It thus contains, first, the concrete universality or the genus in simple form as the subject. Second, the same universality but as the totality of its differentiated determinations. A is either B or C. This is the necessity of the concept in which, first, the self-identity of the two extremes is of the same extent, content, and universality. Second, they are differentiated according to the form of conceptual determination, but, because of that identity, this determination is a mere form. Third, the identical objective universality appears for that reason reflected into itself as against the non-essential form, as a content which however has the determinateness of form in it, once as the simple determination of genus, then again, as this determinateness developed in its difference, and in this way it is the particularity of the species and their totality, the universality of the genus. The particularity constitutes in its development the predicate, because, in containing the whole universal sphere of the subject, and in containing it, however, also in the articulation of particularity, it is to that extent the greater universal. Upon closer consideration of this particularization, it is the genus that constitutes first of all the substantial universality of the species. The subject is thus B as well as 12.81c. This, as well as, indicates the positive identity of the particular with the universal. This objective universal maintains itself fully in its particularity. Secondly, the species mutually exclude one another. A is either B or C, for they are the specific difference of the universal sphere. This, either or, is their negative connection. In this negative connection, they are just as identical as in the positive. The genus is their unity as a unity of determinate particulars. If the genus were an abstract universality, as in the judgments of existence, then the species would also have to be taken as diverse and mutually indifferent. This universality, however, is not the external one that arises only through comparison and abstraction, but is, on the contrary, the universality which is immanent to the genus and concrete. An empirical disjunctive judgment is without necessity. A is either B or C or D, etc., because the species B, C, D, etc. are found beforehand. Strictly speaking, therefore, there is no question here of an either-or, for the completeness of these species is only a subjective one. Of course, one species excludes the other, but the either-or excludes every other species and excludes within itself an entire sphere. This totality has its necessity in the negative unity of the objective universal, which has dissolved singularity within itself and possesses, immanent in it, the simple principle of differentiation by which the species are determined and connected. The empirical species, on the contrary, have their differences in some accidentality or other which is a principle external to them, and is not, therefore, their principle, and consequently also not the immanent determinateness of the genus. For this reason, they are also not reciprocally connected according to their determinateness. Yet it is by virtue of their determinateness that the species constitute the universality of the predicate. Here is where the so-called contrary and contradictory concepts should find their proper place, for the disjunctive judgment is where the essential difference of the concept is posited, but here they also equally find their truth, namely that contrariness and contradictoriness are themselves differentiated both as contraries and as contradictory. Species are contrary inasmuch as they are merely diverse, that is to say, inasmuch as they possess an immediate existence as subsisting in and for themselves by virtue of the genus, which is their nature. They are contradictory, inasmuch as they exclude one another. But each of these determinations is by itself one-sided and void of truth. In the either-or of the disjunctive judgment, their unity is posited as their truth, which is that the independent subsistence of the species as concrete universality is itself also the principle of the negative unity by which they mutually exclude one another. Through the identity just demonstrated of subject and predicate in accordance with the 12.82 negative unity, the genus is determined in the disjunctive judgment as the proximate genus. This expression indicates at first the mere quantitative difference of the more or less determinations which a universal contains as contrasted to a particularity coming under it. On this account, which is the truly proximate genus remains contingent. But then, if the genus is taken as a universal arrived at by the mere abstraction of determinations, it cannot strictly speaking form a disjunctive judgment, for it is contingent whether, as it were, there is still left in it the determinateness that constitutes the principle of the either-or. The genus would not be displayed in the species according to its determinateness, and these would only be capable of contingent completeness. In the categorical judgment, the genus stands at first over against the subject only in this abstract form, is not, therefore, necessarily its proximate genus, and, to this extent, is external to it. But when the genus is a concrete, essentially determined universality, then, as simple determinateness, it is the unity of the moments of the concept, moments that, only sublated in that simplicity, have their real difference in the species. Hence the genus is the proximate genus of a species, for the latter possesses its specific difference in the essential determinateness of the genus, and the species have as such the determination differentiating them in the nature of the genus. What we have just considered constitutes the identity of subject and predicate from the aspect of determinateness in general. This is an aspect that was posited by the hypothetical judgment, the necessity of which is an identity of immediate and diverse things, and is, therefore, essentially a negative unity. It is this negative unity that in principle separates subject and predicate, but is now posited as itself differentiated, in the subject, as simple determinateness, in the predicate, as totality. That parting of subject and predicate is the difference of the concept. The totality of the species in the predicate can then be none other than this difference. The reciprocal determination of the disjunctive terms is therefore hereby given. It reduces to the difference of the concept, for it is the concept alone that disjoins itself and manifests in its determination its negative unity. Of course, the species comes up for consideration here only under the aspect of its simple conceptual determinateness, not according to the shape in which, proceeding from the idea, it steps into a further self-subsistent reality. This reality is of course dropped in the simple principle of the genus, but the essential differentiation must be a moment of the concept. In the judgment here considered, it is really now the concept's own progressive determination that itself posits its disjunction, just as was the case for the concept itself, as we saw when it was determined in and for itself, and was differentiated into determinate concepts. 71. Now because the concept is the universal, the positive as well as the negative 12.83 totality of the particulars, for that reason it is immediately itself also one of its disjunctive members. The other member, however, is this universality resolved into its particularity, or the determinateness of the concept as determinateness, in which the very universality displays itself as totality. If the disjunction of a genus into species has not yet attained this form, this is proof that the disjunction has not risen to the determinateness of the concept and has not proceeded from it. Color is either violet, indigo, blue, green, yellow, orange, or red. Even empirically, the confusion and impurity of such a disjunction are at once apparent. It is a barbarism even from this standpoint. If color is conceived as the concrete unity of light and darkness, then this genus has within it the determinateness that constitutes the principle of its particularization into species. Of these, however, one must be the utterly simple color that holds the opposition in balance, contained and negated in the color's intensity. The relation of the opposition of light and darkness must then take its place over against it. And, since this relation is a natural phenomenon, the indifferent neutrality of the opposition must be further added to it. Taking for genus such mixtures as violet and orange, or shades of difference like indigo blue and light blue, betrays a totally inconsiderate procedure that shows too little reflection even for empiricism. 72. But this is not the place to discuss the different and more finely determined forms that disjunction may indeed assume in the element of nature or spirit. In the first instance, the disjunctive judgment has the members of the disjunction in the predicate. But the judgment is itself equally disjoined. Its subject and predicate are the members of the disjunction. They are the moments of the concept posited in their determinateness, but at the same time as identical, alpha, in the objective universality which is in the subject as the simple genus, and in the predicate as the universal sphere and totality of the moments of the concept, and beta, in the negative unity, the developed connectedness of necessity, in accordance with which the simple determinateness in the subject has fallen apart into the difference of the species, and these, in this very difference, have their essential connection and self-identity. This unity, the copula of this judgment in which the extremes have come together through their identity, is thus the concept itself. Indeed, the concept is posited. The mere judgment of necessity has thereby risen to the judgment of the concept. 12.84. The judgment of the concept. To know how to form judgments of existence, such as the rose is red, the snow is white, etc., hardly counts as a sign of great power of judgment. The judgments of reflection are more in the nature of propositions. To be sure, in the judgment of necessity the subject matter is present in its objective universality, but it is only in the judgment now to be considered that its connection with the concept is to be found. The concept is at the basis of this judgment, and it is there with reference to the subject matter, as an ought to which reality may or may not conform. This is the judgment, therefore, that first contains true adjudication, the predicates, good, bad, true, right, etc., express that the fact is measured against the concept as an ought which is simply presupposed, and is, or is not, in agreement with it. The judgment of the concept has been called the judgment of modality, and has been regarded as containing the form of the connection of subject and predicate as this obtains in an external understanding, and as concerned with the value of the copula only in connection with thought. 73. Accordingly, judgment is said to be problematic when the affirmation or negation is taken as optional or possible, assertoric when it is taken as true, that is, actual, and apodictic when it is taken as necessary. It is easy to see why it would be an easy step in this judgment to go outside the judgment itself and to regard its determination as something merely subjective. For it is the concept here, the subjective, that comes into play again in judgment and relates to an immediate actuality. But this subjectivity is not to be confused with external reflection, which is of course also something subjective, but in a different sense than the concept itself. On the contrary, the concept that has again emerged out of the disjunctive judgment is the very opposite of a mere mode or manner. The earlier judgments are subjective in this sense, for they rest on an abstract one-sidedness in which the concept is lost. But the judgment of the concept is instead objective and, as contrasted with the others, it is the truth, for it rests on the concept precisely in its determinateness as concept, not in some external reflection or with reference to some subjective, that is, accidental, thought. In the disjunctive judgment, the concept was posited as the identity of universal nature and its particularization, and with that the relation of the judgment was sublated. This concretion of universality and particularization is at first a simple result. It must now further develop itself into totality, for its 12.85 moments have at first collapsed into it, and do not as yet stand over against each other in determinate self-subsistence. The shortcoming of that result may also be stated more incisively by saying that although in the disjunctive judgment the objective universality has attained completion in its particularization, the negative unity of the latter has only retreated into it, and has not as yet determined itself as the third moment, that of singularity. But to the extent that the result is itself negative unity, it is already this singularity. It is then this one determinateness alone that must now posit its negativity, that must part itself into extremes, and in this way concludes its development in the syllogistic conclusion. 74. The proximate diremption of this unity is the judgment in which the unity is posited first as subject, as an immediate singular, and then as predicate, as the determinate connection of its moments. The assertoric judgment. The judgment of the concept is at first immediate. As such, it is the assertoric judgment. The subject is a concrete singular in general, and the predicate expresses this same singular as the connection of its actuality, its determinateness or constitution, to its concept. This house is bad, this action is good. More closely considered, it contains, therefore, a. that the subject ought to be something. Its universal nature has posited itself as the self-subsistent concept. b. that particularity is something constituted or an external concrete existence, not only because of its immediacy, but because it expressly differs from its self-subsisting universal nature, its external concrete existence. For its part, because of this self-subsistence of the concept, is also indifferent with respect to the universal and may or may not conform to it. This constitution is the singularity which in the disjunctive judgment escapes the necessary determination of the universal, a determination that exists only as the particularization of the species and as the negative principle of the genus. Thus, the concrete universality that has come out of the disjunctive judgment divides in the assertoric judgment into the form of extremes to which the concept itself, as the posited unity connecting them, is still lacking. For this reason the judgment is so far only assertoric. Its credential is only a subjective assurance. That something is good or bad, right, suitable or not, hangs on an external third. But to say that the connectedness is thus externally posited is the same as saying that it is still only in itself or internal. When we say that something is good or bad, etc., we certainly do not mean to say 12.86 that it is good only in a subjective consciousness, but may perhaps be bad in itself, or that good and bad, right, suitable, etc., may not be predicates of the object itself. The merely subjective character of the assertion of this judgment consists, therefore, in the fact that the implicitly present connectedness of subject and predicate has not been posited yet, or, what amounts to the same thing, that it is only external. The copula still is an immediate abstract being. Thus the assurance of the assertoric judgment can with right be confronted by an opposing one. When the assurance is given that this action is good, the opposite, this action is bad, has equal justification. Or, considering the judgment in itself, since its subject is an immediate singular, in this abstraction it still does not have, posited in it, the determinateness that would contain its connection with the universal concept. It still is a contingent matter, therefore, whether there is or there is not conformity to the concept. Essentially, therefore, the judgment is problematic. The problematic judgment. The problematic judgment is the assertoric judgment in so far as the latter must be taken positively as well as negatively. According to this qualitative side, the particular judgment is likewise a problematic one, for it has positive just as much as negative value. Equally problematic is also the being of the subject and predicate in the hypothetical judgment, and also posited through this side is that the singular judgment and the categorical are still something merely subjective. In the problematic judgment as such, however, this positing is more imminent than it is in these others, for in it the content of the predicate is the connection of the subject to the concept. Here, therefore, the determination of the immediate as something contingent is itself present. Whether the predicate ought to be or not to be coupled with a certain subject appears at first only as problematic, and to this extent the indeterminateness falls on the side of the copula. The predicate has no determination to gain from this coupling, since it is already the objective, concrete universality. The problematic element falls, therefore, on the immediacy of the subject, which is thereby determined as a contingency. But further, we must not for that reason abstract from the singularity of the subject. Purified of such a singularity, the subject would be only a universal, whereas the predicate entails precisely this, that the concept of the subject ought to be posited with reference to its singularity. We may not say, the house or a house is good, but so indeed it is in the way it is made. The problematic element in the subject itself constitutes its moment of contingency, the 12.87 subjectivity of the fact it expresses as contrasted with its objective nature or its concept, its mere mode and manner or its constitution. Consequently, the subject is itself differentiated into its universality or objective nature, that is, its ought, and the particularized constitution of immediate existence. It thereby contains the ground for being or not being what it ought to be. In this way, it is equated with the predicate. Accordingly, the negativity of the problematic character of the judgment, inasmuch as it implicates the immediacy of the subject, only amounts to this original partition of the latter into its moments of universal and particular of which it is already the unity, a partition which is the judgment itself. One more comment that can be made is that both sides of the subject, its concept and the way it is constituted, could each be called its subjectivity. The concept is the universal essence of a fact, withdrawn into itself, the fact's negative self-unity. This unity constitutes the fact's subjectivity. But a fact is also essentially contingent and has an external constitution. This last may also be called its mere subjectivity, as contrasted with the objectivity of the concept. The fact consists just in this, that its concept, as self-negating unity, negates its universality and projects itself into the externality of singularity. As this duplicity, the subject of the judgment is here posited. The truth of those two opposite meanings of subjectivity is that they are in one. The meaning of subjective has itself become problematic by having lost the immediate determinateness that it had in the immediate judgment and its determinate opposition to the predicate. These opposite meanings of subjectivity that surface even in the ratiocination of ordinary reflection should by themselves at least call attention to the fact that subjectivity has no truth in one of them alone. The duplicity of meaning is the manifestation of the one-sidedness of each when taken by itself. When this problematic character of the judgment is thus posited as the character of the fact with its constitution, the judgment itself is no longer problematic but apodictic. The apodictic judgment. The subject of the apodictic judgment, the house, as so and so constituted, is good. The action, as so and so constituted, is right. Includes, first, the universal, or what it ought to be. Second, its constitution. The latter contains the ground why a predicate of the judgment of the concept 12.88 does or does not pertain to it, that is, whether the subject corresponds to its concept or not. This judgment is now truly objective, or it is the truth of the judgment in general. Subject and predicate correspond to each other and have the same concept, and this content is itself posited concrete universality. That is to say, it contains the two moments, the objective universal or the genus and the singularized universal. Here we have, therefore, the universal that is itself and continues through its opposite, and is a universal only in unity with the latter. Such a universal, like good, fitting, right, etc., has an ought for its ground, and contains at the same time the correspondence of existence. It is not the ought or the genus by itself, but this correspondence which is the universality that constitutes the predicate of the apodictic judgment. The subject likewise contains these two moments in immediate unity as fact. The truth of the latter, however, is that it is internally fractured into its ought and its being. This is the absolute judgment on all actuality. 75. That this original partition, which is the omnipotence of the concept, is equally a turning back into the concept's unity and the absolute connection of ought and being to each other, is what makes the actual into a fact. The fact's interconnection, this concrete identity, constitutes its soul. The transition from the immediate simplicity of the fact to the correspondence, which is the determinate connection of its ought and its being, the copula, now shows itself upon closer examination to lie in the particular determinateness of the fact. The genus is the universal existing in and for itself which, to that extent, appears as unconnected. The determinateness, however, is that which in that universality is reflected into itself, but at the same time into another. The judgment, therefore, has its ground in the constitution of the subject and is thereby apodictic. Consequently, we now have the determinate and accomplished copula which hitherto consisted in the abstract, but has now further developed into ground in general. It first attaches to the subject as immediate determinateness, but it is equally the connection to the predicate, a predicate that has no other content than this correspondence itself, or the connection of the subject to the universality. Thus the form of judgment has passed away, first, because subject and predicate are in themselves the same content, but, second, because through its determinateness the subject points beyond itself and connects itself to the predicate, but again, third, this connecting has equally passed over into the predicate, only constitutes the content of it, and so it is the connecting as posited or the judgment itself. The 12.89 concrete identity of the concept that was the result of the disjunctive judgment and constitutes the inner foundation of the judgment of the concept, the identity that was posited at first only in the predicate, is thus recovered in the whole. On closer examination, the positive factor in this result which is responsible for the transition of the judgment into another form is that, as we have just seen, 76 the subject and predicate are in the apodictic judgment, each the whole concept. The unity of the concept, as the determinateness constituting the copula that connects them, is at the same time distinct from them. At first, it stands only on the other side of the subject as the latter's immediate constitution. But since its essence is to connect, it is not only that immediate constitution, but the universal that runs through the subject and predicate. While subject and predicate have the same content, it is the form of their connection that is instead posited through the determinateness of the copula, the determinateness as a universal or the particularity. Thus it contains in itself both the form determinations of the extremes and is the determinate connection of the subject and predicate. The accomplished copula of the judgment, the copula replete of content, the unity of the concept that re-emerges from the judgment wherein it was lost in the extremes. By virtue of this repletion of the copula, the judgment has become syllogism. 47 cf. above, 12.46. 48 cf. above, 12.51. 49 cf. above, 12.40. 50 cf. above, 12.53, 54. 51 cf. above, 12.55. 52 cf. above, 12.55. 53 syllogistic inference equals Schluss. 54 display equals monstration. Hegel is playing on the Latinate words demonstration and monstration, the Latin root of which means displaying or exhibiting. 55 cf. above, 12.54. 56 cf. below, 12.65. 57 cf. above, 12.57. 58 cf. above, 12.27. 59 cf. above, 12.61. 60 cf. above, 12.63. 61 cf. B166, note. 62 cf. above, 12.63. 63 in the preceding page. 64 phenomenal something equals Erschinend. 65 nicht ein Diocese ist ein allgemeines der Reflection. 66 i.e. in section A, immediately preceding, but a this is not an essential universal. 67 cf. GW 11, 79 to 81, above 21.127 ff. 68 cf. above, 12.71. 69 der Mensch. 70 cf. below, 12.89. 71 cf. above, 12.38 to 39. 72 The criticism is directed at Goethe's theory of colors. See Goethe. Zur Farbenlehre, Didaktischer Teil in Goethe's Werke, Volume 13, Hamburg, Christian Wegner, 1966, Section 175. 73 cf. A 74/B99 ff. 74 There is in German a play on words here. Schluss means both conclusion and syllogism. 75 Like the Greek, cf. crisis, the German Urteil, judgment, connotes partition. 76 in the preceding section 12.88. Chapter 3 The Syllogism 12.90. The syllogism is the result of the restoration of the concept in the judgment, and consequently the unity and the truth of the two. The concept as such holds its moments sublated in this unity. In judgment, the unity is an internal, or what amounts to the same, an external one, and although the moments are connected, they are posited as self-subsisting extremes. In the syllogism, the determinations of the concept are like the extremes of the judgment, and at the same time their determinate unity is posited. Thus, the syllogism is the completely posited concept. It is, therefore, the rational. The understanding is taken to be the faculty of the determinate concept, which is held fixed for itself by virtue of abstraction and the form of universality. But in reason the determinate concepts are posited in their totality and unity. Therefore, it is not just that the syllogism is rational, but that everything rational is a syllogism. Syllogistic inference has long since been ascribed to reason, but, on the other hand, reason in and for itself, and rational principles and laws, are so spoken of that no light is thrown on why the one reason that syllogizes and the other which is the source of laws and otherwise eternal truths and absolute thoughts, hang together. If the former is supposed to be only a formal reason while the latter is supposed to be the one that generates content, then one would expect on this distinction that precisely the form of reason, the inference, would not be missing in the latter. And yet, the two are commonly held so far apart, the one without mention of the other, that it seems as though the reason of absolute thoughts were ashamed, so to speak, of inferential reason, and the syllogism were listed as also an activity of reason merely as matter of tradition. But surely, as we have just remarked, logical reason must be essentially recognizable, when regarded as formal, also in the reason that is concerned with the content. Indeed, no content can be rational except by virtue of the rational form. In this matter, we cannot rely on what is commonly said about reason, for common views fail to tell us what we are to understand by reason. This would-be rational wisdom is so busy with its objects that it forgets 12.91 to pay attention to reason itself, but only identifies it by characterizing it through the objects that it is said to have. If reason is supposed to be a cognition that would know about God, freedom, right and duty, the infinite, the unconditional, the supersensible, or even gives only representations and feelings of such objects, then for one thing these objects are only negative, and for another the original question still stands. What is there in all these objects that makes them rational? The answer is that the infinitude in them is not the empty abstraction from the finite, is not a universality which is void of content and determination, but is the fulfilled universality, the concept which is determined and is truly in possession of its determinateness, namely, in that it differentiates itself internally and is the unity of its thus intelligible and determined differences. Only in this way does reason rise above the finite, the conditioned, the sensuous, or however one might define it, and is in this negativity essentially replete with content, for as unity it is the unity of determinate extremes. And so the rational is nothing but the syllogism. Now the syllogism, like judgment, is at first immediate. As such, its determinations, termini, are simple, abstract determinacies. It is then the syllogism of the understanding. If one stays at this configuration of the syllogism, then its rationality, though present there and posited, is not apparent. The essential element of the syllogism is the unity of the extremes, the middle term that unites them and the ground that supports them. Abstraction, by holding fast to the self-subsistence of the extremes, posits this unity opposite them, as a determinateness with just as fixed an existence of its own, thus grasping it more as a non-unity than as a unity. The expression, middle term, medius terminus, is derived from spatial representation, and has its share of responsibility for why we stop short at the externality of the terms. Now, if the syllogism consists in the positing in it of the unity of the extremes, but if this unity is simply taken on the one hand as a particular by itself, and on the other hand as only an external connection, and non-unity is made the essential relation of syllogism, then the reason of the syllogism is of no help to rationality. First, the syllogism of existence, in which the terms are thus immediately and abstractly determined, demonstrates internally that, since like judgment it is the connection of those terms, these are not in fact abstract, but each contains in it the reference connecting it to the others. And the determination of the middle term is not just a determinateness opposed to the determinations of the extremes, but contains these extremes posited in it. 12.92. Through this dialectic, the syllogism of existence becomes the syllogism of reflection, the second syllogism. Its terms are such that in each the other shines essentially reflected in it, or are posited as mediated, as they are indeed supposed to be in accordance with the nature of syllogistic inference in general. Third, inasmuch as this reflective shining or this mediatedness is reflected into itself, syllogism is determined as the syllogism of necessity, one in which the mediating factor is the objective nature of the fact, As this syllogism determines the extremes of the concept also as totalities, it has attained the correspondence of its concept, or the middle term, and its existence, or the difference of the extremes. It has attained its truth, and with that it has stepped forth out of subjectivity into objectivity. The syllogism of existence. The syllogism in its immediate form has for its moments the determinations of the concept as immediate. Accordingly, these are the abstract determinacies of form, such as have not yet been developed by mediation into concretion, but are only singular determinacies. The first syllogism is thus the one which is strictly formal. The formalism of syllogistic inference consists in stopping short at the form of this first syllogism. The concept, when partitioned into its abstract moments, has singularity and universality for its extremes, and itself appears as the particularity that stands between them. Because of their immediacy, these determinacies only refer to themselves, one and all as single content. Particularity constitutes at first the middle term by uniting within itself, immediately, the two moments of singularity and universality. Because of its determinateness, on the one hand it is subsumed under the universal. On the other hand, the singular with respect to which it possesses universality is subsumed under it. This concretion is at first, however, only a double-sidedness. The middle term, because of the immediacy that affects it in the immediate syllogism, is a simple determinateness, and the mediation which it constitutes is not as yet posited. Now the dialectical movement of the syllogism of existence consists in positing the moments of the mediation that alone constitutes the syllogism. 12.93. First figure of the syllogism. SBU is the general schema of the determinate syllogism. Singularity connects with 77 universality through particularity. The singular is not universal immediately, but by means of particularity, and conversely, universality is likewise not singular immediately, but lowers itself to it through particularity. These determinations stand over against each other as extremes and are one in a third term, which is diverse from them. The two are both determinateness. In this they are identical. This, their universal determinateness, is particularity. But they are no less extremes with respect to this particularity than they are to each other, for each is in its immediate determinateness. The general meaning of this syllogism is that the singular, which as such is infinite self-reference and consequently would be only an inwardness, emerges through the medium of particularity into existence, into a universality wherein it no longer belongs just to itself, but stands in external conjunction. Conversely, since in its determinateness the singular sets itself apart as particularity, in this separation it is a concreted term, and, because of the self-reference of the determinateness, it is a self-referring universal, and consequently also a true singular. In the extreme of universality, the singular has gone from externality into itself. The objective significance of the syllogism is in this first figure only superficially present at first, for the determinations are not as yet posited in it, as the unity which constitutes the essence of the syllogistic inference. The syllogism is still something subjective in as much as the abstract meaning which its terms have has no being in and for itself, but is rather only in a subjective consciousness, and is thus isolated. Moreover, as we have seen, 78 the relation of singularity, particularity, and universality is the necessary and essential form relation of the determinations of the syllogism. The deficiency does not rest in the determinateness of the form, but in that each single determination is not at the same time richer under it. Aristotle confined himself rather to the mere relation of inherence by defining the nature of the syllogism as follows. When three terms are so related to each other that the one extreme is in the entire middle term, and this middle term is in the entire other extreme, then these two extremes are necessarily united in the conclusion. 79. What is here expressed is the repetition of the equal relation of inherence of the one extreme to the middle term, and then again of this last to the other extreme, rather than the determinateness of the three terms to each other. Now, since the syllogistic inference rests on this determinateness of the terms to each other, it is 12.94 immediately apparent that the other relations of terms, as are given by the other figures, can have validity as inferences of the understanding only to the extent that they let themselves be reduced to that original relation. These other are not diverse species of figures that stand alongside the first, but, on the one hand, to the extent that they are assumed to be correct inferences, they rest on the form of syllogistic inference in general, and, on the other hand, to the extent that they deviate from it, they are variant forms into which the first abstract form necessarily passes over and thereby further determines itself and becomes totality. How this occurs, we must now see in greater detail. SBU is thus the general schema of the syllogism in its determinateness. The singular is subsumed under the particular and the particular under the universal. Therefore, the singular is also subsumed under the universal. Or the particular inheres in the singular and the universal in the particular. Therefore, the universal also inheres in the singular. With respect to the side of the universal, the particular is the subject. With respect to that of the singular, it is predicate, or as against the one it is singular, as against the other it is universal. Since both these determinations are united in it, by virtue of this unity of determinations the extremes are joined together. The therefore appears as an inference that has taken place in the subject and derives from the subjective insight into the relation of the two immediate premises. Since subjective reflection expresses the two connections of the middle to the extremes as particular and indeed immediate judgments or propositions, the conclusion as the mediated connection is of course also a particular proposition, and the hence, or the therefore, is the expression that it is the one which is mediated. But this, therefore, is not to be regarded as a determination which is external to this proposition, one that would have its ground and seat in subjective reflection, but is grounded rather in the nature of the extremes themselves, whose connection is again enunciated as a mere judgment or proposition only for the sake of, and by virtue of, abstractive reflection, but whose true connection is posited as the middle term. Therefore, that this is a judgment is a merely subjective circumstance. That it is not a merely subjective judgment, that is, not a connection drawn through the mere copula or the empty, is, but one drawn rather through a determinate middle which is replete with content. That is precisely the meaning of the syllogistic inference. For this reason, to regard the syllogism as merely consisting of three judgments is a formalistic view that ignores the relation of the determinations which alone is at issue in the inference. It is altogether a merely subjective reflection that splits the connection of the terms into isolated premises and a conclusion distinct from them. 12.95. All humans are mortal. Gaius is a human, therefore Gaius is mortal. One is immediately seized by boredom the moment one hears this inference being trotted out, a boredom brought on by the futility of a form that by means of separate propositions gives the illusion of a diversity, which is immediately dissolved in the fact itself. It is mostly because of this subjective attire that the inference appears as a subjective expedient in which reason or understanding take refuge when they are incapable of immediate cognition. The nature of things, the rational, certainly does not operate in this way. First, by drawing up a major premise for itself, the connection of some particularity to a subsistent universal, then by discovering in a second moment the separate connection of a singularity to the particularity, out of which in a third and final moment a new proportion comes to light. This syllogistic inference from one separate proposition to another is nothing but a subjective form. The nature of the fact is that its various determinations are united in a unity of essence. This rationality is not an expedient. On the contrary, in contrast to the immediacy of the connection that still obtains in judgment, it is the objective element. It is the prior immediacy of cognition that rather is mere subjectivity, in contrast to the syllogistic inference, which is the truth of the judgment. All things are a syllogism. a universal united through particularity with singularity, surely not a whole made up of three propositions. In the immediate syllogism of the understanding, the terms have the form of immediate determinations. We must now consider that syllogism from this side, according to which the terms are content. We may then regard it as qualitative, just as we did the judgment of existence 80, which has the same side of qualitative determination. The terms of this syllogism, just like the terms of that judgment, are accordingly singular determinacies, for the determinateness is posited because of its self-reference as indifferent to form and hence as content. The singular is some immediate concrete subject matter or other, particularity, one of its determinacies, properties, or relations, universality, a yet more abstract, more singularized determinateness in the particular. Since the subject, as something immediately determined, is as yet not posited in its concept, its concretion is not reduced to its essential determinacies. Its self-referring determinateness is therefore indeterminate, an infinite manifoldness. In this immediacy, the singular has an infinite multitude of determinacies that 12.96 belong to its particularity, and any may serve in a syllogism as the middle term for it. Through each middle term, however, the singular attaches to another universal. Through each of its properties it enters into a different arrangement and context of existence. Moreover, in comparison with the universal, the middle term is also a concreted term. It itself contains several predicates, and through the same middle term the singular can again attach to several universals. In general, therefore, it is entirely accidental and arbitrary which of the many properties of a thing is taken for the purpose of connecting it with a predicate. Other middle terms are transitions to other predicates, and even the same middle term may by itself be the transition to different predicates, for as a particular against the universal, it contains several determinations. But not only is an indeterminate number of syllogisms equally possible for a subject, and not only is any single syllogism contingent as regards content, but these syllogisms that concern the same subject must also run into contradiction. For difference as such, which is at first an indifferent diversity, is in essence equally opposition. The concrete is no longer merely phenomenal, but is concrete through the unity in the concept of opposites that have determined themselves as moments of the latter. Now inasmuch as in the formal syllogism, in keeping with the qualitative nature of the terms, the concrete is taken according to one of the single determinations that pertain to it, the syllogistic inference assigns to it the predicate corresponding to this middle term. But inasmuch as from another side the opposite determinateness is inferred, the previous conclusion turns out to be false. Even though its premises, and equally so its consequences, are by themselves quite correct. If from the middle term that a wall was painted blue it is concluded that it is blue, this is a correct inference. But, this conclusion notwithstanding, the wall can be green if it was also covered over with a yellow color, a circumstance from which alone it would follow that the wall is yellow. If from the senses as middle term it is concluded that the human being is neither good nor bad, for neither the one nor the other can be predicated of the senses, the inference is correct. Yet the conclusion is wrong, because to the human being, taken concretely, spirituality also applies as the middle term. From the middle term of the gravitation of the planets, the satellites and comets towards the sun, it follows correctly that these bodies fall into the sun, but they do not fall into it, because they are equally their own center of gravity, or, as it is said, are driven by the centrifugal force. Likewise, from sociability as the middle term, the community of goods among citizens 12.97 can be inferred. However, from individuality as the middle term, if the term is pressed with equal abstractness, there follows the dissolution of the state, as for example it did follow for the German Empire from adhering to that middle term. It is only fair to hold that nothing is as unsatisfactory as such a formal syllogism, since which middle term is employed is a matter of chance or arbitrariness. No matter how elegantly a deduction is run through inferences of this kind, however fully its correctness is to be conceded, all this still amounts to nothing, for the possibility is still there that other middle terms may be found from which the opposite can be deduced with equal correctness. Kant's antinomies of reason amount to nothing more than that from a concept one of its determinations is laid down as ground at one time, and another determination at another time, both with equal necessity. 81. The insufficiency and contingency of an inference must not be blamed in these cases on the content, as if they were independent of the form and the latter alone were the concern of logic. On the contrary, it lies in the form of the formal syllogism that the content is such a one-sided quality. The content is destined to this one-sidedness because of the form's abstractness. It is, namely, one single quality of the many qualities or determinations of a concrete subject matter or of a concept, because according to the form it is not supposed to be anything more than just such an immediate, single determinateness. The extreme of singularity is, as abstract singularity, the immediate concrete, consequently an infinite or indeterminate manifold. The middle term is the equally abstract particularity, consequently a single one of these manifold qualities, and likewise the other extreme is the abstract universal. It is therefore because of its form that the formal syllogism is totally contingent as regards its content, not indeed because to the syllogism it is accidental whether this or that subject matter is subject to it. Logic abstracts from content, but because, in so far as a subject is laid at its basis, it is contingent which content determinations it will infer from it. The determinations of the syllogism are determinations of content inasmuch as they are immediate and abstract determinations reflected into themselves, but their essence is to be not immanently reflected and mutually indifferent determinations, but determinations of form, and to this extent they are essentially connections. These connections are, first, those of the extremes to the middle term. These are immediate connections, the proposition's premissi, namely, the connection of the particular to the universal, the propositio major, and that of the singular to the particular, the propositio minor. 12.98 second. There is the connection of the extremes to one another, and this is the mediated connection, the conclusio. The immediate connections, the premises, are propositions or judgments in general, and they contradict the nature of the syllogism, for according to the latter the different concept determinations should not be immediately connected, but also their unity should be posited. The truth of the judgment is the syllogistic conclusion. And there is all the more reason why the premises cannot remain immediate connections as their content is made up of immediately differentiated determinations which, as such, are not in and for themselves identical, unless the premises are identical propositions, that is, empty tautologies that lead to nothing. Accordingly, the normal expectation is that the premises will be proved, that is, that they ought likewise to be exhibited as conclusions. The two premises, therefore, yield two further syllogisms. But these two new syllogisms together yield four premises that require four new syllogisms. These have 8 premises whose 8 conclusions yield, in turn, 16 conclusions for their 16 premises, and so on in a geometrical progression to infinity. Thus we have again the progress to infinity that occurred in the lower sphere of being, but we would not expect now in the domain of the concept, the domain of the absolute reflection from the finite to the self, the region of free infinity and truth. It was shown in the sphere of being 82 that whenever the bad infinity that runs away into a progression raises its head, what we have is the contradiction of a qualitative being and of an impotent ought that would transcend it. The progression itself is the repeated demand that there be unity that intervenes to confront the qualitative and the constant fall back into the limitation which is inadequate to the demand. Now in the formal syllogism the immediate connection or the qualitative judgment is the basis, and the mediation of the syllogism is the higher truth posited over against it. The infinite progression of the proof of the premises does not resolve this contradiction, but only perpetually renews it, and is the repetition of one and the same original deficiency. The truth of the infinite progression is rather the sublation of it, and of the form which the progression itself has already determined as deficient. This form is that of the mediation SPU. The two connections, SB and PU, are supposed to be mediated. If this is done in the same manner, only the deficient form SBU is replicated, and so on to infinity. With respect to S, P also has the form determination of a universal, and with respect to U, that of a singular, for these connections are as such judgments. As such, they are in need of mediation, but in that form of mediation, only the relation that was supposed to be sublated comes up again. 12.99. The mediation must therefore occur in some other way. For the mediation of PU, there is S available. Hence the mediation must be given the shape of PSU. To mediate SB, there is U available. Accordingly, this mediation becomes SUP. If this transition is examined more closely in light of its concept, then, as was shown earlier, 83, the mediation of the formal syllogism is in the first instance contingent according to content. The immediate singular has in its determinacies an indeterminate number of middle terms, and these have in general equally as many determinacies in turn. It is, therefore, entirely a matter of external arbitrary choice, or in general of an external circumstance and accidental determination, as to which universal the subject of the syllogism should be annexed. As regards its content, therefore, the mediation is not anything necessary, nor universal. It is not grounded in the concept of the fact, but the basis of the inference is something external to it, that is, the immediate, but of the determinations of the concept, it is the singular which is the immediate. With respect to form, the mediation likewise presupposes the immediacy of connection. The mediation itself is thus mediated indeed by means of the immediate, that is, the singular. More precisely, the singular has become a mediating term through the conclusion of the first syllogism. That conclusion is SU. The singular is thereby posited as a universal. In one premise, that is, the minor SB, it is already as a particular. Consequently, the singular is that in which these two determinations are united. Or the conclusion expresses in and for itself the singular as a universal, and it does it, not in any immediate manner, but mediatedly, hence as a necessary connection. The simple particularity was the middle term. In the conclusion, this particularity is posited as developed as the connection of singular and universality. But the universal is still a qualitative determinateness, the predicate of the singular. In being determined as universal, the singular is posited as the universality of the extremes, or as the middle. It is for itself the extreme of singularity, but since it is now determined as a universal, it is at the same time the unity of the two extremes. The second figure, PSU. The truth of the first qualitative syllogism is that something is not in and for itself united to a qualitative determinateness, which is a universal, but 12.100 is united to it by means of a contingency or in a singularity. The subject of the syllogism has not returned in such a quality to its concept, but is conceived only in its externality. The immediacy constitutes the basis of the connection and hence the mediation. To this extent, the singular is in truth the middle. But further, the syllogistic connection is the sublation of the immediacy. The conclusion is a connection drawn not immediately, but through a third term. Therefore, it contains a negative unity. Therefore, the mediation is now determined as containing a negative moment within it. In this second syllogism, the premises are PS and SU. Only the first of these premises is still an immediate one. The second, SU, is already mediated, namely through the first syllogism. The second syllogism thus presupposes the first, just as, conversely, the first presupposes the second. The two extremes are here determined. The one is against the other, as particular and universal. The latter thus retains its place. It is predicate. But the particular has exchanged places. It is subject or is posited in the determination of the extreme of singularity, just as the singular is posited with the determination of the middle term or of particularity. The two no longer are, therefore, the abstract immediacies which they were in the first syllogism. However, they are not yet posited as concrete somethings. In standing in the place of the other, each is thereby posited, in its own determination and at the same time, although only externally, into that of the other. The determinate and objective meaning of this syllogism is that the universal is not in and for itself a determinate particular. It is rather the totality of its particulars, but that it is one of its species through the mediation of singularity. The rest of its species are excluded from it by the immediacy of externality. Likewise, the particular is not for its part immediately, and in and for itself, the universal. The negative unity is rather what removes the determinateness from it, and thereby raises it to universality. The singularity thus relates to the particular negatively in so far as it is supposed to be its predicate. It is not the predicate of the particular. But the terms are at first still immediate determinacies. They have not advanced of their own to any objective signification. The positions which two of them have exchanged and now occupy is the form, and this is as yet only external to them. Therefore they are still, as in the first syllogism, each a content indifferent as such to the other. Two qualities linked together, not in and for themselves, but through the mediation of an accidental singularity. 12,101. The syllogism of the first figure was the immediate syllogism, or again, the syllogism in so far as its concept is an abstract form that has not yet realized itself in all its determinations. The transition of this pure form into another figure is on the one hand the beginning of the realization of the concept, in that the negative moment of the mediation, and thereby one further determinateness of the form, is posited in the originally immediate, qualitative determinateness of the terms. But, on the other hand, this is at the same time an alteration of the pure form of the syllogism. The latter no longer conforms to it fully, and the determinateness posited in its terms is at variance with that original form determination. In so far as it is regarded as only a subjective syllogism that runs its course in external reflection, we can then take it as a species of syllogistic inference that should conform to the genus, namely the general schema SBU. But it does not at the moment conform to it. Its two premises are PS or SB and SU. The middle term is in both cases the one which is subsumed or is the subject in which the two other terms thus inhere. Is not therefore a middle term that in one case would subsume or be predicate, and in the other would be subsumed or be subject, or a middle in which one of the terms would inhere, but would itself inhere in the other. The true meaning of this syllogism's lack of conformity to the general form of the syllogism is that the latter has passed over into it, for its truth consists in being a subjective, contingent conjoining of terms. If the conclusion in this second figure is correct, that is, without recurring to the restriction, to which we shall presently turn, that makes of it something indeterminate, then it is correct because it is so on its own, not because it is the conclusion of this syllogism. But the same is the case for the conclusion of the first figure. It is this, the truth of that first figure, which is posited by the second. On the view that the second figure is only one species, we overlook the necessary transition of the first figure into this second and stop short at the first as the true form. Hence, if in the second figure, which from ancient custom is referred to, without further ground, as the third, we are equally supposed to find a correct syllogism in this subjective sense. This syllogism would have to be commensurate with the first. Consequently, since the one premise SU has the relation of the subsumption of the middle term under one extreme, then it would have to be possible for the other premise SB to receive the opposite relation to that which it has, and for P to be subsumed under S. But such a relation would be the sublation of the determinate judgment S is P, and could only occur in an indeterminate judgment, a particular judgment. Consequently, the conclusion in this figure can only be particular. But the particular judgment, as we remarked above, 84 is positive as well as negative, a 12.102 conclusion, therefore, to which no great value can be ascribed. Since the particular and universal are also the extremes, and are immediate determinacies indifferent to each other, their relation itself is indifferent. Each can be the major or the minor term, indifferently the one or the other, and consequently either premise can also be taken as major or minor. Since the conclusion is positive as well as negative, it is a connection which for that reason is indifferent to these determinacies, hence a universal connection. More precisely, the mediation of the first syllogism was implicitly a contingent one. In the second syllogism, this contingency is posited. Consequently, the mediation is self-sublating. It has the determination of singularity and immediacy. What this syllogism joins together must, on the contrary, be in itself and immediately identical. For that mediating middle, the immediate singularity, is an infinitely manifold and external determining. Posited in it, therefore, is rather the self-external mediation. The externality of singularity, however, is universality, that mediation by means of the immediate singular points beyond itself to the mediation which is the other than it, one which therefore occurs by means of the universal. In other words, what is supposed to be united by means of the second syllogism must be immediately conjoined. The immediacy on which it is based does not allow any definite conclusion. The immediacy to which this syllogism points is the opposite of its own. It is the sublated first immediacy of being, therefore the immediacy reflected into itself, or the abstract universal existing in itself. From the standpoint of the present consideration, the transition of this syllogism was like the transition of being and alteration, for its base is qualitative. It is the immediacy of singularity. But according to the concept, singularity conjoins the particular and the universal by sublating the determinateness of the particular, and this is what presents itself as the contingency of this syllogistic inference. The extremes are not conjoined by the specific connective which they have in the middle term. This term is not, therefore, their determinate unity, and the positive unity that yet pertains to it is abstract universality. But inasmuch as the middle term is posited in this determination, which is its truth, we have another form of the syllogism. The third figure, sup. This third syllogism no longer has any single immediate premise. The connection SU has been mediated by the first syllogism, the connection PU by the second. It thus presupposes both these syllogisms, but 12.103 conversely it is presupposed by them, just as in general each presupposes the other two. In this third figure, therefore, it is the determination of the syllogism as such that is brought to completion. This reciprocal mediation means just this, that each syllogism, although for itself a mediation, does not possess the totality of mediation, but is affected by an immediacy whose mediation lies outside it. Considered in itself, the syllogism SUP is the truth of the formal syllogism. It expresses the fact that its mediating middle is the abstract universal, and that the extremes are not contained in it according to their essential determinateness, but only according to their universality, that precisely that is not conjoined in it, which was supposed to be mediated. Posited here, therefore, is that wherein the formalism of the syllogism consists, that its terms have an immediate content which is indifferent towards the form, or, what amounts to the same, that they are such form determinations as have not yet reflected themselves into determinations of content. The middle of this syllogism is indeed the unity of the extremes, but a unity in which abstraction is made from their determinateness, the indeterminate universal. But in so far as this universal is at the same time distinguished from the extremes as the abstract from the determinate, it is itself also a determinate as against them, and the whole is a syllogism whose relation to its concept needs examining. As the universal, the middle term is with respect to both its extremes the term that subsumes, or the predicate, not a term for once also subsumed, or the subject. Now as a species of syllogism, it ought to conform to the latter, and this can only happen on condition that, inasmuch as the one connection SU already possesses the appropriate relation, the other connection PU contains it too. This occurs in a judgment in which the relation of subject and predicate is an indifferent one, in a negative judgment. Thus does the syllogism become legitimate, but the conclusion is necessarily negative. Consequently, also indifferent is now which of the two determinations of this proposition is taken as predicate or subject, and whether the determination is taken in the syllogism as the extreme of singularity or the extreme of particularity, hence as the minor or major term. Since on the usual assumption which of the premises is supposed to be the major or the minor depends on this distinction, this too has now become a matter of indifference. This is the ground of the customary fourth figure of the syllogism, which was unknown to Aristotle, and has to do with an entirely void and uninteresting distinction. In it, the immediate position of the terms is the reverse of their position in the first figure. Since from the point of view of the formal treatment of judgment, the subject and predicate of the negative conclusion do not have the determinate relation of subject and predicate, but 12.104 each can take the place of the other, it is a matter of indifference which term is taken as subject and which as predicate, and just as indifferent is therefore which premise is taken as the major and which as the minor. This indifference, to which the determination of particularity also contributes, especially if it is noted that this particularity can be taken in a comprehensive sense, makes of this fourth figure something totally idle. The objective significance of the syllogism in which the universal is the middle is that the mediating term, as the unity of the extremes, is essentially a universal. But since the universality is at first only qualitative or abstract, the determinateness of the extremes is not contained in it. Their being conjoined in the conclusion, if the conjunction is to take place, must likewise have its ground in a mediation that lies outside this syllogism and is, with respect to the latter, just as contingent as it is in the preceding forms of the syllogism. But now, since the universal is determined as the middle term, and since the determinateness of the extremes is not contained in this middle, the latter is posited as one which is wholly indifferent and external. It is here, by virtue indeed of a bare abstraction, that a fourth figure of the syllogism arose in the first place, namely the figure of the relationless syllogism, which abstracts from the qualitative differentiation of the terms, and therefore has their merely external unity, their equality, for its determination. The fourth figure, or the mathematical syllogism. The mathematical syllogism goes like this. If two things or two determinations are equal to a third, then they are equal to each other. The relation of inherence or subsumption of terms is done away with. A third is in general the mediating term, but this third has absolutely no determination as against the extremes. Each of the three terms can therefore be the mediating term just as well as any other, which is needed for the job. Which of the three connections are therefore to be taken as immediate, and which is mediated, depends on external circumstances and other conditions, namely which two of the three are immediately given. But this determination does not concern the syllogism and is wholly external. The mathematical syllogism ranks in mathematics as an axiom, as a first self-explanatory proposition, which is neither capable nor in need of proof, i.e., of any mediation, which neither presupposes anything else nor can be derived from anything else. If we take a closer look at this prerogative that the proposition claims, of being immediately 12.105 self-evident, we find that it lies in its formalism, in the fact that it abstracts from every qualitative diversity of determinations and only admits their quantitative equality or inequality. But for this very reason, it is not without presupposition or mediation. The quantitative determination, which alone comes into consideration in it, is only by virtue of the abstraction from qualitative differentiation and from the concept determinations. Lines, figures, posited as equal to each other, are understood only according to their magnitude. A triangle is posited as equal to a square, not however as triangle to square, but only according to magnitude, etc. Nor does the concept and its determinations enter into this syllogism. There is in it, therefore, no conceptual comprehension at all. The understanding is also not faced here by even the formal, abstract determinations of the concept. The self-evidence of this syllogism rests, therefore, solely on the indigence and abstractness of its mode of thought. But the result of the syllogism of existence is not just this abstraction from all determinateness of the concept. The negativity of the immediate and abstract determinations that emerged from it has yet another positive side, namely that in the abstract determinateness its other has been posited and the determinateness has thereby become concrete. In the first place, the syllogisms of existence all have one another for presupposition, and the extremes conjoined in the conclusion are truly conjoined, in and for themselves, only in as much as they are otherwise united by an identity grounded elsewhere. The middle term, as constituted in the syllogisms we have examined, ought to be the conceptual unity of these syllogisms, but is in fact only a formal determinateness that is not posited as their concrete unity. But what is thus presupposed by each and every of these mediations is not merely a given immediacy in general, as is the case for the mathematical syllogism, but is itself a mediation, namely of each of the other two syllogisms. Therefore, what is truly present here is not a mediation based on a given immediacy, but a mediation based on mediation. And this mediation is not quantitative, not one that abstracts from the form of mediation, but is rather a self-referring mediation, or the mediation of reflection. The circle of reciprocal presupposing which these syllogisms bring to closure is the turning back of this presupposing into itself, a presupposing that in this turning back forms a totality, and has the other to which every single syllogism refers, not outside by virtue of abstraction, but included within the circle. Further, from the side of the single determinations of form it has been shown that in this whole of formal syllogisms each single determination has in turn 12.106 occupied the place of the middle term. As immediate, this term was determined as particularity. Thereupon, through dialectical movement it determined itself as singularity and universality. Likewise did each of these determinations occupy the places of both of the two extremes. The merely negative result is the dissolution of the qualitative determinations of form into the merely quantitative, mathematical syllogism. But what we truly have here is the positive result, namely that mediation occurs, not through any single qualitative determinateness of form, but through the concrete identity of the determinacies. The deficiency and formalism of the three figures of the syllogism just considered consists precisely in this, that one such single determinateness was supposed to constitute the middle term in it. Mediation has thus determined itself as the indifference of the immediate or abstract determinations of form and the positive reflection of one into the other. The immediate syllogism of existence has thereby passed over into the syllogism of reflection. Remark: in the account here given of the nature of the syllogism and its various forms, passing reference was also made to what constitutes in the ordinary examination and treatment of the syllogisms the main object of interest, namely how the right conclusion may be drawn in each figure. But only the main point came in for consideration, and no mention was made of the cases and the intricacies that arise when the distinction of positive and negative judgment is also brought in alongside the determination of quantity, of particularity especially. A few comments on how the syllogism is ordinarily viewed and treated in logic have their place here. This doctrine was famously elaborated to such precision of detail that its hair-splittings, as they came to be called, have been the object of universal aversion and disgust. The natural understanding 85 in asserting itself over the unsubstantial forms of reflection in all areas of humanistic culture also turned against this artificial knowledge of the forms of reason, believing that it could dispense with the science of such forms on the ground that it performed the individual operations of thought treated there naturally and spontaneously, without specialized training. Indeed, with respect to rational thinking, If its precondition were the laborious study of syllogistic formulas, humankind would be in just as sorry a state as they would, as we already remarked in the preface. 86. If they could not walk or digest without the previous study of anatomy and physiology. But if we admit that there might be some use to the study of these sciences for dietary purposes. 12,107. Surely, we must credit the study of the forms of reason with an even more important influence on the correctness of thinking. But without going here into this aspect of the study that concerns the education of subjective thinking and hence, strictly speaking, pedagogics, it must be granted that a study that has for its subject matter the modes of operation and the laws of reason must be of the greatest interest in and of itself, an interest at least not inferior to the knowledge of the laws and the particular shapes of nature. If it is not reputed a small matter to have discovered some 60 species of parrots, 137 species of veronica, and so on, much less ought it to be reputed a small matter to have discovered the forms of reason. Is not the figure of a syllogism something infinitely higher than a species of parrot or veronica? Yet, although contempt for the knowledge of the forms of reason must be viewed as nothing short of barbarism, it must equally be granted that the customary exposition of the syllogism and of its particular configurations is not a rational cognition, not an exposition of them as forms of reason, and that syllogistic wisdom has by its own unworthiness brought upon itself the disparagement that it has experienced. Its deficiency consists in the fact that it simply stops short at the form which the understanding gives to the syllogism, and in which the determinations of the concept are taken as abstract formal determinations. It is all the more inconsequent to cling to them as abstract qualities, since in the syllogism it is their connections that constitute the essential element, and the inherence and the subsumption already imply that the singular, since the universal inheres in it, is itself universal, and the universal, since it subsumes the singular, is itself singular. More to the point, the syllogism expressly posits this very unity as the middle term, and its determination is mediation itself. That is, the concept determinations no longer have, as they did in judgment, their reciprocal externality for their basis, but rather their unity. It is thus the concept of the syllogism that gives away the imperfection of the formal syllogism in which the middle is supposed to be held fixed, not as the unity of the extremes, but as a formal and abstract determination qualitatively at variance with them. The treatment is made even more vacuous by the fact that such connections or judgments in which the formal determinations become indifferent, as in negative and particular judgments, and which therefore approximate propositions, are also still regarded as perfect relations. Now, since the qualitative form SBU is generally accepted as ultimate and absolute, the dialectical treatment of the syllogism falls entirely by the wayside, and the rest of the syllogisms are thereby treated, not as necessary alterations of that form, but as species. It is then indifferent whether the first formal syllogism is regarded as itself only 112.108 species alongside the others, or as rather genus and species at the same time. This last is the case when the rest of the syllogisms are reduced to the first. But even when this reduction is not explicitly carried out, the basis is yet always the same formal relation of external subsumption expressed by the first figure. This formal syllogism is the contradiction that the middle term ought to be the determinate unity of the extremes, not, however, as this unity, but as a determination qualitatively distinct from the terms whose unity it ought to be. Because the syllogism is this contradiction, it is inherently dialectical. Its dialectical movement displays it in the full range of the moments of the concept, so that not only the said relation of subsumption or particularity, but just as essentially the negative unity and the universality are moments in the process of closing this unity. Insofar as each of these equally is by itself only a one-sided moment of particularity, they are likewise imperfect middle terms, but at the same time, they constitute the developed determinations of the middle term. The entire course across the three figures displays this middle in each of these determinations, one after the other, and the true result that emerges from it is that the middle is not any single one of them, but the totality of them all. The deficiency of the formal syllogism does not rest, therefore, in the form of the syllogism, which is, on the contrary, the form of rationality, but in that the form is only an abstract one, and hence void of the concept. It was shown that the abstract determination, on account of its abstract self-reference, can equally be regarded as content. 87. But then, all that the formal syllogism achieves is that a connection of subject and predicate follows or does not follow from only this middle term. It does not help to prove a proposition by means of it. On account of the abstract determinateness of the middle term, which is a quality without concept, there can just as well be other middle terms from which the opposite would follow. Even from the same middle term, opposite predicates can also be deduced in turn through further middle terms. Besides being of little use, the formal syllogism is also something very simple. The many rules that have been fabricated are already tiresome because they contrast so strongly with the simplicity of the fact at issue, but then also because they apply to cases where the formal worth of the syllogism is especially diminished by the externality of the form determination, notably that of particularity, especially because for this purpose the latter must be taken in a comprehensive sense, and where even with respect to the form only totally empty results are produced. But the most justified and important aspect of the disfavor into which syllogistic theory has fallen is that, as such a long drawn-out occupation 12.109 with a subject matter whose single content is none other than the concept, it is itself without concept. The many syllogistic rules remind one of the procedure of the arithmeticians who also give a great many rules about arithmetical operations, all of which presuppose that one has not the concept of operation. But numbers are a material with no concept, and the operations of arithmetic are an external combining or separating, a mechanical procedure. Indeed, calculating machines have been invented that execute these operations perfectly well. The form determinations of the syllogism are on the contrary concepts, and it is the most glaring of scandals when they are treated as a material with no concept. The extreme example of this mechanical treatment of the concept determinations of the syllogism is surely that of Leibniz. He subjected the syllogism to a combinatory calculus, thereby reckoning the number of possible positions of the syllogism, that is, with respect to the distinction of positive and negative, then of universal, particular, indeterminate, and singular judgments. He found that there are 2,048 such possible combinations, of which, after the exclusion of the useless figures, 24 useful ones remain. Leibniz makes much of the usefulness of this combinatory analysis, not only in order to discover the forms of the syllogism, but also the combinations of other concepts. The operation by which this is accomplished is the same as calculating how many combinations of letters an alphabet allows, how many throws are possible in a game of dice, how many plays with an ombre card, etc. We see here the determinations of the syllogism thus placed in the same class as the points of the dice and the ombre card. We see the rational treated as something dead and empty of concept, the neglect of that which characterizes the concept and its determinations most, namely that these, as spiritual essences, enter into connections and thereby sublate their immediate determination. This Leibnizian application of combinatory calculus to the syllogism and to the combination of other concepts differs from the disreputable art of Lully 89 solely, because it is more methodical on the numerical side, but for the rest it equals it in meaninglessness. Connected with this was an idea dear to Leibniz, one which he conceived in his youth, and, despite its immaturity and shallowness, never abandoned even in later life. 90. This was the idea of a characteristica universalis of concepts, a standard language in which each concept is presented as a connection of other concepts or as connecting with others, as if in a rational combination, which is essentially dialectical, a content would still retain the same determinations that it has when fixed in isolation. 12,110. Pliquet's calculus has undoubtedly hit upon the most consequent method for preparing the syllogistic relation to be subjected to calculus. 91. It is based on abstracting in a judgment from the difference of relation, the difference of singularity, particularity, and universality, and restricting oneself to the abstract identity of subject and predicate whereby the two are in mathematical equality. A connection that makes of the syllogistic inference a totally empty and tautological construal of propositions. In the proposition, the rose is red. The predicate is taken to mean not the universal red, but only the determinate red of the rose. In the proposition, all Christians are human beings. The predicate is taken to mean only those humans who are Christian, from which proposition and the proposition, the Jews are not Christian. There follows the conclusion, which did not recommend this syllogistic calculus to Mendelssohn, that therefore the Jews are not humans, namely, not those humans that the Christians are. Pliquet states as a consequence of his invention, Posse etiam rudes mechanis totum logicum docere, uti, pueri arithmeticum docenter, ita cadem, uti nulla formidine in ratiocinis sui erandi torqueri, vel fallacius circumvenire possent, SI in calculo non erit. 92. This recommendation, that by means of calculus the whole of logic can mechanically be made available to the uneducated, is surely the worst that can be said of an invention that bears on the presentation of the science of logic. The syllogism of reflection. The course of the qualitative syllogism has sublated the abstractness of its terms. The syllogistic term has thus posited itself as a determinateness in which also the other determinateness shines reflectively. Besides the abstract terms, there is also present in the syllogism the connection of the terms, and in the conclusion this connection is posited as one which is mediated and necessary. In truth, therefore, each determinateness is posited not singly by itself, but with reference to the others, as concrete determinateness. The middle term was the abstract particularity, an isolated simple determinateness, and was a middle only externally and relative to the self-subsisting extremes. This term is now posited as the totality of the determinations. Thus it is the posited unity of the extremes. But this unity is at first that of a reflection embracing the extremes within itself, and embracing which, as a first sublating of immediacy and a first connecting of the determinations, is not yet the absolute identity of the concept. 12,111. The extremes are the determinations of the judgment of reflection, singularity proper, and universality as a determination of relation, or a reflection that embraces a manifold within itself. But, as was shown in connection with the judgment of reflection, 93 the singular subject also contains, besides the mere singularity that belongs to form, determinateness as universality absolutely reflected into itself, as presupposed, that is, here still immediately assumed, genus. From this determinateness of the extremes, which belongs to the course of the determination of the judgment, there results the more precise content of the middle, which is what counts most in the syllogism, for it is the middle that distinguishes the syllogism from judgment. The middle contains 1. Singularity. 2. But singularity expanded into universality, as an all. 3. The universality that lies at the basis, uniting singularity and abstract universality in itself, the genus. The syllogism of reflection is thus the first to possess genuine determinateness of form, for the middle is posited as the totality of determinations. The immediate syllogism is by contrast indeterminate, because the middle is still only abstract particularity in which the moments of its concept are not yet posited. This first syllogism of reflection may be called the syllogism of allness. The syllogism of allness. The syllogism of allness is the syllogism of the understanding in its perfection, but more than that it is not yet. That the middle in it is not abstract particularity, but is developed into its moments, and is therefore concrete, is indeed an essential requirement of the concept. But at first the form of the allness gathers the singular into universality only externally, and conversely the singular behaves in the universality still as an immediate that subsists on its own. The negation of the immediacy of the determinations which was the result of the syllogism of existence is only the first negation, not yet the negation of the negation, or absolute immanent reflection. The singular determinations that the universality of reflection holds within still lie, therefore, at the basis of that universality. In other words, allness is not yet the universality of the concept, but the external universality of reflection. The syllogism of existence was contingent because its middle term was one single determinateness of the concrete subject, and as such admitted of a multitude of other such middle terms, and consequently the subject could be conjoined in conclusion with an indeterminate number of other predicates, with opposite predicates as well. But since the middle term now contains singularity and 12.112 is thereby itself concrete, only a predicate that concretely belongs to the subject can be attached to the latter by means of it. For instance, if from the middle term green, the conclusion is made to follow that a painting is pleasing, because green is pleasing to the eye, or if a poem, a building, etc., is said to be beautiful because it possesses regularity, the painting, the poem, the building, etc., may nonetheless still be ugly on account of other determinations from which this predicate, ugly, might be deduced. By contrast, when the middle term has the determination of allness, it contains the green, the regularity, as a concreted term which for that very reason is not the abstraction of a mere green, a mere regular, etc. Only predicates commensurate with concrete totality may now be attached to this concreted term. In the judgment, what is green or regular is pleasing. The subject is only the abstraction of green, regularity. In the proposition, all things green or regular are pleasing. The subject is on the contrary all actual concrete things that are green or regular. Things, therefore, that are intended as concreted with all the properties that they may also have besides the green or the regularity. However, this very reflective perfection of the syllogism makes of it a mere illusion. The middle term has the determinateness of all, to which there is immediately attached in the major the predicate which in the conclusion is then conjoined with the subject. But they all is all singulars. In it, therefore, the subject already possesses that predicate immediately. It does not first obtain it by means of the syllogistic inference. Or again, the subject obtains a predicate as a consequence through the conclusion, but the major premise already contains this conclusion in it. Therefore, the major premise is not correct on its own account, or is not an immediately presupposed judgment, but itself already presupposes the conclusion of which it should be the ground. In the much-cited syllogism, all humans are mortal. Now Gaius is a human. Therefore Gaius is mortal. The major premise is correct only because, and to the extent that the conclusion is correct, were Gaius by chance not mortal, the major premise would not be correct. The proposition which was supposed to be the conclusion must be correct on its own, immediately, for otherwise the major premise would not include all singulars. Before the major premise can be accepted as correct, the antecedent question is whether the conclusion may not be a counterinstance of it. It followed from the concept of the syllogism, with regard to the syllogism of existence, that the premises, as immediate, contradicted the conclusion, that is to say, contradicted the mediation that the concept of the syllogism requires, that the first syllogism 12.113 thus presupposed other syllogisms, and conversely these presupposed the first. 94 in the syllogism of reflection, this result is posited in the syllogism itself. The major premise presupposes its conclusion, for it contains the union of the singular with a predicate that would have to be a conclusion first. What we have here in fact can therefore be expressed by saying that the syllogism of reflection is only an external, empty reflective semblance of syllogistic inference, that therefore the essence of the inference rests on subjective singularity. This singularity thus constitutes the middle term and is to be posited as such. Singularity, which is singularity as such and possesses universality only externally. Or what has been shown on closer inspection of the content of the syllogism of reflection is that the singular stands connected to its predicate immediately, not by way of an inference, and that the major premise, the union of a particular with a universal, or more precisely of a formal universal with a universal in itself, is mediated through the connection of the singularity that is present in the formal universal, of singularity as allness. But this is the syllogism of induction. The syllogism of induction. The syllogism of allness comes under the schema of the first figure, SBU. The syllogism of induction under that of the second, USB, because it again has singularity for its middle term, not abstract singularity, but singularity as completed, that is to say, posited with its opposite determination, that of universality. The one extreme is some predicate or other which is common to all these singulars. Its connection with them makes up the kind of immediate premises, of which one was supposed to be the conclusion in the preceding syllogism. The other extreme may be the immediate genus, as it is in the middle term of the preceding syllogism, or in the subject of the universal judgment, and which is exhausted in the collection of singulars or also species of the middle term. Accordingly, the syllogism has this configuration. The second figure of the formal syllogism, USB, does not correspond to this schema, because the S that constitutes the middle term did not 12.114 subsume or was not a predicate. In induction, this deficiency is eliminated. Here the middle term is all singulars. The proposition, US, which contains as the subject the objective universal or the genus set apart as an extreme, has a predicate which is of at least equal extension as the subject and is consequently identical with it for external reflection. Lion, elephant, etc. constitute the genus of quadruped. The difference, that the same content is posited once in singularity and again in universality, is thus just an indifferent determination of form, an indifference which in the syllogism of reflection is the posited result of the formal syllogism and is posited here through the equality of extension. Induction, therefore, is not the syllogism of mere perception or of contingent existence, like the second figure corresponding to it, but the syllogism of experience, of the subjective gathering together of singulars in the genus, and of the conjoining of the genus with a universal determinateness on the ground that the latter is found in all singulars. It also has the objective significance that the immediate genus has determined itself through the totality of singularity as a universal property and possesses its existence in a universal relation or mark. But the objective significance of this syllogism, as it was of the others, is at first only its inner concept, and is not as yet posited in it. On the contrary, induction is essentially still a subjective syllogism. The middle terms are the singulars in their immediacy. The collecting of them into a genus through the allness is an external reflection. Because of the persisting immediacy of the singulars, and because of the externality that derives from it, the universality is only completeness, or rather, it remains a task. In induction, therefore, there recurs the progression into the bad infinity. Singularity ought to be posited as identical with universality, but since the singulars are equally posited as immediate, the intended unity remains only a perpetual ought. It is a unity of likeness. The terms which are supposed to be identical are at the same time supposed not to be identical. The A, B, C, D, E constitute the genus only further on, in the infinite. They do not yield a complete experience. The conclusion of induction thus remains problematic. But induction, by expressing that perception, in order to become experience, ought to be carried on to infinity, presupposes that the genus is in and for itself conjoined with its determinateness. In this, it in fact rather presupposes its conclusion as something immediate, just as the syllogism of allness presupposes the conclusion for one of its premises. An experience that rests on induction is assumed as valid even though the perception is admittedly not complete. It may 12.115 be assumed, however, that there is no counter-instance to the experience only if the latter is true in and for itself. Inference by induction, therefore, is based indeed on an immediacy, but not on the immediacy on which it is supposed to be based, not on a singularity that exists immediately, but on one that exists in and for itself, on the universal. The fundamental character of induction is that it is a syllogistic inference. If singularity is taken as the essential determination of the middle term, but universality as only the external determination, then the middle term would fall apart into two disjoint parts, and there would be no inference. This externality belongs rather to the extremes. Singularity can only be a middle term if immediately identical with the universality. Such a universality is in truth objective universality, the genus. The matter can also be viewed in this way. Universality is external but essential to the determination of the singularity, which is at the basis of the middle term of induction. Such an external is just as much immediately its opposite, the internal. The truth of the syllogism of induction is therefore a syllogism that has for its middle term a singularity, which is immediately in itself universality. This is the syllogism of analogy. The syllogism of analogy. This syllogism has the third figure of the immediate syllogism, SUP, for its abstract schema. But its middle term is no longer some single quality or other, but a universality which is the immanent reflection of a concreted term and is therefore its nature. And conversely, since it is thus the universality of a concreted term, it is at the same time in itself this concreted term. Here, therefore, a singular is the middle term, but a singular taken in its universal nature. There is moreover another singular, an extreme term, which has the same universal nature as the other which is the middle term. For example, the earth has inhabitants, the moon is an earth, therefore the moon has inhabitants. 95. Analogy is all the more superficial, the more the universal in which the two extremes are united, and in accordance with which the one extreme becomes the predicate of the other, is a mere quality or, since quality is a matter of subjectivity, is some distinctive mark or other, and the identity of the extremes is therein taken as just a similarity. But this kind of superficiality to which a form of understanding or of reason is reduced by being debased to the sphere of mere representation should have no place in logic. 12.116 also unacceptable is to present the major premise of this syllogism as though it should run. That which is similar to an object in one distinctive mark is similar to it in other such marks as well. On this formulation, the form of the syllogism is expressed in the shape of a content, while the empirical content, the content properly so called, is together relegated to the minor premise. So, for example, could also the whole form of the first syllogism be expressed as its major premise? That which is subsumed under another thing in which a third thing inheres has that third thing inhering in it too, but now, etc. But what matters in the syllogism as such is not the empirical content, and to make its own form the content of a major premise makes just as little difference as to take any other empirical content for that purpose. Nothing of consequence follows for the syllogism of analogy from a content that contains nothing but the form peculiar to that syllogism, just as nothing of consequence would have followed for the first syllogism from having as its content the form that makes the syllogism a syllogism. What counts is always the form of the syllogism, whether the latter has itself or something else for its empirical content. So the syllogism of analogy is a form peculiarly its own, and it is vacuous not to want to regard it as such on the ground that that form could be made into the content or matter of a major premise, whereas matter is no concern in logic. What might tempt one to this view in regard to the syllogism of analogy, and perhaps in regard to the syllogism of induction too, is that the middle term in them, and also the extremes, are more determined than they are in the merely formal syllogism, and therefore the determinations of form, since they are no longer simple and abstract, must also take on the appearance of a content determination. but that the form determines itself to content is first of all a necessary advance on the part of the formal side, and therefore an advance that touches the nature of the syllogism essentially. Secondly, such a content determination cannot, therefore, be regarded as any other empirical content, and abstraction cannot be made from it. When we consider the syllogism of analogy with its major premise expressed as above, namely, if two subject matters agree in one or more properties, then a further property of one also belongs to the other. It may seem that this syllogism contains four terms, the quaternio terminorum, a circumstance that brings with it the difficulty of how to bring analogy into the form of a formal syllogism. There are two singulars, for a third, a property immediately assumed as common, and, for a fourth, the other properties that one singular possesses immediately, but the other 12.117 first comes to possess only by means of the syllogism. This is so because, as we have seen, in the syllogism of analogy the middle term is posited as singularity, but immediately also as the true universality of the singularity. In induction, the middle term is, apart from the extremes, an indeterminate number of singulars. This syllogism, therefore, required the enumeration of an infinite number of terms. In the syllogism of allness, the universality in the middle term is still only the external form determination of the allness. In the syllogism of analogy, on the contrary, it is as essential universality. In the above example, the middle term, the earth, is taken as something concrete which, in truth, is just as much a universal nature or genus as it is a singular. From this aspect, the quaternio terminorum would not make analogy an imperfect syllogism, but it would make it so from another aspect. For although the one subject has the same universal nature as the other, it is undetermined whether the determinateness, which is inferred to pertain also to the second subject, pertains to the first because of its nature in general or because of its particularity. For example, whether the earth has inhabitants as a heavenly body in general or only as this particular heavenly body. Analogy is still a syllogism of reflection inasmuch as singularity and universality are united in its middle term immediately. Because of this immediacy, the externality of the unity of reflection is still there. The singular is the genus only in itself, implicitly. It is not posited in this negativity by which its determinateness would be the genus's own determinateness. For this reason, the predicate that belongs to the singular of the middle term is not already the predicate of the other singular, even though the two singulars both belong to the one genus. SB, the moon is inhabited, is the conclusion, but the one premise, the earth is inhabited, is likewise SB. Insofar as SB is supposed to be a conclusion, it entails the requirement that that premise also be SB. This syllogism is thus in itself the demand to counter the immediacy that it contains, or again, it presupposes its conclusion. One syllogism of existence has its presupposition in the other syllogism of existence. In the syllogisms just considered, the presupposition has been moved into them, because they are syllogisms of reflection. Since the syllogism of analogy is therefore the demand that it be mediated as against the immediacy with which its mediation is burdened, what it demands is the sublation of the moment of singularity. Thus there remains for the middle term the objective universal, the genus purified of immediacy. In the syllogism of analogy, the genus was a moment of the middle term only as immediate presupposition. Since the syllogism itself demands the sublation of the presupposed immediacy, the negation of singularity, and hence the universal, is no longer immediate but posited. The syllogism of reflection 12.118 contained the first negation of immediacy. The second has now come on the scene, and with it the external universality of reflection is determined as existing in and for itself. Regarded from the positive side, the conclusion shows itself to be identical with the premises, the mediation to have rejoined its presupposition, and what we have is thus an identity of the universality of reflection by virtue of which it becomes a higher universality. Reviewing the course of the syllogism of reflection, we find that mediation is in general the posited or concrete unity of the form determinations of the extremes. Reflection consists in this positing of the one determination in the other. The mediating middle is thus allness. But it is singularity that proves to be the essential ground of mediation, while universality is only as an external determination in it, as completeness. But universality is essential to the singular if the latter is to be the conjoining middle term. The singular is therefore to be taken as an implicitly existing universal. But the singular is not united with it in just this positive manner, but is sublated in it, and is a negative moment. Thus the universal is the genus posited as existing in and for itself, and the singular as immediate is rather the externality of the genus, or it is an extreme. The syllogism of reflection, taken in general, comes under the schema PSU in which the singular is still as such the essential determination of the middle term. But since its immediacy has been sublated, the syllogism has entered under the formal schema SUP, and the syllogism of reflection has thus passed over into the syllogism of necessity. The syllogism of necessity. The mediating middle has now determined itself, 1. As simple determinate universality, like the particularity in the syllogism of existence, but 2. As objective universality, that is to say, one that, like the allness of the syllogism of reflection, contains the whole determinateness of the different extremes. This is a completed but simple universality. The universal nature of the fact, the genus. This syllogism is full of content, because the abstract middle term of the syllogism of existence has posited itself to be determinate difference, in the way it is as the middle term of the syllogism of reflection, but this difference has again reflected itself into simple identity. This syllogism is for this reason the syllogism of necessity, because its middle term is not any adventitious immediate content, but is the 12.119 immanent reflection of the determinateness of the extremes. These have their inner identity in the middle term, whose content determinations are the form determinations of the extremes. Consequently, what differentiates the terms is a form which is external and unessential, and the terms themselves are as moments of a necessary existence. This syllogism is at first immediate and formal in the sense that what holds the terms together is the essential nature, as content, and this content is in the distinguished terms only in different form, and the extremes are by themselves only in unessential subsistence. The realization of this syllogism is a matter of determining it in such a way that the extremes are equally posited as this totality, which initially the middle term is, and the necessity of the connection, which is at first only the substantial content, shall be a connection of the posited form. The categorical syllogism. The categorical syllogism has the categorical judgment for one or for both of its premises. Associated with this syllogism, just as with that judgment, is the more specific signification that its middle term is the objective universality. Superficially, the categorical syllogism is also taken for nothing more than a mere syllogism of inherence. Taken in its full import, the categorical syllogism is the first syllogism of necessity, one in which a subject is conjoined with a predicate through its substance. But when elevated to the sphere of the concept, substance is the universal, so posited to be in and for itself that it has for its form or mode of being, not accidentality, as it has in the relation specific to it, but the determination of the concept. Its differences are therefore the extremes of the syllogism, specifically universality and singularity. This universality, as contrasted with the genus that more closely defines the middle term, is abstract or is a universal determinateness. It is the accidentality of substance summed up in a simple determinateness which is, however, the substance's essential difference, its specific difference. Singularity, for its part, is the actual, in itself the concrete unity of genus and determinateness, though here, in the immediate syllogism, it is immediate singularity at first, accidentality summed up in the form of a subsistence existing for itself. The connection of this extreme term to the middle term constitutes a categorical judgment. But since the other extreme term also, as just determined, expresses the specific difference of the genus or its determinate principle, this other premise is also categorical. 12,120. This syllogism, as the first and therefore immediate syllogism of necessity, comes in the first instance under the schema of the formal syllogism, SBU. But since the middle term is the essential nature of the singular and not just one or other of its determinacies or properties, and likewise the extreme of universality is not any abstract universal, nor just any singular quality either, but is rather the universal determinateness of the genus, its specific difference, we no longer have the contingency of a subject being conjoined with just any quality through just any middle term. Consequently, since the connections of the extremes with the middle term also do not have the external immediacy that they have in the syllogism of existence, we do not have coming into play the demand for proof in the sense in which it occurred in the case of that other syllogism and led to an infinite progression. Further, this syllogism does not presuppose its conclusion for its premises, as in the syllogism of reflection. The terms, in keeping with the substantial content, stand to one another in a connection of identity that exists in and for itself. We have here one essence running through the three terms, an essence in which the determinations of singularity, particularity, and universality are only formal moments. To this extent, therefore, the categorical syllogism is no longer subjective. In that connection of identity, objectivity begins. The middle term is the identity, full of content, of its extremes, and these are contained in it in their self-subsistence. For their self-subsistence is the said substantial universality, which is the genus. The subjective element of the syllogism consists in the indifferent subsistence of the extremes with respect to the concept or the middle term. But there is still a subjective element in this syllogism, for that identity is still the substantial identity or content, but is not yet identity of form at the same time. The identity of the concept still is an inner bond and therefore, as connection, still necessity. The universality of the middle term is solid, positive identity, but is not equally the negativity of its extremes. The immediacy of this syllogism, which is not yet posited as what it is in itself, is more precisely present in this way. The truly immediate element of the syllogism is the singular. This singular is subsumed under its genus as middle term, but subsumed under the same genus are also an indeterminate number of many other singulars. It is therefore contingent that only this singular is posited as subsumed under it. But further, this contingency does not belong only to an external reflection that finds the singular posited in the syllogism to be contingent by comparison with others. On the contrary, it is because the singular is itself connected to the middle term as its objectivity universality that it is posited as contingent, as a subjective actuality. From the other side, because the subject is an immediate singular, it contains 12.121 determinations that are not contained in the middle term as the universal nature. It also has, therefore, a concrete existence which is indifferent to the middle term, determined for itself, and with a content of its own. Therefore, conversely, this other term also has an indifferent immediacy and a concrete existence distinct from the former. The same relation also obtains between the middle term and the other extreme, for this too likewise has the determination of immediacy, hence of a being which is contingent with respect to the middle term. Accordingly, what is posited in the categorical syllogism are, on the one hand, extremes that are so related to the middle term that they have objective universality or self-subsistent nature in themselves, and are at the same time immediate actualities, hence indifferent to one another. On the other hand, they are equally contingent, or their immediacy is as sublated in their identity. But this identity, because of the self-subsistence and totality of the actuality, is only formal, inner identity, and the syllogism of necessity has thereby determined itself to the hypothetical syllogism. The hypothetical syllogism. The hypothetical judgment contains only the necessary connection without the immediacy of the connected terms. If A is, so is B, or the being of A is also just as much the being of another, of the B. With this, it is not as yet said either that A is, or that B is. The hypothetical syllogism adds this immediacy of being. If A is, so is B, but A is, therefore B is. The minor premise expresses by itself the immediate being of the A. But it is not only this that is added to the judgment. The conclusion contains the connection of subject and predicate, not as the abstract copula, but as the accomplished mediating unity. The being of the A is to be taken, therefore, not as mere immediacy, but essentially as middle term of the syllogism. This needs closer examination. In the first place, the connection of the hypothetical judgment is the necessity or the inner substantial identity associated with the external diversity of concrete existence, an identical content lying internally as its basis. The two sides of the judgment are both, therefore, not an immediate being, but a being held in necessity, hence one which is at the same time sublated or only being as appearance. 12.122 The two behave, moreover, as sides of the judgment, as universality and singularity. The one, therefore, is the above content as totality of determinations, the other as actuality. Yet it is a matter of indifference which side is taken as universality and which is singularity. That is to say, inasmuch as the conditions are still the inner, abstract element of an actuality, they are the universal, and it is by being held together in one singularity that they step into actuality. Conversely, the conditions are a dismembered and dispersed appearance that gains unity and meaning, and a universally valid existence, only in actuality. The relation that is here being assumed between the two sides of condition and conditioned may, however, also be taken to be one of cause and effect, ground and consequence. This is a matter of indifference here. The relation of condition, however, corresponds more closely to the one that obtains in the hypothetical judgment and syllogism in as much as condition is essentially an indifferent concrete existence, whereas ground and cause are inherently a transition. Moreover, condition is a more universal condition in that it comprehends both sides of the relation, since effect, consequence, etc., are just as much the condition of cause and ground as these are the condition of them. Now A is the mediating being insofar as it is, first, an immediate being, an indifferent actuality, but, second, insofar as it is equally inherently contingent, self-sublating being. What translates the conditions into the actuality of the new shape of which they are the conditions is the fact that they are not being as an abstract immediacy, but being according to its concept, becoming in the first instance, but more determinately, since the concept is no longer transition, singularity as self-referring negative unity. The conditions are a dispersed material awaiting and requiring application. This negativity is the mediating means, the free unity of the concept. It determines itself as activity, for this middle term is the contradiction of objective universality, or of the totality of the identical content and the indifferent immediacy. This middle term is no longer, therefore, merely inner but existent necessity. The objective universality contains its self-reference as simple immediacy, as being. In the categorical syllogism, this moment is at first a determination of the extremes. But as against the objective universality of the middle term, it determines itself as contingency, hence as something which is only posited and also sublated, something that has returned into the concept or into the middle terms as unity, a unity which is now in its objectivity also being. 12,123. The conclusion, therefore B is, expresses the same contradiction, that B exists immediately, but at the same time through an other or as mediated. According to its form, it is therefore the same concept that the middle term is distinguished from necessity only as the necessary, in the totally superficial form of singularity as contrasted with universality. The absolute content of A and B is the same. For ordinary representation, they are two different names for the same basic thing, since representation fixes the appearances of the diversified shape of existence and distinguishes the necessary from its necessity. But to the extent that necessity were to be separated from B, the latter would not be the necessary. What we have here, therefore, is the identity of the mediating term and the mediated. The hypothetical syllogism is the first to display the necessary connection as a connectedness through form or negative unity, just as the categorical syllogism displays it through positive unity, the solid content, the objective universality. But necessity merges with the necessary. The form activity of translating the conditioning actuality into the conditioned is in itself the unity into which the determinacies of the oppositions previously let free into indifferent existence are sublated, and where the difference of A and B is an empty name. The unity is therefore a unity reflected into itself, and hence an identical content, and is this content not only implicitly in itself, but, through this syllogism, it is also posited, for the being of A is also not its own being, but that of B, and vice versa. And in general, the being of the one is the being of the other, and, as determined in the conclusion, their immediate being or indifferent determinateness is a mediated one. Therefore, their externality has been sublated, and what is posited is their unity withdrawn into itself. The mediation of the syllogism has thereby determined itself as singularity, immediacy, and self-referring negativity, or as a differentiating identity that retrieves itself into itself out of this differentiation, as absolute form, and for that very reason as objective universality, self-identical existent content. In this determination, the syllogism is the disjunctive syllogism. The disjunctive syllogism. As the hypothetical syllogism comes in general under the schema of the second figure of the formal syllogism, USB, so the disjunctive comes under the schema of the third, SUP. The middle term, however, is a universality replete with form. It has determined itself as totality, as developed 12.124 objective universality. The middle term, therefore, is universality as well as particularity and singularity. As that universality, it is in the first place the substantial identity of the genus, but this identity is secondly one in which particularity is included, but again, included as equal to it, therefore as a universal sphere that contains its total particularity, the genus sorted out in its species, in A which is B, as well as C and D. But particularization is differentiation and as such equally the either-or of B, C, D, negative unity, the reciprocal exclusion of the determinations. This excluding, moreover, is now not just reciprocal, the determination not merely relative, but is also just as much self-referring determination, the particular as singularity to the exclusion of the others. A is either B or C or D, but A is B, therefore A is neither C nor D. Or also, A is either B or C or D, but A is neither C nor D, therefore A is B. A is subject not only in the two premises, but also in the conclusion. It is a universal in the first premise, and in its predicate the universal sphere particularized in the totality of its species. In the second premise, it is as a determinate or as a species. In the conclusion, it is posited as the excluding, singular determinateness. Or again, in the minor it is already exclusive singularity, and in the conclusion it is positively posited as the determinate that it is. Consequently, what as such appears to be meditated is the universality of A with the singularity. But the mediating means is this A which is the universal sphere of its particularizations and is determined as a singular. What is posited in the disjunctive syllogism is thus the truth of the hypothetical syllogism, the unity of the mediator and the mediated, and for that reason the disjunctive syllogism is equally no longer a syllogism at all. For the middle term which is posited in it, as the totality of the concept itself, contains the two extremes in their complete determinateness. The extremes, as distinct from this middle term, are only a positedness to which there no longer accrues any proper determinateness of its own as against the middle term. If we consider the matter with narrower reference to the hypothetical syllogism, we find that there was in the latter a substantial identity as the inner bond of necessity, and a negative unity distinct from it, namely the activity or the form that translated one existence into another. The disjunctive syllogism is in general in the determination of 12.125 universality. Its middle term is the A as genus and as perfectly determined. Also posited through this unity is the earlier inner content, and, conversely, the positedness or the form is not the external negative unity over against an indifferent existence, but is identical with that solid content. The whole form determination of the concept is posited in its determinate difference, and at the same time in the simple identity of the concept. In this way, the formalism of the syllogistic inference, and consequently the subjectivity of the syllogism and of the concept in general, has sublated itself. This formal or subjective factor consisted in that the middle mediating the extremes is the concept as an abstract determination and is therefore distinct from the terms whose unity it is. In the completion of the syllogism, where the objective universality is equally posited as the totality of the form determinations, the distinction of mediating and mediated has on the contrary fallen away. That which is mediated is itself an essential moment of what mediates it, and each moment is the totality of what is mediated. The figures of the syllogism exhibit each determinateness of the concept singly as the middle term, a middle term which is at the same time the concept as an odd, the requirement that the mediating factor be the concept's totality. The different genera of the syllogism exhibit instead the stages in the repletion or concretion of the middle term. In the formal syllogism, the middle is posited as totality only through all the determinacies, but each singly, discharging the function of mediation. In the syllogism of reflection, the middle term is the unity gathering together externally the determinations of the extremes. In the syllogism of necessity, the middle has determined itself as a unity which is just as developed and total as it is simple, and the form of the syllogism, which consisted in the difference of the middle term over against its extremes, has thereby sublated itself. With this, the concept in general has been realized. More precisely, it has gained the kind of reality which is objectivity. The first reality was that the concept, in itself negative unity, partitions itself, and as judgment posits its determinations in determinate and indifferent difference, and in the syllogism it then sets itself over against them. Since it is still in this way the inwardness of this now acquired externality, in the course of the syllogisms this externality is equated with the inner unity. The different determinations return into the latter through the mediation that unites them at first in a third term, and as a result the externality exhibits, in itself, the concept which, for its part, is no longer distinct from it as inner unity. Conversely, however, that determinateness of the concept which was considered as reality is equally a positedness. For 12.126, the identity of the concept's inwardness and externality has been exhibited as the truth of the concept not only in this result. On the contrary, already in the judgment the moments of the concept remain, even in their reciprocal indifference, determinations that have significance only in their connection. The syllogism is mediation, the complete concept in its positedness. Its movement is the sublation of this mediation in which nothing is in and for itself, but each thing is only through the meditation of another. The result is therefore an immediacy that has emerged through the sublation of the mediation, a being which is equally identical with mediation and is the concept that has restored itself out of, and in, its otherness. This being is therefore a fact which is in and for itself, objectivity. Q. Optom. 2 p. I. 88. 77 Schleist. Zusammen. Note the Schließen which is connected with Schluss, syllogism, conclusion, inference. There is a constant play on words in this section which is difficult to render in English without departing from the text too far. 78 in section 12.92. 79 Prior Analytics, 25b 32, 35. 80 cf above, 12.60. 81 for the antinomies, cf A 426 / B 454 ff. 82 cf GW 11.79, above 21.127 ff. 83 cf above, 12.97. 84 cf above, 12.73. 85 The reference here is to common sense philosophy. 86 cf GW 11, 6, above, 21.6. 87 Hegel is very likely referring to the classical atoms, which, as empty self-references, acquire an immediate, external, existence. Cf. the remark above, 21.153 ff. GW 11, 93. 88 Leibniz, Dissertatio de Arte Combinatoria, Opera, Edition Dutens, Thomas II, Pars I, 352 to 361. 89 Raymond Lully, circa 1232 to 1315. His calculation tables were reproduced in the Ars Magna Sciendi, 1669, by the Jesuit Athanasius Kircher. 90 C. Leibniz, Nouveau essai sur l'entendement par l'auteur du système de l'harmonie préestablie, in Die Philosophischen Schriften von Gottfried Wilhelm Leibniz, Volume 5, Edition C.J. Gerhardt. Hildesheim, George Olms, 1960, pages 365 f. New Essays on Human Understanding, Trans, Edition Peter Remnant and Jonathan Bennett. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1981, pages 384 f. 91 Gottfried Ploquet, 1716 to 1790, Expositions Philosophiae. Theoretiki, Logik, 1782, edition, trans. Into German, original Latin text included, Michael Franz. Studien und Materialien zur Geschichte der Philosophie, Hildesheim, Olms, 2006. 92. I can teach the whole logic mechanically even to the uneducated, just as children are taught arithmetic, so that, if there is no error of calculation, it would be possible not to be tormented by the fear of erring in reasoning or of being deceived by falsities. According to the editors of the critical edition, this quote is not taken directly from Ploquet. GW 12, 347, to page 110.14-18. In Section 70 of the 1782 edition, see previous note 91. Ploquet only says that, by means of this following theory, the whole business of syllogistic discovery and judgment, it can be taken care of with the greatest facility and be reduced without fear of error to a logical calculus. 93 cf above, 12.73 to 74. 94 cf above, 12.97 to 98. 95 This example is not original with Hegel and very likely was a common trope at the time. One can find it, for instance, in Antonio Genovese. Elementa Artis Logico-Critici, Liber v. Venice, 1749, page 179, and also, by the same author, Gli Elementi dell'Arte Logico-Critica, 2nd ed., Venice, 1783, page 148. In Genovese's treatise, syllogism of analogy follows immediately upon the treatment of probability, exactly as it does in Hegel. Section 2, Objectivity 12, 127. In Book 1 of the Objective Logic, abstract being was presented as passing over into existence, but at the same time as retreating into essence. In Book 2, essence shows itself as determining itself as ground, thereby stepping into concrete existence and realizing itself as substance, but at the same time retreating into the concept. Of the concept, We have now first shown that it determines itself as objectivity. It should be obvious that this latter transition is essentially the same as the proof from the concept, that is to say, from the concept of God to his existence, that was formerly found in metaphysics, or the so-called ontological proof. Equally well known is that Descartes' sublimest thought, that God is that whose concept includes his being within itself, one after having degenerated into the bad form of the formal syllogism, namely into the form of the said proof, finally succumbed to the critique of reason and to the thought that existence cannot be extracted from the concept. Some elucidations concerning this proof have already been made earlier. In Volume 1, pages 47 ff. 3, where being has vanished into its closest opposite, non-being, and becoming has shown itself to be the truth of both, attention was called to the confusion that arises in the case of a determinate existence when we concentrate, not on its being, but on its determinate content, and then imagine, if we compare this determinate content, e.g. $100, with another determinate content, e.g. the context of my perception of my financial situation, and discover that it makes indeed a difference whether the one content is added to the other or not, that we are dealing with the distinction of being and non-being, or even the distinction of being and the concept. Further, in the same volume on pages 64 ff. and on page 289 of Volume 2, the definition of a sum total of all reality which occurs in the ontological proof was elucidated. 4. But the essential subject matter of that proof, the connectedness of concept and existence, is the concern of the treatment of the concept just concluded and of the entire course 12.128 that the latter traverses in determining itself to objectivity. The concept, as absolutely self-identical negativity, is self-determining. It was noted that the concept, in resolving itself into judgment and singularity, already posits itself as something real and existent. This still abstract reality completes itself in objectivity. Now, it might appear that the transition from the concept into objectivity is quite another thing than the transition from the concept of God to God's existence. But, on the one hand, it must be borne in mind that the determinate content, God, makes no difference in a logical progression, and that the ontological proof is only one application of this logical progression to that particular content. On the other hand, it is essential to be reminded of the remark made above 5 that the subject obtains determinateness and content only in its predicate, that prior to the predicate, whatever that content might otherwise be for feeling, intuition, and representation, so far as conceptual cognition is concerned, it is only a name, but in the predicate, with determinateness, there begins at the same time the process of realization in general. The predicates, however, must be grasped as themselves still confined within the concept, hence as something subjective with which no move to existence has yet been made. Even for this reason, in judgment, the realization of the concept is certainly not completed yet. But there is the further reason that the mere determination of a subject matter through predicates, without this determination being at the same time the realization and objectification of the concept, remains something so subjective that it is not even a true cognition and determination of the concept of the subject matter, subjective, in the sense of abstract reflection and non-conceptual representation. God as living God, and better still, as absolute spirit, is only recognized in what he does. Humankind were directed early to recognize God in his works. Only from these can the determinations proceed that can be called his properties, and in which his being is also contained. It is thus the conceptual comprehension of God's activity, that is to say, of God himself, that recognizes the concept of God in his being and his being in his concept. Being by itself, or even existence, are such a poor and restricted determination that the difficulty of finding them in the concept may well be due to not having considered what being or existence themselves are. Being as entirely abstract, immediate self-reference, is nothing but the abstract moment of the concept, It is its moment of abstract universality that also provides what is required of being, namely that it be outside the concept. For in as much as universality is a moment of the concept, it is also its difference or the abstract judgment wherein the concept opposes itself to itself. The concept, even as formal, already immediately contains being in a truer and richer form, in that, as self-referring negativity, it is singularity. 12,129. But of course the difficulty of finding being in the concept in general, and equally so in the concept of God, becomes insuperable if we expect being to be something that we find in the context of external experience or in the form of sense perception, like the $100 in the context of my finances, as something graspable only by hand, not by spirit, essentially visible to the external and not the internal eye. In other words, if the name of being, reality, truth, is given to that, which things possess as sensuous, temporal, and perishable, the consequence of a philosophizing that in regard to being fails to rise above the senses is that, in regard to the concept, it also fails to let go of merely abstract thought. Such thought stands opposed to being. The customary practice of regarding the concept as something just as one-sided as abstract thought will already stand in the way of accepting what has just been suggested, namely, that we regard the transition of the concept of God to his being as an application of the logical course of objectification of the concept presented above. Yet if it is granted, as it commonly is, that the logical element, as the formal element, constitutes the form for the cognition of every determinate content, then that application at least would have to be conceded, unless even at the opposition of concept and objectivity in general one stops short at the untrue concept and an equally untrue reality as an ultimate. But in the exposition of the pure concept it was further indicated that the latter is the absolute divine concept itself. 6. In truth, therefore, what takes place is not a relation of application, but the immediate display in the logical course of God's self-determination as being. But on this point it is to be remarked that inasmuch as the concept is to be presented as the concept of God, it ought be apprehended as it is when already taken up in the idea. The said pure concept passes through the finite forms of the judgment and the syllogism precisely because it is not yet posited in and for itself as one with objectivity, but is conceived rather only in the process of becoming that objectivity. The latter, too, is not yet the divine concrete existence, not yet the reality reflectively shining in the idea. And yet objectivity is just that much richer and higher than the being or existence of the ontological proof, as the pure concept is richer and higher than that metaphysical vacuum of the sum total of all reality. But I reserve for another occasion the task of elucidating in greater detail the manifold misunderstanding brought upon the ontological proof of God's existence, and also on the rest of the other so-called proofs by logical formalism. We shall also elucidate Kant's critique of such proofs in order to establish their true meaning and thus restore the thoughts on which they are based to their worth and dignity. 12,130. We have previously called attention to the several forms of immediacy that have already come on the scene, but in different determinations. 8. In the sphere of being, immediacy is being itself and existence. In the sphere of essence, it is concrete existence, and then actuality and substantiality. In the sphere of the concept, besides being immediacy as abstract universality, it is now objectivity. These expressions, when the exactitude of philosophical conceptual distinctions is not at stake, may be used as synonymous, but the determinations are derived from the necessity of the concept. Being is as such the first immediacy, and existence is the same immediacy with a first determinateness. Concrete existence, along with the thing, is the immediacy that proceeds from ground, from the self-sublating mediation of the simple reflection of essence. But actuality and substantiality are the immediacy that proceeds from the sublated difference of the still unessential concrete existence as appearance and its essentiality. Finally, objectivity is the immediacy as which the concept has determined itself by the sublation of its abstraction and mediation. It is the privilege of philosophy to choose such expressions from the language of ordinary life, which is made for the world of imaginary representations, as seem to approximate the determinations of the concept. There is no question of demonstrating for a word chosen from ordinary life that in ordinary life, too, the same concept is associated with that for which philosophy uses it. For ordinary life has no concepts, only representations of the imagination, and to recognize the concept in what is otherwise mere representation is philosophy itself. It must therefore suffice, if representation, for those of its expressions that philosophy uses for its definitions, has only some rough approximation of their distinctive difference. It may also be the case that in these expressions one recognizes pictorial adumbrations which, as approximations, are close indeed to the corresponding concepts. One will be hard-pressed, perhaps, to concede that something can be without actually existing, but at least nobody will mistake, for instance, being as the copula of the judgment for the expression to exist actually. And nobody will say that this article exists dear, suitable, etc. Gold exists a metal or metallic. Instead of this article is dear, suitable, etc. Gold is a metal. And surely it is common to distinguish being from appearing, appearance from actuality. 12.131 is also being as contrasted to actuality, and still more all these expressions from objectivity. But even if such expressions were used synonymously, philosophy would in any case have the freedom to take advantage of such empty superfluity of language for the purpose of its distinctions. Mention was made in connection with the apodictic judgment, where judgment attains completion and the subject thus loses its determinateness as against the predicate, of the double meaning of subjectivity originating from it, namely the subjectivity of the concept, and equally so of the externality and contingency confronting the concept. 9. A similar objectivity also appears for the double meaning of standing opposed to the self-subsistent concept, yet of also existing in and for itself. 10. In the former sense, the object stands opposed to the I equals I, which in subjective idealism is declared to be the absolute truth. It is then the manifold world in its immediate existence with which the I, or the concept, is engaged in endless struggle, in order, by the negation of the inherently nullity of this other, to give to its first certainty of being a self the actual truth of its equality with itself. In a broader sense, it means a subject matter in general for whatever interest or activity of the subject. In the opposite sense, however, the objective signifies that which exists in and for itself, without restriction and opposition. Rational principles, perfect works of art, etc., are said to be objective to the extent that they are free and above every accidentality. Although rational principles, whether theoretical or ethical, only belong to the sphere of the subjective, to consciousness, this aspect of the latter of existing in and for itself is nonetheless called objective. The cognition of truth is made to rest on the cognition of the object as free of any addition by subjective reflection, and right conduct on the adherence to objective laws, such as are not of subjective origin and are immune to arbitrariness and to treatment that would compromise their necessity. At the present standpoint of our treatise, objectivity has the meaning first of all of the being in and for itself of the concept that has sublated the mediation posited in its self-determination, raising it to immediate self-reference. This immediacy is therefore itself immediately and entirely pervaded by the concept, just as its totality is immediately identical with its being. But further, since the concept equally has to restore the free being for itself of its subjectivity, it enters with respect to objectivity into a relation of purpose in which the immediacy of the objectivity becomes a negative for it, something to be determined through its activity. This immediacy thus acquires the other significance, namely that in and for itself, in so far as it stands opposed to the concept, it is a nullity. 12,132. First, then, objectivity is in its immediacy. Its moments, on account of the totality of all moments, stand in self-subsistent indifference as objects each outside the other, and as so related they possess the subjective unity of the concept only as inner or as outer. This is mechanism. But, second, inasmuch as in mechanism that unity reveals itself to be the immanent law of the objects, their relation becomes one of non-indifference, each specifically different according to law, a connection in which the object's determinate self-subsistence is sublated. This is chemism. Third, this essential unity of the objects is thereby posited as distinct from their self-subsistence. It is the subjective concept, but posited as referring in and for itself to the objectivity, as purpose. This is teleology. Since purpose is the concept posited as within it referring to objectivity, and through itself sublating its defect of being subjective, the at first external purposiveness becomes, through the realization of the purpose, internal. It becomes idea. Are in a French report in which the officer in command states that before making for land he would wait for the wind, which in the region of the island usually arose towards morning, we find the expression le vent ayant longtemps sans exister. Here the distinction simply arises from the other common idiom as, for example, nil était longtemps sans écrire. 1 C. René Descartes. Meditations de Prima Philosophia, and Over de Descartes. Volume 7, edition, Charles Adam and Paul Tannery. Paris, J. Vrin, 1964, pages 66, 69. Meditations on First Philosophy in the Philosophical Writings of Descartes, Volume 2, trans. John Cottingham, Robert Studehoff, and Dougald Murdoch. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1984, 46, 47. This English edition also uses the pagination of Adam and Tannery. 2A599/B627. 3 CF GW 11, 46 FF, above, 21.70 FF. 4 CF GW 11, 64 to -65, and above, 11,289, 21.74 FF. 5 CF above, 12.54. 6 CF above, 12.24. 7 CF Encyclopedia, 1830, Section 51. 8 CF above, 11,324. 9 CF above, 12.87. 10 The allusion is to Fichte. Cf. Grundlage der Gesamten. Wissenschaftslehre, 1794/95. English trans. Pages 95 to -96. GAI.2257, 258, see especially point 5 in Section 1. Chapter 1 Mechanism 12, 133. Since objectivity is the totality of the concept that has returned into its unity, an immediate is thereby posited which is in and for itself that totality, and is also posited as such, but in it the negativity of the concept has as yet not detached itself from the immediacy of the totality. In other words, the objectivity is not yet posited as judgment. In so far as it has the concept immanent in it, the difference of the concept is present in it, but on account of the objective totality, the differentiated moments are complete and self-subsistent objects that, consequently, even in connection relate to one another as each standing on its own, each maintaining itself in every combination as external. This is what constitutes the character of mechanism, namely, that whatever the connection that obtains between the things combined, the connection remains one that is alien to them, that does not affect their nature, and even when a reflective semblance of unity is associated with it, the connection remains nothing more than composition, mixture, aggregate, etc. Spiritual mechanism, like its material counterpart, also consists in the things connected in the spirit remaining external to one another and to spirit. A mechanical mode of representation, a mechanical memory, a habit, a mechanical mode of acting, mean that the pervasive presence that is proper to spirit is lacking in what spirit grasps or does. Although its theoretical or practical mechanism cannot take place without its spontaneous activity, without an impulse and consciousness, the freedom of individuality is still lacking in it, and since this freedom does not appear in it, the mechanical act appears as a merely external one. The mechanical object. The object is, as we have seen, the syllogism whose mediation has attained equilibrium and has therefore come to be immediate identity. It is therefore in and 12.134 for itself a universal. Universality, not in the sense of a commonality of properties, but a universality that pervades particularity, and in it is immediate singularity. To begin with, therefore, the object does not differentiate itself into matter and form, matter being its presumed self-subsistent universal aspect, and form the particular and singular instead. According to its concept, any such abstract differentiation of singularity and universality has no place in the object. If regarded as matter, the object must then be taken to be in itself informed matter. One can just as well take it as a thing with properties, as a whole consisting of parts, as substance with accidents, or as determined by the other relations of reflection. But these are all past relations that in the concept have come to an end. The object, therefore, has neither properties nor accidents, for these are separable from the thing or the substance, whereas in the object particularity is absolutely reflected into the totality. In the parts of a whole, there is indeed present that self-subsistence that pertains to the differences of the object, but these differences are at once themselves essentially objects, totalities which, unlike parts, are not such as against the whole. At first, therefore, the object is indeterminate, for it has no determinate opposition within, because it is the mediation that has collapsed into immediate identity. Inasmuch as the concept is essentially determined, the object has in it the determinateness of a manifold which, although complete, is otherwise indeterminate, that is, relationless, one that constitutes a totality also not further determined at first. Sides or parts that may be distinguished within it belong to an external reflection. This totally indeterminate difference thus amounts just to this, that there are several objects, each of which only contains its determinateness reflected into its universality and does not reflectively shine outwardly. Because this indeterminate determinateness is essential to the object is in itself a plurality, and must therefore be regarded as a composite, an aggregate. Yet it does not consist of atoms, for atoms are not objects because they are not totalities. Leibniz's monad would be more of an object. It is a total representation of the world which, shut up within its intensive subjectivity, in essence at least, is supposed to be a one. Yet the monad, determined as an exclusive one, is a principle only assumed by reflection. It is an object, however, both because the ground of its manifold representations, of the developed, that is, the posited determinations of its merely implicit totality, lies outside it, and because it is equally a matter of indifference for the monad that it constitutes an object together with other objects. In fact, therefore, it is not exclusive, not self-determined for itself. 12,135. Since the object is now a totality of determinateness, yet, because of its indeterminateness and immediacy, it is not the totality's negative unity, it is indifferent towards the determinations as singulars, determined in and for themselves, just as these are themselves indifferent to each other. These, therefore, are not comprehensible from it nor from one another. The object's totality is the form of the overall reflectedness of its manifoldness into a singularity in general, which is not in itself determinate. The determinacies, therefore, which are in it do indeed pertain to it, but the form that constitutes their difference and combines them into a unity is an external one, indifferent to them, whether it be a mixture, or again an order, a certain arrangement of parts and sides. These are combinations that are indifferent to what they connect. Consequently, Like an existence in general, the object has the determinateness of its totality outside it, in other objects, and these again outside them, and so forth to infinity. The imminent turning back of this progression in infinitum must indeed be likewise assumed, and it must be represented as a totality, as a world, but one which is nothing but a universality brought to closure through a singularity that remains indeterminate, a universe. Since the object is thus determinate yet indifferent to its determinateness, through itself it points for its determinateness outside and beyond itself, constantly to objects for which it is however likewise a matter of indifference that they do the determining. Consequently, nowhere is a principle of self-determination to be found. Determinism, which is the standpoint that cognition adopts when it assumes as truth the object as we first have it here, assigns for each determination of the object that of another object, but this other object is likewise indifferent both to its determinateness and its determining. For this reason determinism is itself so indeterminate as to be bound to an infinite progression. It can halt at will anywhere, and be satisfied there, because the object to which it has progressed, being a formal totality, is shut up within itself and indifferent to its being determined by another. For this reason, to explain the determination of an object, and to this end to extend the representation of it beyond it, is only an empty word, for there is no self-determination in the other object to which the explanation has been extended. Now, since the determinateness of an object lies in an other, there is no determinate diversity separating the two. The determinateness is merely doubled, once in the one object and then again in the other. It is something utterly identical, and the explanation or comprehension is, therefore, a tautology. This tautology is an external back and forth movement. Since the determinateness fails to obtain from objects that are indifferent to it any proper differentiation, and is therefore only identical, there is only 112.136 determinateness at hand, and that it should be doubled only expresses precisely the externality and vacuity of a difference. But the objects are at the same time self-subsistent in regard to one another. In that identity, therefore, they remain utterly external. Thus there arises the contradiction of a perfect indifference of objects to one another, and of an identity of determinateness of such objects, or of the objects' perfect externality in the identity of their determinateness. This contradiction is consequently the negative unity of a plurality of objects reciprocally repelling each other in the unity. This is the mechanical process. The mechanical process. If objects are regarded only as self-enclosed totalities, they cannot act on one another. Regarded in this way, they are the same as the monads which, precisely for that reason, were thought of as having no influence on each other. But the concept of a monad is for just this reason a deficient reflection. For, in the first place, the monad is a determinate representation of its only implicit totality. As a certain degree of development and positiveness of its representation of the world, it is determinate. But since it is a self-enclosed totality, it is also indifferent to this determinateness and is, therefore, not its own determinateness, but a determinateness posited through another object. In second place, it is an immediate in general, for it is supposed to be just a mirroring. 11. Its self-reference is therefore abstract universality, and hence an existence open to others. It does not suffice, in order to gain the freedom of substance, to represent the latter as a totality that, complete in itself, would have nothing to receive from the outside. On the contrary, a self-reference that grasps nothing conceptually, but is only a mirroring 11, is precisely a passivity towards the other. Likewise, the determinateness, whether we now take it as the determinateness of a being that exists or that mirrors, 11 as a degree of the monad's own internally generated development, is something external. The degree that the development achieves has its limit in another. To project the reciprocal influence of substances into a predetermined harmony means nothing more than to make it a presupposition, in effect to remove it from the scope of the concept. The need to avoid the interaction of substances was founded on the moment of absolute self-subsistence and originariness, which was made a fundamental assumption. But since the 12.137 positedness, the degree of development, does not correspond to this assumed in itselfness, it has for this reason its ground in another. In connection with the relation of substantiality, we showed that it passes over into the relation of causality. 12. But now the existent no longer has the determination of a substance, but that of an object. The causal relation has come to an end in the concept. The originariness of one substance vis-a-vis another has shown itself to be a reflective shine, the substance's action a transition into the opposite substance. This relation has therefore no objectivity. Hence, in so far as one object is posited in the form of subjective unity, as efficient cause, this no longer counts as an originary determination, but as something mediated. The active object has this determination only by means of another object. Mechanism, since it belongs to the sphere of the concept, has that posited within it which proved to be the truth of the relation of causality, namely, that the cause which is supposed to be something existing in and for itself is in fact effect just as well, positedness. In mechanism, therefore, the originary causality of the object is immediately a non-originariness. The object is indifferent to this determination attributed to it. That it is a cause is therefore something accidental to it. To this extent, it can be said that the causality of substances is only the product of representation. But precisely this causality as product of representation is what mechanism is. For mechanism is this, that causality, as identical determinateness of a diversity of substances, and hence as the foundering into this identity of their self-subsistence, is mere positedness. The objects are indifferent to this unity and maintain themselves in the face of it. But this also, their indifferent self-subsistence, is a mere positedness, and for this reason they are capable of mixing and aggregating, and as an aggregate of becoming one object. Through this indifference both to their transition and to their self-subsistence, the substances are objects. The formal mechanical process. The mechanical process is the positing of that which is contained in the concept of mechanism, hence the positing in the first place of a contradiction. It follows from the just indicated concept that the interaction of objects is the positing of their identical connection. This positing consists simply in giving to the determinateness which is generated the form of universality, and this is communication, which occurs without transition into the opposite. Spiritual communication, which however takes place in an element of universality in the form of universality, is 12.138 an idealized connection for itself, one in which a determinateness continues undisturbed from one person to another, generalizing itself unaltered, like a scent freely spreading in the unresisting atmosphere. But also in the communication between material objects does their determinateness widen, so to speak, in an equally idealizing manner. Personality is an infinitely more intensive hardness than objects possess. The formal totality of an object in general, a totality indifferent to determinateness, and hence not a self-determination, renders the object indistinct from another object, and thus makes interaction at first an unimpeded continuing of the determinateness of the one into the other. Now in the region of the spirit there is an infinitely manifold content capable of communication, for by being taken up into intelligence the content receives this form of universality in which it becomes communicable. But that which is a universal not only by virtue of form, but in and for itself, is the objective as such, both in the region of the spirit and of the body, and as against it the singularity of external objects, as of persons also, is an unessential factor unable to offer any resistance to it. Laws, morals, rational conceptions in general, are in the region of the spirit communicable entities of this kind. They pervade individuals unconsciously imposing themselves on them. In the region of the body, such entities are motion, heat, magnetism, electricity, and the like, all of which, even when one wants to imagine them as stuffs or materials, must be termed as imponderable agents, for they lack that aspect of materiality that grounds its singularization. Now, although in the interaction of objects their identical universality is posited first, it is equally necessary to posit the other moment of the concept, that of particularity. The objects thus also demonstrate their self-subsistence. They hold themselves outside each other, and in that universality they produce singularity. This production is reaction in general. To begin with, this reaction is not to be conceived of as a mere sublation of action and of the communicated determinateness. What is communicated is as universal positively present in the particular objects and particularizes itself only in their diversity. To this extent, therefore, what is communicated remains what it is, only distributed among the objects or determined by their particularity. The cause gets lost in its other, in the effect, the activity of the causal substance in its action, but the active object only becomes a universal. Its action is from the start not a loss of its determinateness, but a particularization by virtue of which the object, which was at first that whole determinateness present in it, as 12.139 single, now becomes a species of it, and the determinateness is thereby posited for the first time as a universal. The raising in communication of the singular determinateness into universality, and the particularization of it in distribution, the reduction of what was only a one to a species, are one and the same. Now reaction is equal to action. First, this is manifested by the other object taking over the entire universal, and so it is now active against the first. Thus its reaction is the same as the action, a reciprocal repulsion of the impulse. Second, what is communicated is the objective. It therefore remains the substantial determination of the object on the presupposition of their diversity. The universal thus at the same time specifies itself in them, and consequently each object does not simply give back the whole action but possesses its specific share. But, third, reaction is a wholly negative action in so far as each object, because of the elasticity of its self-subsistence, repels within it the positedness of an other and retains its self-reference. The specific particularity of the determinateness communicated in the objects, what was before called species, returns to singularity, and the object asserts its externality as against the communicated universality. The action thereby passes over into rest. It proves to be only a superficial, transient alteration within the self-enclosed indifferent totality of the object. This return constitutes the product of the mechanical process. Immediately, the object is presupposed as a singular, then as a particular as against another particular, but finally as indifferent towards its particularity, as universal. The product is the totality of the concept previously presupposed but now posited. It is the conclusion in which the communicated universal is united with singularity through the particularity of the object. In rest, however, the mediation is posited at the same time as sublated, or again, what is posited is that the product is indifferent to this determining of it, and that the received determinateness is external in it. Accordingly, the product is the same as the object that first enters the process. But at the same time that object is first determined through this movement, the mechanical object is, as such, an object only as product, for what it is only by virtue of the mediation of another in it. It is as product that it thus is what it was supposed to be in and for itself, a composite, a mixture, a certain arrangement of parts, in general such that its determinateness is not self-determination but something posited. Yet the result of the mechanical process is not already there ahead of that process itself. Its end is not in its beginning, as in the case of purpose. The product is in the object a determinateness, 12.140, which is externally posited in it. Hence this product is indeed according to its concept the same as what the object already is at the beginning. But at the beginning the external determinateness is not yet there as posited. The result is therefore something quite other than the first existence of the object, and is something utterly accidental for it. The real mechanical process. The mechanical process passes over into rest. That is to say, the determinateness that the object obtains through that process is only an external one. Just as external to it is this rest, for although the latter is a determinateness opposed to the activity of the object, the two are each indifferent to the object. Rest can also be viewed, therefore, as brought about by an external cause, just as much as it was indifferent to the object to be active. Now further, since the determinateness is a posited one, and the concept of the object has gone back to itself through the process of mediation, the object contains the determinateness as one that is reflected into itself. Hence, in the mechanical process, the objects and the process itself now have a more closely determined relation. They are not merely diverse, but are determinately differentiated as against one another. Consequently, the result of the formal process, on the one hand a determinationless rest, is, on the other hand, through the immanently reflected determinateness, the distribution among several objects mechanically relating to one another of the opposition which is in the object as such. The object that on the one hand lacks all determination, showing no elasticity and no self-subsistence in its relations, has, on the other hand, a self-subsistence impenetrable to other objects. Objects now have also as against one another this more determined opposition of the self-subsistent singularity and the non-self-subsistent universality. The precise difference between any two may be had merely quantitatively as a difference in a body of diverse magnitudes of mass, or of intensity, or in various other ways. But in general the difference cannot be fixed at just this abstract level. Also as objects, both are positively self-subsistent. Now the first moment of this real process is, as before, communication. The weaker can be seized and invaded by the stronger only in so far as it accepts the stronger and constitutes one sphere with it. Just as in the material realm the weaker is secured against the disproportionately strong, as a sheet hanging freely in the air is not penetrated by a musket ball, a weak organic receptivity is not as vulnerable to strong stimuli as it is to weak. So is the wholly feeble spirit 12.141 safer facing the strong than one who stands closer to the strong. Imagine, if you will, someone dull-witted and ignoble. Lofty intelligence will make no impression on such a one, nor will nobility. The one single effective defense against reason is not to get involved with it at all. To the extent that an object that has no standing of its own is unable to make contact with one which is self-subsistent, and no communication can take place between them, the latter is also unable to offer resistance, that is, cannot specify the communicated universal for itself. If they were not in the same sphere, their mutual connection would be an infinite judgment, and no process would be possible between them. Resistance is the precise moment of the overpowering of the one object by the other, for it is the initial moment in the distribution of the communicated universal and in the positing of the self-referring negativity of the singularity to be established. Resistance is overpowered when its determinateness is not commensurate to the communicated universal which the object has accepted and which is supposed to be singularized in the latter. The object's relative lack of self-subsistence is manifested in the fact that its singularity lacks the capacity for what is communicated to it, and is therefore shattered by it, for it is unable to constitute itself as subject in this universal, cannot make the latter its predicate. Violence against an object is for the latter something alien only according to this second aspect. Power becomes violence when power, an objective universality, is identical with the nature of the object, yet its determinateness or negativity is not the object's own immanent negative reflection according to which the object is a singular. In so far as the negativity of the object is not reflected back into itself in the power, and the latter is not the object's own self-reference, the negativity, as against the power, is only abstract negativity whose manifestation is extinction. Power, as objective universality and as violence against the object, is what is called fate, a concept that falls within mechanism insofar as fate is called blind. That is, its objective universality is not recognized by the subject in its own specific sphere. To add a few more remarks on the subject, the fate of a living thing is in general the genus, for the genus manifests itself through the fleetingness of the living individuals that do not possess it as genus in their actual singularity. Merely animate natures, as mere objects, like other things at lower levels on the scale of being, do not have fate. What befalls them is a contingency. However, in their concept as objects they are self-external. Hence the alien power of fate is simply and solely their own immediate nature, externality, and contingency itself. Only self-consciousness has fate in a strict sense, because it is free, and therefore in the singularity of its I. It absolutely exists 12.142 inches and for itself, and can oppose itself to its objective universality and alienate itself from it. By this separation, however, it excites against itself the mechanical relation of a fate. Hence, for the latter to have violent power over it, it must have given itself some determinateness or other over against the essential universality. It must have committed a deed. Self-consciousness has thereby made itself into a particular, and this existence, like abstract universality, is at the same time the side open to the communication of its alienated essence. It is from this side that it is drawn into the process. A people without deeds is without blame. It is wrapped up in objective, ethical universality, is dissolved into it, is without the individuality that moves the unmoved, that gives itself a determinateness on the outside and an abstract universality separated from the objective universality. Yet in this individuality the subject is also divested of its essence, becomes an object and enters into the relation of externality towards its nature, into that of mechanism. The product of the mechanical process. The product of formal mechanism is the object in general, an indifferent totality in which determinateness is as posited. The object has hereby entered the process as a determinate thing, and, in the extinction of this process, the result is, on the one hand, rest, the original formalism of the object, the negativity of its determinateness for itself. But, on the other hand, it is the sublation of the determinateness, the positive reflection of it into itself, the determinateness that has withdrawn into itself, or the posited totality of the concept, the true singularity of the object. The object, determined at first in its indeterminate universality, then as particular, is now determined as an objective singular, so that in it that reflective semblance of singularity, which is only a self-subsistence opposing itself to the substantial universality, is sublated. This resulting immanent reflection, the objective oneness of the objects, is now a oneness which is an individual self-subsistence, the center. Secondly, the reflection of negativity is the universality which is not a fate standing over against determinateness, but a rational fate, immanently determined, a universality that particularizes itself from within, the difference that remains at rest and fixed in the unstable particularity of the objects and their process. It is the law. This result is the truth, and consequently also the foundation of the mechanical process. 12,143. Absolute mechanism. The center. The empty manifoldness of the object is now gathered first into objective singularity, into the simple self-determining middle point. Secondly, insofar as the object retains as an immediate totality its indifference to determinateness, the latter too is present in it, as unessential or as an outside one another of many objects. As against this immediate totality, the prior or the essential determinateness constitutes the real middle term between the many interacting objects. It unites them in and for themselves, and is their objective universality. Universality exhibited itself first in the relation of communication, as present only through positing, as objective universality. However, it is the pervading, immanent essence of the objects. In the material world, it is the central body which is the genus, or rather the individualized universality of the single objects and their mechanical process. The unessential single bodies relate to one another by impact and pressure. This kind of relation does not hold between the central body and the objects of which it is the essence, for their externality no longer constitutes their fundamental determination. Hence their identity with the central body is rather rest, namely the being at their center. This unity is their concept existing in and for itself. It nevertheless remains only an ought, since the object's externality, still posited at the same time, does not conform to that unity. The striving which the objects consequently have towards the center is their absolute universality, one which is not posited through communication. It constitutes the true rest, itself concrete and not posited from the outside, into which the process of instability must find its way back. It is for this reason an empty abstraction to assume in mechanics that a body set in motion would go on moving in a straight line to infinity if it did not lose movement because of external resistance. Friction, or whatever other form resistance takes, is only a phenomenon of centrality. It is the latter that in principle brings the body back to itself, since that against which the body rubs and incurs friction has its power of resistance only because it is united with the center. In things spiritual, the center and the union with it assume higher forms, but the unity of the concept and the reality of that unity, which is here 12.144 inches of first instance mechanical centrality, must thereto constitute the fundamental determination. The central body has therefore ceased to be a mere object, for in the latter the determinateness is something unessential, whereas now the central body no longer has only being in itself, in its selfness, but also has the being for itself of the objective totality. For this reason it can be regarded as an individual. Its determinateness is essentially different from a mere order or arrangement and external combination of diverse parts. As a determinateness that exists in and for itself, it is an immanent form, a self-determining principle to which the objects adhere and in virtue of which they are bound together in a true one. But this central individual is at first only a middle term that as yet has no true extremes. As the negative unity of the total concept, it dirempts itself rather into such extremes. Or again, the previously non-self-subsistent, self-external objects become likewise determined as individuals by the retreat of the concept. The self-identity of the central body, still a striving, is burdened by an externality to which, in being taken up into the body's objective singularity, the latter is communicated. The objects, through this centrality of their own, are positioned outside the original center and are themselves centers for the non-self-subsistent objects. These second centers and the non-self-subsistent objects are brought into unity by the absolute middle term. But the relative individual centers themselves also constitute the middle term of a second syllogism. This middle term is on the one hand subsumed under a higher extreme, the objective universality and power of the absolute center. On the other hand, it subsumes under it the non-self-subsistent objects whose superficiality and formal singularization it supports. These non-self-subsistent objects are in turn the middle term of a third syllogism, the formal syllogism, for since the central individuality obtains through them the externality by virtue of which, in referring to itself, is also strives towards an absolute middle point. Those non-self-subsistent objects are the link between absolute and relative central individuality. The formal objects have for their essence the identical gravity of their immediate central body in which they inhere as in their subject and the extreme of singularity. Through the externality which they constitute, this immediate central body is subsumed under the absolute central body. They therefore are the formal middle term of particularity. But the absolute individual is the objectively universal middle term that brings into unity and holds firm the inwardness of the relative individual and its externality. Similarly, the government, The 12.145 individual citizens and the needs or the external life of these are also three terms, of which each is the middle term of the other two. The government is the absolute center in which the extreme of the singulars is united with their external existence. The singulars are likewise the middle term that incites that universal individual into external concrete existence and transposes their ethical essence into the extreme of actuality. The third syllogism is the formal syllogism, the syllogism of reflective shine in which the singular citizens are tied by their needs and external existence to this universal absolute individuality. This is a syllogism that, as merely subjective, passes over into the others and has its truth in them. This totality, whose moments are themselves the completed relations of the concept, the syllogisms in which each of the three different objects runs through the determination of the middle term and the extreme, constitutes free mechanism. In it, the different objects have objective universality for their fundamental determination, the pervasive gravity that persists self-identical in the particularization. The connections of pressure, impact, attraction, and the like, as also of aggregations or mixtures, belong to the relation of externality, which is at the basis of the third of the three syllogisms. Order, which is the merely external determinateness of the objects, has passed over into immanent and objective determination. This is the law. The law. In law, the more specific difference of the idealized reality of objectivity versus the external reality comes into view. The object, as the immediate totality of the concept, does not yet possess an externality differentiated from the concept, and the latter is not posited for itself. Now that through the mediation of the process the object has withdrawn into itself, there has arisen the opposition of simple centrality as against an externality now determined as externality, that is, one posited as not existing in and for itself. That moment of identity or idealization of individuality is, on account of the reference to externality, an odd. It is the unity of the concept, determined in and for itself and self-determining, to which that external reality does not correspond, and therefore does not go past the mere striving towards it. But individuality is, in and for itself, the concrete principle of negative unity, and as such is its self-totality. It is a unity that dirempts itself into the specific differences of the concept while abiding within its self-equal universality. It is thus the 12.146 central point expanded inside its pure ideality by difference. This reality that corresponds to the concept is the idealized reality, distinct from the reality that is only a striving. It is difference, earlier a plurality of objects, but now in its essential nature, and taken up into pure universality. This real ideality is the soul of the hitherto developed objective totality, the identity of the system which is now determined in and for itself. The objective being in and for itself thus manifests itself more precisely in its totality as the negative unity of the center, a unity that divides into subjective individuality and external objectivity, maintains the former in the latter and determines it in an idealized difference. This self-determining unity that absolutely reduces external objectivity to ideality is a principle of self-movement. The determinateness of this animating principle, which is the difference of the concept itself, is the law. Dead mechanism was the mechanical process of objects above considered that immediately appeared as self-subsisting, but precisely for that reason are in truth non-self-subsistent and have their center outside them. This process that passes over into rest exhibits either contingency, an indeterminate difference, or formal uniformity. This uniformity is indeed a rule, but not law. Only free mechanism has a law, the determination proper to pure individuality or to the concept existing for itself. As difference, the law is in itself the inexhaustible source of a self-igniting fire, and, since in the ideality of its difference it refers only to itself, it is free necessity. Transition of mechanism. This soul is, however, still immersed in its body. The now determined but inner concept of objective totality is free necessity in the sense that the law has not yet stepped in opposite its object. It is concrete centrality as a universality immediately diffused in its objectivity. Such an ideality does not have, therefore, the objects themselves for its determinate difference. These are self-subsistent individuals of the totality, or also, if we look back at the formal stage, non-individual, external objects. The law is indeed immanent in them, and it does constitute their nature and power, but its difference is shut up in its ideality, and the objects are not themselves differentiated in the idealized non-indifference of the law. But the object possesses 12.147 its essential self-subsistence solely in the idealized centrality and its laws. It has no power, therefore, to put up resistance to the judgment of the concept and to maintain itself in abstract, indeterminate self-subsistence and remoteness. Because of the idealized difference which is immanent in it, its existence is a determinateness posited by the concept. Its lack of self-subsistence is thus no longer just a striving towards a middle point, with respect to which, precisely because its connection with it is only that of a striving, it still has the appearance of a self-subsistent external object. It is rather a striving towards the object determinately opposed to it. And likewise the center has itself for that reason fallen apart, and its negativity has passed over into objectified opposition. Centrality, therefore, is now the reciprocally negative and tense connection of these objectivities. Thus free mechanism determines itself to chemism. 11 Verstellens. 12 cf. above, 11,396. Chapter 2 Chemism 12, 148. In objectivity as a whole, chemism constitutes the moment of judgment, of the difference that has become objective, and of process. Since it already begins with determinateness and positiveness, and the chemical object is at the same time objective totality, the course it follows next is simple and perfectly determined by its presupposition. The chemical object. The chemical object is distinguished from the mechanical in that the latter is a totality indifferent to determinateness, whereas in the chemical object the determinateness, and hence the reference to other, and the mode and manner of this reference, belong to its nature. This determinateness is at the same time essentially a particularization, that is, it is taken up into universality. Thus it is a principle, a determinateness which is universal, not only the determinateness of the one singular object, but also of the other. In the chemical object there is now, therefore, a distinction in its concept between the inner totality of the two determinacies and the determinateness that constitutes the nature of the singular object in its externality and concrete existence. Since in this way the object is implicitly the whole concept, it has within it the necessity and the impulse to sublate its opposed, one-sided subsistence, and to bring itself in existence to the real whole which it is according to its concept. Regarding the expression chemism for the said relation of the non-indifference of objectivity, it may be further remarked that the expression is not to be understood here as though the relation were only to be found in that form of elemental nature that strictly goes by that name. Already the meteorological relation must be regarded as a process whose parts have more the nature of physical than chemical elements. 13 Inanimate things. The sex relation 12.149 falls under this schema, and the schema also constitutes the formal basis for the spiritual relations of love, friendship, and the like. On closer examination, the chemical object is at first a self-subsistent totality in general, one reflected into itself, and therefore distinct from its reflectedness outwards, an indifferent basis, the individual not yet determined as non-indifferent. The person, too, is in the first instance a basis of this kind, one that refers only to itself. But the immanent determinateness that constitutes the object's non-indifference is, first, reflected into itself in such a manner that this retraction of the reference outwards is only a formal abstract universality, The outwards reference is thus a determination of the object's immediacy and concrete existence. From this side, the object does not return, within it, to individual totality. The negative unity has its two moments of opposition in two particular objects. Accordingly, a chemical object is not comprehensible from itself, and the being of one object is the being of another. But, second, the determinateness is absolutely reflected into itself and is the concrete moment of the individual concept of the whole, which is the universal essence, the real genus of the particular objects. The chemical object, which is thus the contradiction of its immediate positiveness and its immanent individual concept, is a striving to sublate the immediate determinateness of its existence and to give concrete existence to the objective totality of the concept. Hence it does still remain a non-self-subsistent object, but in such a way that it is by nature in tension with this lack of self-subsistence and initiates the process as a self-determining. The process. It begins with the presupposition that the objects in tension, as much as they are tensed against themselves, just as much are they by that very fact at first tensed against each other, a relation which is called their affinity. Each stands through its concept in contradiction to its concrete existence's own one-sidedness, and each consequently strives to sublate it. And in this there is immediately posited the striving to sublate the one-sidedness of the other, and, through this reciprocal balancing and combining, to posit a reality conformable to the concept that contains both moments. Since each is posited within it as self-contradictory and self-sublating, they are held apart from each other and from their reciprocal complementation only by external violent force. The middle term whereby these extremes are now concluded into a unity is, first, the implicitly existent nature of both, the whole concept containing both within. But, second, since in concrete existence the two 12.150 stand over against each other, their absolute unity is also a still formal element that concretely exists distinct from them, the element of communication wherein they enter into external community with each other. Since the real difference belongs to the extremes, this middle term is only the abstract neutrality, the real possibility of those extremes, the theoretical element, as it were, of the concrete existence of the chemical objects, of their process and its result. In the realm of bodies, water fulfills the function of this medium. In that of spirit, inasmuch as there is in it an analogue of such a relation, the sign in general, and language more specifically, can be regarded as fulfilling it. The relation of the objects, as mere communication in this element, is on the one hand a tranquil coming together, but on the other it is equally a negative relating, for in communication the concrete concept which is their nature is posited in reality, and the real differences of the object are thereby reduced to its unity. Their prior self-subsistent determinateness is thus sublated in the union that conforms to the concept, which is one and the same in both. Their opposition and tension are thereby blunted, with the result that in this reciprocal complementation the striving attains its tranquil neutrality. The process is in this way dissolved. Since the contradiction between concept and reality has been resolved, the extremes of the syllogism have consequently lost their opposition and have ceased to be extremes as against each other in the middle term. The product is something neutral, that is, something in which the ingredients, which can no longer be called objects, are no longer in tension and therefore no longer have the properties that accrued to them in tension, though in the product the capacity for their prior self-subsistence and tension is retained. For the negative unity of the neutral product proceeds from a presupposed non-indifference. The determinateness of the chemical object is identical with its objectivity. It is original. Through the process just considered, this non-indifference is only immediately sublated. The determinateness, therefore, is not as yet absolutely reflected into itself, and consequently the product of the process is only a formal unity. In this product the tension of opposition and the negative unity, which is the activity of the process, are now indeed dissolved. But since this unity is essential to the concept, and has also itself come into concrete existence. It is still present, but has stepped outside the neutral object. The process does not spontaneously restart itself, for it had non-indifference only as its presupposition. It did not posit it. This self-subsistent negativity outside the object, the concrete existence of the abstract singularity whose being, for itself has its reality in the non-indifferent object, is in itself now in tension with its abstraction, an inherently restless activity. 12.151 outwardly bent on consuming. It connects immediately with the object whose tranquil neutrality is the real possibility of an opposition to this neutrality. The same object is now the middle term of the prior formal neutrality, now concrete in itself and determined. The more precise immediate connection of the extreme of negative unity with the object is in that the latter is determined by it and is thereby disrupted. This disruption may at first be regarded as the restoration of the opposition of the object's intention with which chemism began. But this determination does not constitute the other extreme of the syllogism, but belongs to the immediate connection of the differentiating principle with the middle in which this principle gives itself its immediate reality. It is the determinateness which the middle term, besides at the same time being the universal nature of the subject matter, possesses in the disjunctive syllogism, whereby that object is both objective universality and determinate particularity. The other extreme of the syllogism stands opposed to the external self-subsistent extreme of singularity. It is, therefore, the equally self-subsisting extreme of universality. Hence the disruption that the real neutrality of the middle term undergoes in it is that it breaks up into moments that are not non-indifferent, but, on the contrary, neutral. 14. Accordingly, these moments are, on the one side, the abstract and indifferent 15 base, and, on the other, this base's activating principle which, separated from it, equally attains the form of indifferent objectivity. This disjunctive syllogism is the totality of chemism in which the same objective whole is exhibited as self-standing negative unity, then, in the middle term, as real unity, and finally as the chemical reality resolved into its abstract moments. In these moments the determinateness has not reached its immanent reflection in an other as in the neutral product, but has in itself returned into its abstraction, an originally determined element. These elemental objects are therefore liberated from chemical tension. In them, the original basis of that presupposition with which chemism began has been posited through the real process. Now further, their inner determinateness is as such essentially the contradiction of their simple indifferent subsistence in themselves as determinateness, and is the outward impulse that disrupts itself and posits tension in its determined object and in another, in order that the object may have something to which it can relate as non-indifferent, with which it can neutralize itself and give to its simple determinateness an existent reality. Consequently, on the one hand, chemism has gone back to its beginning in which 12.152 objects in a state of reciprocal tension seek one another and then combine in a neutral product by means of a formal and external middle term. And, on the other hand, by thus going back to its concept, chemism sublates itself and has gone over into a higher sphere. C. Transition of chemism. Even ordinary chemistry shows examples of chemical alterations in which a body, for example, imparts a higher oxidation to one part of its mass and thereby reduces another part to a lower degree of the same, at which degree alone it can enter into a neutral combination with another differing body brought into contact with it, a combination to which it would not have been receptive at that other first immediate degree. What happens here is that the object does not connect with another in accordance with an immediate, one-sided determinateness, but, in accordance with the inner totality of an original relation, posits the presupposition which it needs for a real connection and thereby gives itself a middle term by virtue of which it unites its concept with its reality in conclusion. It is a singularity determined in and for itself, the concrete concept as the principle of the disjunction into extremes whose reunion is the activity of that same negative principle that thereby returns to its first determination, but returns to it objectified. Chemism is itself the first negation of the indifferent objectivity and of the externality of determinateness. It is still burdened, therefore, by the immediate self-subsistence of the object and with externality. Consequently, it is not yet for itself that totality of self-determination that proceeds from it, and in which it is rather sublated. The three syllogisms that have resulted constitute its totality. The first has formal neutrality for its middle term, and for extremes the object's intention. The second has for its middle term the product of the first, real neutrality, and for extremes the disrupting activity, and its product, the indifferent element. But the third is the self-realizing concept that posits for itself the presupposition by virtue of which the process of its realization is conditioned, a syllogism that has the universal for its essence. Yet, on account of the immediacy and externality by which the chemical objectivity is still determined, these three syllogisms fall apart. The first process, whose product is the neutrality of the tensed objects, is extinguished in this product and is reactivated only by a differentiation that comes to it from outside. Conditioned by in 12.153 immediate presupposition, the process is exhausted in it. The excretion out of the neutral product of the non-indifferent extremes, as also their decomposition into their abstract elements, must likewise proceed from conditions and stimulations of activity brought in from the outside. But the two essential moments of the process, neutralization on the one hand and dissolution and reduction on the other, since they too are bound together in one and the same process, and the union blunting the tension of the extremes is also a separation into these, constitute on account of the still underlying externality two diverse sides. The extremes that are separated in that same process are other than the objects or matters uniting in it. In so far as the former proceed from it again as non-indifferent, they must turn outwards. Their renewed neutralization is a process other than the one that took place in the first. But these various processes, which have demonstrated themselves to be necessary, are equally so many stages by which externality and conditionality are sublated, and from which the concept emerges as determined in and for itself, a totality unconditioned by externality. In the first process, what is sublated is the externality of the mutually non-indifferent extremes that constitute the whole reality, or the distinction between the implicitly determinate concept and its existing determinateness. Sublated in the second process is the externality of the real unity, union as merely neutral. Or more precisely, the formal activity sublates itself in bases that are equally formal, neutral 16 determinacies whose inner concept is now the absolute activity that has withdrawn into itself and now realizes itself internally, that is, posits the determinate difference within itself, and through this mediation constitutes itself as real unity. This is a mediation which is thus the concept's own mediation, its self-determination, and, considering that in it the concept reflects itself back into itself, an immanent presupposing. The third syllogism, which on the one hand is the restoration of the preceding processes, sublates on the other hand the last remaining moment of indifferent basis. It sublates the whole abstract external immediacy that becomes in this way the concept's own moment of self-mediation. The concept that has thus sublated as external all the moments of its objective existence, and has posited them in its simple unity, is thereby completely liberated from the objective externality to which it refers only as an unessential reality. This objective free concept is purpose. 13. This is a strange sentence. One would expect Hegel to say the opposite, namely that the meteorological relation already is more chemical than physical. 14. Indifferent. 15. Gleichgültig. 16. Indifferent. Chapter 3 Teleology 12, 154. Where there is the perception of a purposiveness, an intelligence is assumed as its author. Required for purpose is thus the concept's own free concrete existence. Teleology is above all contrasted with mechanism, in which the determinateness posited in the object, being external, is one that gives no sign of self-determination. The opposition between causae efficiens and causae finales, between merely efficient and final causes, refers to this distinction, just as, at a more concrete level, the inquiry whether the absolute essence of the world is to be conceived as blind mechanism or as an intelligence that determines itself in accordance with purposes also comes down to it. The antinomy of fatalism, along with determinism, and freedom is equally concerned with the opposition of mechanism and teleology, for the free is the concept in its concrete existence. Earlier metaphysics has dealt with these concepts as it dealt with others. It presupposed a certain picture of the world and strived to show that one or the other concept of causality was adequate to it, and the opposite defective because not explainable from the presupposed picture, all the while not examining the concept of mechanical cause and that of purpose to see which possesses truth in and for itself. If this is established independently, it may turn out that the objective world exhibits mechanical and final causes. Its actual existence is not the norm of what is true, but what is true is rather the criterion for deciding which of these concrete existences is its true one. Just as the subjective understanding exhibits also errors in it, so the objective world exhibits also aspects and stages of truth that by themselves are still one-sided, incomplete, and only relations of appearances. If mechanism and purposiveness stand opposed to each other, then by that very fact they cannot be taken as indifferent concepts, as if each were by itself a correct concept and had as much validity as the other, the only question being where the one or the other may apply. This equal validity of the two rests only on the fact that they are, that is to say, that we have them both. But since they do stand opposed, the necessary first question is, which of the two concepts is the true one? And the higher and truly telling question is, whether there is a third which is their truth, or whether one of them 12.155 is the truth of the other. But purposive connection has proved to be the truth of mechanism. Regarding chemism, what came under it can be taken together with mechanism. For purpose is the concept in free concrete existence, and the concept state of unfreedom, its being sunk into externality, stands opposed to it in any form. Both, mechanism as well as chemism, are therefore included under natural necessity. Mechanism, because in it the concept does not exist in the object concretely, for as mechanical the latter lacks self-determination. Chemism, either because the concept has in it a one-sided concrete existence in a state of tension, or because, emerging as the unity that creates in the neutral object a tension of extremes, it is external to itself in so far as it sublates this divide. The closer the teleological principle is associated with the concept of an extra-mundane intelligence, and the more it has therefore enjoyed the favor of piety, all the more it has seemed to depart from the true investigation of nature, which aims at a cognition of the properties of nature not as extraneous, but as immanent determinacies, and accepts only such cognition as a valid conceptual comprehension. Since purpose is the concept itself in its concrete existence, it may seem strange that a cognition of objects based on their concept rather appears as an unjustified trespass into a heterogeneous element, whereas mechanism, for which the determinateness of an object is posited in it externally and by another, is accepted as a more immanent view of things than teleology. Of course, mechanism, at least the ordinary unfree mechanism, and chemism as well, must be regarded as an immanent principle in so far as the externally determining object is itself again just another such object, externally determined and indifferent to its being determined, or, in the case of chemism, in so far as the other object must likewise be one that is chemically determined. In general, in so far as an essential moment of the totality always lies in something external. These principles remain confined, therefore, within the same natural form of finitude. But although they do not wish to transcend the finite and, as regards appearances, lead only to finite causes that themselves demand further causes, they nonetheless equally expand themselves, partly into a formal totality in the concept of force, cause, or of such determinations of reflection that are supposed to signify originariness, and partly, through the medium of abstract universality, also into a sum total of forces, a whole of reciprocal causes. Mechanism thus reveals itself to be a striving for totality by the very fact that it seeks to comprehend nature by itself as a whole that has no need of an other for its concept, a totality that is not 12.156 found in purpose and the extra-mundane intelligence associated with it. Now purposiveness presents itself from the first as something of a generally higher nature, as an intelligence that externally determines the manifoldness of objects through a unity that exists in and for itself, so that the indifferent determinacies of the objects become essential by virtue of this connection. In mechanism, they become so through the mere form of necessity that leaves their content indifferent, for they are supposed to remain external, and only the understanding as such is expected to find satisfaction by recognizing its principle of union, the abstract identity. In teleology, on the contrary, the content becomes important, for teleology presupposes a concept, something determined in and for itself, and consequently self-determining, and has therefore extracted from the connection of differences and their reciprocal determinateness, from the form, a unity that is reflected into itself, something that is determined in and for itself, and is consequently a content. But if this content is otherwise finite and insignificant, then it contradicts what it is supposed to be, for according to its form purpose is a totality infinite within itself, especially when the activity operating in accordance with it is assumed to be an absolute will and intelligence. For this reason has teleology drawn the reproach of triviality so much upon itself, for the purposes that it has espoused are, as the case may be, more important or more trivial than the content, and it was inevitable that the connection of purposiveness in objects would so often appear just a frivolity, since it appears external and therefore contingent. Mechanism, on the contrary, leaves to the determinacies of the objects, as regards their content, their status as accidents indifferent to the object, and these determinacies are not supposed to have, whether for the objects or the subjective understanding, any value higher than that. This principle, combined with external necessity, yields therefore a consciousness of infinite freedom that contrasts with teleology, which sets up as something absolute bits of its content that are trivial and even contemptible, where the more universal thought can only find itself infinitely constricted, even to the point of feeling disgust. The formal disadvantage from which this teleology immediately suffers is that it only goes as far as external purposiveness. The content of concept, since the latter is thereby posited as something formal, is for teleology also externally given to it in the manifoldness of the objective world, in those very determinacies that are also the content of mechanism, but are there as something external and accidental. Because of this commonality of content, only the form of 12.157 purposiveness constitutes by itself the essential element of the teleological. In this respect, without as yet considering the distinction between external and internal purposiveness, the connection of purpose in general has proven itself to be the truth of mechanism. Teleology possesses in general the higher principle, the concept in its concrete existence, which is in and for itself the infinite and absolute, a principle of freedom which, utterly certain of its self-determination, is absolutely withdrawn from the external determining of mechanism. One of Kant's greatest services to philosophy was in drawing the distinction between relative or external purposiveness and internal purposiveness. In the latter, he opened up the concept of life, the idea, and with that he positively raised philosophy above the determinations of reflection and the relative world of metaphysics, something that the critique of reason does only imperfectly, ambiguously, and only negatively. We have remarked that the opposition of teleology and mechanism is first of all the general opposition of freedom and necessity. 17. Kant treated the opposition in this form, among the antinomies of reason, namely, as the third conflict of the transcendental ideas. 18. I cite his exposition, to which reference was made earlier, 19 very briefly, because its essential point is so simple that it does not need extensive explanation, and moreover, the peculiarities of Kant's antinomies have been elucidated in greater detail elsewhere. The thesis of the antinomy now in question runs thus. Causality, according to the laws of nature, is not the only one from which the appearance of the world can exhaustively be derived. For their explanation, it is necessary to assume yet another causality through freedom. The antithesis: there is no freedom, but everything in the world happens solely according to laws of nature. As in the other antinomies, the proof starts off apagogically by assuming the opposite of each thesis. Secondly, in order to show the contradiction of this assumption, its opposite, which is then the proposition to be proved, is assumed in turn and presupposed as valid. This whole roundabout proof could therefore be spared, for the proof consists in nothing but the assertoric assertion of the two opposite propositions. Thus, to prove the thesis, we should first assume that there is no other causality than that according to the laws of nature, that is, according to the necessity of mechanism in general, chemism being included. This proposition contradicts itself, because the law of nature 12.158 consists just in this, that nothing happens without a cause sufficiently determined a priori, a cause that would have to contain an absolute spontaneity within it. That is, the assumption opposed to the thesis is contradictory, for the reason that it contradicts the thesis. In support of the proof of the antithesis, we should assume that there is a freedom as a particular kind of causality for absolutely initiating a situation, and together with it also a series of consequences following upon it. But now, since such a beginning presupposes a situation that has no causal link with the one preceding it, it contradicts the law of causality that alone makes the unity of experience and experience in general possible. That is, the assumption of the freedom that is opposed to the antithesis cannot be made, for the reason that it contradicts the antithesis. We find in essence the same antinomy in the critique of the teleological judgment as the opposition between the proposition that every generation of material things happens according to merely mechanical laws, and the proposition that some cases of generation of material things are not possible according to such laws. 20. Kant's resolution of this antinomy is the same as the general resolution of the rest, namely that reason cannot prove either the one or the other proposition, because we cannot have a priori any determining principle of the possibility of things according to merely empirical laws of nature. Further, that therefore the two propositions must be regarded not as objective propositions, but as subjective maxims. That I ought to reflect on the events of nature every time according to the principle of the mechanism of nature alone, but that this does not prevent, when occasion permits, following up certain natural forms in accordance with another maxim, namely in accordance with the principle of final causes, as if now these two maxims, which moreover are supposed to be necessary only for human reason, did not stand in the same opposition as the two propositions in antinomy. Missing in all this, as we remarked above, 21 is the one thing that alone is of philosophical interest, namely the investigation of which of the two principles has truth in and for itself. On this standpoint, it makes no difference whether the principles should be regarded as objective, which means here, as externally existing determinations of nature, or as mere maxims of a subjective cognition. What is subjective here is rather the contingent cognition that applies one or the other maxim as occasion demands, indeed, according to whether it deems them fitting for given objects, but for the rest does not ask about the truth of these determinations themselves, whether they both are determinations of the objects or of cognition. 12,159. However unsatisfactory is for this reason Kant's discussion of the teleological principle with respect to its essential viewpoint, still worthy of note is the place that Kant assigns to it, since he ascribes it to a reflective faculty of judgment. He makes it into a mediating link between the universal of reason and the singular of intuition. 22 Further, he distinguishes this reflective judgment from the determining judgment, the latter one that merely subsumes the particular under the universal. 23 Such a universal that only subsumes is an abstraction that becomes concrete only in another, in the particular. Purpose, on the contrary, is the concrete universal containing within itself the moment of particularity and of externality. It is therefore active and the impulse to repel itself from itself. The concept, as purpose, is of course an objective judgment in which one determination, the subject, namely the concrete concept, is self-determined, while the other is not only a predicate but external objectivity. But for that reason, the connection of purpose is not a reflective judgment that considers external objects only according to a unity, as though an intelligence had given them to us for the convenience of our faculty of cognition. On the contrary, it is the truth that exists in and for itself and judges objectively, determining the external objectivity absolutely. The connection of purpose is therefore more than judgment. It is the syllogism of the self-subsistent free concept that through objectivity unites itself with itself in conclusion. Purpose has resulted as the third to mechanism and chemism. It is their truth. Inasmuch as it still stands inside the sphere of objectivity or of the immediacy of the total concept, it is still affected by externality as such and has an objective world over against it to which it refers. From this side, mechanical causality, to which chemism is also in general to be added, still makes its appearance in this purposive connection, which is the external one, but as subordinated to it, and as sublated in and for itself. As regards the more precise relation, the mechanical object is, as immediate totality, indifferent to its being determined and consequently, conversely, to its being a determinate. This external determinateness has now progressed to self-determination, and accordingly the concept that in the object was only inner or, which amounts to the same, only outer, is now posited. Purpose is, in the first instance, precisely this concept which is external to the mechanical object. And so for chemism also, purpose is the self-determining which brings the external determinateness, conditioning it back to the unity of the concept. We have here the nature of the subordination of the two preceding forms of the objective process. The other, which in those forms lies in the infinite progress, is the concept posited at first as external to them, and this 12.160 is purpose. Not only is the concept their substance, but externality is for them also an essential moment constituting their determinateness. Thus mechanical or chemical technique, because of its character of being externally determined, naturally offers itself to the connection of purpose, which we must now examine more closely. The subjective purpose. In the centrality of the objective sphere, which is an indifference to determinateness, the subjective concept has first rediscovered and posited the negative point of unity, and in chemism it has first rediscovered and posited the objectivity of the determinations of the concept by which it is first posited as concrete objective concept. Its determinateness or its simple difference now has the determinateness of externality within it, and its simple unity is therefore the unity that repels itself from itself, and in this repelling maintains itself. Purpose, therefore, is the subjective concept as an essential striving and impulse to posit itself externally. In this, it is exempt from transition. It is neither a force expressing itself, nor a substance or a cause manifesting itself in its accidents or effects. To the extent that force has not expressed itself, it is only an abstract inner, or again, it first has existence in an externalization to which it has to be solicited. The same applies to cause and to substance. Since they have actuality only in the accidents and in the effects, their activity is a transition against which they do not maintain themselves in freedom. Purpose can of course also be defined as a force or a cause, but these expressions cover only an incomplete side of its signification. If they are to be said of purpose according to its truth, This can be done only in a way that sublates their concept, as a cause that solicits itself to expression, or a cause that is a cause of itself, or whose effect is immediately the cause. When purposiveness is attributed to an intelligence, as was said above, 24, this is done with specific reference to a certain content. But, as such, purpose is to be taken as the rational in its concrete existence. It manifests rationality by being the concrete concept that holds the objective difference in its absolute unity. Within, therefore, it is essentially syllogism. It is the self-equal universal. More precisely, inasmuch as it contains self-repelling negativity, it is universal though at first still indeterminate activity. But since 12.161 this activity is negative self-reference, it determines itself immediately and gives itself the moment of particularity, and this particularity, as likewise the totality of the form reflected into itself, is content as against the posited differences of the form. The same negativity, through its self-reference, is just as immediately the reflection of the form into itself and singularity. From the one side, this reflection is the inner universality of the subject. From the other side, however, it is outwards reflection, and to this extent purpose is still something subjective, its activity still directed to an external objectivity. For purpose is the concept that has come to itself in objectivity. The determinateness that it has given itself there is that of objective indifference and externality of determinateness. Its self-repelling negativity is therefore one whose moments, being only determinations of the concept itself, also have the form of objective indifference to one another. Already in the formal judgment are subject and predicate determined as self-subsistent over against each other, but their self-subsistence is still only abstract universality. It has now attained the determination of objectivity, but, as a moment of the concept, this complete difference is enclosed within the simple unity of the concept. Now in so far as purpose is this total reflection of objectivity into itself, and is such immediately, in the first place, the self-determination or the particularity as simple reflection into itself is distinguished from the concrete form, and is a determinate content. Accordingly, purpose is finite, even though according to form it is equally infinite subjectivity. Secondly, since its determinateness has the form of objective indifference, it has the shape of a presupposition, and from this side its finitude consists in its having before it an objective, mechanical and chemical world to which its activity is directed as to something already there. Its self-determining activity is in its identity thus immediately external to itself, reflection into itself just as much as reflection outwards. To this extent purpose still has a truly extra-mundane concrete existence, to the extent, namely, that this objectivity stands opposed to it, just as the latter, as a mechanical and chemical whole still not determined and not pervaded by purpose, stands on its side opposed to it. Consequently, the movement of purpose can now be expressed as being directed at sublating its presupposition, that is, the immediacy of the object, and at positing it as determined by the concept. This negative relating to the object is equally a negative attitude towards itself, a sublating of the subjectivity of purpose. Positively, this is the realization of purpose, 12.162, namely the unification of the objective being with it, so that this being, which is a moment of purpose is immediately the determinateness identical with it, shall be as external determinateness, and conversely the objective, as presupposition, shall be posited rather as determined by the concept. Purpose is in it the impulse to its realization. The determinateness of the moments of the concept is externality. The simplicity of these moments within the unity of the concept is, however, incommensurable with what this unity is, and the concept therefore repels itself from itself. This repulsion is in general the resolution 25 of the self-reference of the negative unity by virtue of which the latter is exclusive 26 singularity. But by this excluding 27 the unity resolves itself, that is to say, it discloses itself, 28. For it is self-determination, the positing of itself. On the one hand, in determining itself, subjectivity makes itself into particularity, gives itself a content which, enclosed within the unity of the concept, is still an inner content. But this positing, the simple reflection into itself, is, as we have seen, 29 at the same time immediately a presupposing, and at the same moment in which the subject of purpose determines itself, it is referred to an indifferent, external objectivity which is to be made equal by it with the determinateness of that inner content, that is to say, posited as something determined by the concept, first of all as means. The means. The first immediate positing in purpose is equally the positing of something internally determined, that is, determined as posited, and, at the same time, the presupposing of an objective world, one indifferent to the determination of purpose. But the subjectivity of purpose is the absolutely negative unity. Its second determining is, therefore, the sublation of this presupposition as such. This sublation is an imminent turning back inasmuch as that moment of the first negation, which is the positing of the negative over against the subject, the external object, is sublated by it. But as against the presupposition or the immediacy of the determining, as against the objective world, it is as yet only the first, itself immediate, and hence external negation. This positing is therefore not yet the realized purpose itself, but only the beginning of this realization. The object so determined is now the means. Through a means the purpose unites with objectivity, and an objectivity unites with itself. This means is the middle term of the syllogism. Purpose 12.163 is in need of a means for its realization, because it is finite, in need of a means, that is to say, of a middle term that has at the same time the shape of an external existence indifferent towards the purpose itself and its realization. The absolute concept has mediation within itself in such a manner that the first positing of it is not a presupposition in whose object the fundamental determination would be an indifferent externality. On the contrary, the world as creation has only the form of such an externality. It is its negativity and the positiveness that rather constitute its fundamental determination. Accordingly, the finitude of purpose consists in this, that its determining is as such external to itself. Accordingly, its first determining, as we have seen, 30 falls apart into a supposing and a presupposing. The negation of this determining is therefore only according to one side already imminent reflection. According to the other side, it is rather only first negation. Or again, the imminent reflection is itself also self-external and a reflection outwards. The means is therefore the formal middle term of a formal syllogism. It is something external to the extreme of the subjective purpose as also, therefore, to the extreme of the objective purpose. Just as particularity in the formal syllogism is an indifferent medius terminus that can be replaced by others. Moreover, just as this particularity is a middle term by virtue of being determinateness with reference to one extreme, but universality with reference to the other extreme, and therefore obtains its mediating determination by being related to another, so too the means is a mediating middle term only because it is, first, an immediate object, and second, because it is a means by virtue of a reference connecting it with the extreme of purpose external to it, a reference which is for it a form, to which it is indifferent. Concept and objectivity, therefore, are in the means only externally linked. Hence the means is only a merely mechanical object. The reference of the object to purpose is a premise or the immediate reference which, as we have seen, 31 is with respect to purpose and imminent reflection. The means is an inhering predicate. Its objectivity is subsumed under the determination of purpose which, on account of its concreteness, is universality. Through this purposive determination present in it, the means is now also subsumptive with respect to the other extreme, the at the moment still indeterminate objectivity. Conversely, as contrasted with the subjective purpose, the means has as immediate objectivity a universality of existence which the subjective singularity of purpose still misses. Thus, since purpose is in the means as only an external determinateness at first, it is itself, as the negative unity, outside the means. The means, for its part, is a mechanical object that possesses purpose only as a determinateness, not as the simple concretion of totality, but as the unifying means. The middle term must itself be the totality of the purpose. It has been shown that the determination of purpose 12.164 is in the middle term at the same time immanent reflection. 32. As this reflection, it is a formal self-reference, since the determinateness is posited as real indifference, as the objectivity of the middle term. But precisely for this reason, this subjectivity, which is in one respect pure subjectivity, is at the same time also activity. In the subjective purpose, the negative self-reference is still identical with determinateness as such, with the content and the externality. However, in the initial objectification of purpose, which is a becoming other of the simple concept, those moments come apart, each outside the other, or, conversely, the becoming other or the externality itself consists in this coming apart. This whole middle term is thus the totality of the syllogism in which the abstract activity and the external means constitute the extremes, while the determinateness of the object through the purpose, by virtue of which it is a means, constitutes the middle term. But further, universality is the connection of purposiveness and the means. This means is object, in itself the totality of the concept. It does not have with respect to purpose any of the power of resistance that it initially has against another immediate object. To the purpose, therefore, which is the posited concept, it is utterly penetrable, and it is receptive to this communication because it is in itself identical with it. But it is now also posited that it is penetrable by the concept, for in centrality it is an object striving towards negative unity. In chemism, too, whether as neutral or non-indifferent, it is no longer self-subsistent. Its non-self-subsistence consists precisely in its being the totality of the concept only implicitly, but the concept is being for itself. Consequently, with respect to purpose, the object has the character of being powerless and of serving it. Purpose is the subjectivity or soul of the object that has in the latter its external side. The object, immediately subjected to purpose in this way, is not an extreme of the syllogism. On the contrary, this connection between the two constitutes a premise of it. But the means has also one side from which it still has self-subsistence as against the purpose. The objectivity which in the means is bound with the purpose is still external to it, because it is only immediately so connected, and therefore the presupposition still persists. The activity of the purpose through the means is for that reason still directed against this presupposition, and the purpose is activity, no longer mere impulse and striving, because in the means the moment of objectivity is posited in its determinateness as something external, and the simple unity of the concept now has this objectivity as such within it. 12,165. The realized purpose 33. Purpose is in its connection to the means already reflected into itself, but its objective immanent turning back is not yet posited. The activity of purpose through its means is still directed against objectivity as an initial presupposition. This is precisely what that activity is, to be indifferent to determinateness. If it were again to consist in determining the immediate objectivity, the product would again be only a means, and so forth into infinity. Only a purposeful means would result, but not the objectivity of the purpose itself. In being active in its means, therefore, purpose must not determine the immediate object as something external to it, and the object, accordingly, must merge with it in the unity of the concept through itself. Or again, the otherwise external activity of purpose through its means must determine itself as mediation and thus sublate itself as external. The connection of the activity of purpose with the external object through the means is first of all the second premise of the syllogism, an immediate connection of the middle term with the other extreme. It is immediate because the middle term has within it an external object, and the other extreme is likewise an external object. The means is effective and potent against this latter object because its own is linked with the self-determining activity, whereas for the other the immediate determinateness that it possesses is an indifferent one. Their process in this connection is none other than the mechanical or chemical one. The previous relations come up again in this objective externality, but under the dominance of purpose. But these processes, as they themselves showed, return into purpose on their own. 34. If, therefore, the connection of the means to the external object which it has to work upon is at first an immediate one, that connection has earlier exhibited itself already as a syllogism, for purpose proved to be their true middle term and unity. Since the means is therefore the object that stands on the side of purpose and has the latter's activity within it, the mechanism that occurs here is at the same time the turning back of objectivity into itself, into the concept which, however, is already presupposed as purpose. The negative attitude of the purposeful activity towards the object is therefore not an external attitude, but, on the contrary, the objectivity's own alteration and internal transition into it. That the purpose immediately refers to an object and makes it into a means, as also that through this means it determines another object, may be regarded as violence in as much as purpose appears of an entirely different nature than the object, and the two objects 12.166 are in like matter mutually independent totalities. But that the purpose posits itself in a mediate connection with the object, and between itself and this object inserts another object, may be regarded as the cunning of reason. As remarked, the finitude of rationality has this side, that purpose relates to the object as a presupposition, that is, as external. In an immediate connection with that object, purpose would itself enter into the sphere of mechanism and chemism, and would therefore be subject to accidentality and to the loss of its determining vocation 35 to be the concept that exists in and for itself. But in this way, by sending an object as a means ahead of it, it lets it do the slavish work of externality in its stead, abandons it to the wear and tear, while preserving itself behind it against mechanical violence. Since it is finite, the purpose further has a finite content. Accordingly, it is not rational absolutely, or simply in and for itself. But the means is the external middle term of the syllogism, which is the realization of purpose. In the means, therefore, the rationality in the purpose manifests itself as such by maintaining itself in this external other, and precisely through this externality. To this extent, the means is higher than the finite purposes of external purposiveness. The plough is more honorable than are immediately the enjoyments which it procures, and which are the purposes. The tool lasts while the immediate enjoyments pass away and are forgotten. It is in their tools that human beings possess power over external nature, even though with respect to their purposes they are subjected to it. But the purpose does not just keep outside the mechanical process. On the contrary, it keeps itself in it, and is its determination. For purpose, as the concept that concretely exists freely over against the object and its process, and is self-determining activity, since it is equally the truth of mechanism existing in and for itself, in the latter only rejoins itself. The power of purpose over the object is this identity existing for itself, and its activity is the manifestation of this identity. The purpose as content is the determinateness as it exists in and for itself, present in the object as indifferent and external. But the activity of the purpose is the truth of the process on the one side, and, as negative unity, the sublation of the reflective shine of externality. The indifferent determinateness of the object is one that can abstractly be replaced by another just as externally. But the truth of the simple abstraction of the determinateness is the totality of the negative, the concrete concept that posits the externality within itself. The content of the purpose is its negativity as simple determinateness reflected into itself, distinguished from its totality as form. On account of this simplicity, the determinateness of which is in and for itself the totality of the concept. The content appears as that which remains identical in the realization of the 12.167 purpose. The teleological process is the translation of the concept that concretely exists distinctly as concept into objectivity. As we see, this translation into a presupposed other is the rejoining of the concept through itself with itself. The content of the purpose is now this identity concretely existing in the form of the identical. In every transition, the concept maintains itself. For instance, when the cause comes to effect, it is the cause that in the effect only comes to itself. But in the teleological transition, what maintains itself is the concept that as such already concretely exists as cause, as the free concrete unity, as against objectivity and its external determinateness. The externality into which the purpose translates itself is, as we have seen, 36 itself already posited as a moment of the concept, as the form of its inner differentiation. In the externality, therefore, the purpose has its own moment, and the content, as the content of the concrete unity, is its simple form that does not remain in its different moments only implicitly equal with itself, as subjective purpose, as means and mediating activity, and as objective purpose, but also exists concretely as abidingly self-equal. Of the teleological activity one can say, therefore, that in it the end is the beginning, the consequence the ground, the effect the cause, that it is a becoming of what has become, that in it only that which already concretely exists comes into existence, and so on. That is to say, that quite in general all the relation determinations that belong to the sphere of reflection or of immediate being have lost their distinction, and what, like end, consequence, effect, and so on, is spoken of as an other, no longer has in purpose this determination of other, but is rather posited as identical with the simple concept. If we now examine the product of teleological activity more closely, we see that purpose comes to it only externally if we take it as an absolute presupposition over against a purpose which is subjective, that is to say, insofar as we stop short at a purposive activity that relates to the object through its means only mechanically, positing in place of one indifferent determinateness of the object and other which is just as external to it. A determinateness such as an object possesses through purpose differs in general from one which is merely mechanical in that it is a moment of a unity and consequently, although external to the object, is yet not in itself something merely external. The object that exhibits such a unity is a whole with respect to which its parts, its own externality, are indifferent. It is a determinate, concrete unity that unites different connections and determinacies within itself. This unity, which cannot be comprehended from the specific nature of the object and, as regards determinate content, is of another content than the object's own, is 12.168 for itself, not a mechanical determinateness, yet still is in the object mechanically. Just as in this product of purposive activity the content of the purpose and the content of the object are external to each other, so too do the determinations in the other moments of the syllogism relate to each other externally. In the connecting middle, the purposive activity and the object which is the means, and in the subjective purpose, which is the other extreme. The infinite form as totality of the concept and the content of the concept. According to the connection by which the subjective purpose is syllogistically united with objectivity, both premises are an immediate connection, namely the connection of the object determined as middle term with the still external object, and the connection of the subjective purpose with the object made into means. The syllogism is therefore affected by the deficiency of the formal syllogism in general, namely that the connections in which it consists are not themselves conclusions or mediations, but already presuppose the conclusion for the production of which they are supposed to serve as means. If we consider the one premise, that of the immediate connection of the subjective purpose and the object that thereby becomes a means, then the purpose cannot connect with the object immediately, for the latter is just as immediate as the object of the other extreme in which the purpose is to be realized through mediation. Since the two are thus posited as diverse, a means for their connection must be interjected between this objectivity and the subjective purpose. But such a means is equally an object already determined by purpose, and between this objectivity and the teleological determination a new means is to be interjected, and so on to infinity. The infinite progress of mediation is thereby set in motion. The same happens as regards the other premise, the connection of the means with the yet indeterminate object. Since the two terms are utterly self-subsistent, they can be united only in a third, and so on to infinity. Or conversely, since the premises already presuppose the conclusion, the latter can only be imperfect, for it is based on those only immediate premises. The conclusion or the product of the purposive activity is nothing but an object determined by a purpose that is external to it. Thus it is the same as what the means is. In such a product itself, therefore, only a means has been derived, not a realized purpose. Or again, purpose has not truly attained any objectivity in it. It is therefore entirely a matter of indifference whether we consider an object determined by external purpose as realized purpose or only as means. What we have is not an objective determination but a relative one, external to the object itself. All objects in which an external purpose is realized equally are, therefore, only a means of purpose. 12.169 Anything which is intended for the realization of a purpose and is taken essentially as a means, is such a means by virtue of its vocation 37 that it be used up. But also the object that is supposed to contain the realized purpose and show itself to be its objectivity is perishable. It likewise fulfills its purpose not by a tranquil, self-preserving existence, but only to the extent that it is worn out, for only to this extent does it conform to the unity of the concept, namely in so far as its externality, that is, its objectivity, sublates itself in that unity. A house, a clock, may appear as purposes with respect to the instruments employed in their production, but the stones, the crossbeams, or the wheels, the axles, and the rest that make up the actuality of the purpose, fulfill this purpose only through the pressure which they suffer, through the chemical processes to which they are exposed with air, light, and water, and from which they shield the human being, through their friction, and so on. They fulfill their vocation, therefore, only through their being used up and worn out, and only by virtue of their negation do they correspond to what they are supposed to be. They are not united with purpose positively, because they possess self-determination only externally, and are only relative purposes, or essentially only means. These purposes thus, in general, have a restricted content. Their form is the infinite self-determination of the concept, which through that content has restricted itself to external singularity. The restricted content renders these purposes inadequate to the infinity of the concept, relegating them to untruth. Such a determinateness is through the sphere of necessity, through being, already at the mercy of becoming and alteration, and passes away. The result now is that external purposiveness, which only has so far the form of teleology, only goes so far as to be a means, not to be an objective purpose, because subjective purpose remains an external, subjective determination. Or in so far as purpose is active and attains completion, albeit only in a means, it is still bound up with objectivity immediately. It is sunk into it. Purpose is itself an object and, as one may say, it does not attain a means because its realization is needed before such a realization can be brought about through a means. But the result is in fact not only an external purposive connection, but the truth of such a connection, inner purposive connection, and an objective purpose. The self-subsistence of the object over against the concept that purpose presupposes is posited in this presupposition as an unessential reflective shine, and is already sublated in and for itself. The activity of the purpose truly is, therefore, only the exposure of this reflective shine and the sublation of it. As the concept has demonstrated, 38. The first object becomes by virtue of communication a means, for it implicitly is the totality of the concept, and its determinateness, which is none other than the externality itself, is posited as something only external and unessential. 12.170 is posited in purpose itself, therefore, as the latter's own moment, not as anything that stands on its own over against it. As a result, the determination of the object as a means is altogether immediate. There is no need, therefore, for the subjective purpose to exercise any violence to make the object into a means, no need of extra reinforcement. The resolution, 39. The resolve, 40. This determination of itself is the only posited externality of the object, which is therein immediately subjected to purpose, and has no other determination as against it than that of the nothingness of the being in and for itself. The second sublating of objectivity through objectivity differs from this first sublation in that the latter, being the first, is the purpose in objective immediacy. The second, therefore, is not only the sublating of a first immediacy, but of both, of the objective as something merely posited and of the immediate. The negativity thus returns to itself in such a way that it is equally the restoration of objectivity, but of an objectivity which is identical with it, and in this it is at the same time also the positing of it as an external objectivity which is only determined by purpose. Because of this positing, the product remains as before also a means. Because of the identity with negativity, the product is an objectivity which is identical with the concept, is the realized purpose in which the side of being a means is the reality itself of purpose. In the completed purpose, the means disappears because it would be simply and solely the objectivity immediately subsumed under that purpose, an objectivity which in the realized purpose is the turning back of the purpose into itself. Further, there also disappears with it mediation itself. As the relating of an external, it disappears into both the concrete identity of objective purpose and into the same identity as abstract identity and immediacy of existence. Herein is also contained the mediation that was required for the first premise, the immediate connection of the purpose with the object. The realized purpose is also a means. Conversely, the truth of the means is just this, to be the real purpose itself, and the first sublation of objectivity is already also the second, just as the second proved to contain the first also. 41. For the concept determines itself. Its determinateness is the external indifference which is immediately determined in the resolution as sublated, that is to say, as inner, subjective indifference, and at the same time as presupposed object. Its further procession out of itself that appeared, namely as the immediate communication and subsumption of the presupposed object under it, is at one and the same time the sublating of that determinateness of externality which was internal, shut up in the concept, that is, posited as sublated, and the sublating of the presupposition of an object. Consequently, this apparently first sublating of the 12.171 indifferent objectivity is already the second as well, an immanent reflection that has gone through mediation and the realized purpose. Since the concept is here, in the sphere of objectivity where its determinateness has the form of indifferent externality, in reciprocal action with itself, the exposition of its movement becomes doubly difficult and intricate, for such a movement is itself immediately doubled, and a first is always also a second. In the concept taken for itself, that is, in its subjectivity, the difference of itself from itself is as an immediate identical totality on its own. But since its determinateness here is in different externality, its self-identity is in this externality immediately also self-repulsion again, so that what is determined as external and indifferent to the identity is rather this identity itself, and the identity, as self-reflected, is rather its other. Only by firmly attending to this shall we comprehend the objective turning back of the concept into itself, that is, its true objectification. Only then shall we see that every one of the single moments through which this mediation runs its course is itself the whole syllogism of the mediation. Thus the original inner externality of the concept, by virtue of which the concept is self-repelling unity, purpose, and the striving of purpose towards objectivity, is the immediate positing or the presupposition of an external object. The self-determination is also the determination of an external object not determined by the concept, and conversely this determination is self-determination, that is, the sublated externality posited as inner, or the certainty of the unessentiality of the external object. Of the second connection, that of the determination of the object as a means, we have just shown 42 how it is within itself the self-mediation of purpose in the object. Likewise, the third mode of connection, mechanism, which proceeds under the dominance of purpose and sublates the object by virtue of the object, is on the one hand the sublating of the means, of the object already posited as sublated, and consequently a second sublation and immanent reflection, and on the other hand a first determining of the external object. This last, as we remarked, 43, is in the realized purpose again the production of only a means. The subjectivity of the finite concept, by contemptuously rejecting the means, has attained nothing better in its goal. But this reflection, namely that purpose is attained in the means, and that the means and the mediation are preserved in the fulfilled purpose, is the final result of the external connection of purpose, a result in which this connection has sublated itself, and which it has exhibited as its truth. The last considered third syllogism differs from the rest in that it is in the first instance the subjective purposive activity of the preceding syllogism, but also the sublation of external objectivity and consequently of 12.172 externality in general. It is this through itself, and is, therefore, the totality in its positedness. We have now seen subjectivity, the being for itself of the concept, pass over into the concept's being in itself, into objectivity, and then the negativity of that being for itself reassert itself in objectivity. The concept has so determined itself in that negativity that its particularity is an external objectivity, or has determined itself as the simple concrete unity whose externality is its self-determination. The movement of purpose has now attained this much, namely that the moment of externality is not just posited in the concept. The purpose is not just an ought and a striving, but as a concrete totality is identical with immediate objectivity. This identity is on the one hand the simple concept and the equally immediate objectivity, but, on the other hand, it is just as essentially mediation, and it is that simple immediacy only through this mediation sublating itself as mediation. Thus the concept is essentially this: to be distinguished as an identity existing for itself from its implicitly existent objectivity, 44, and thereby to obtain externality, but in this external totality to be the totality's self-determining identity. So the concept is now the idea. 17 cf. above, 12,154. 18a 472/b 472 ff. 19 cf. GW 11, 114 to 120, above, 21.179 to 189. 20 Critique of Judgment, Section 70. 21 cf. above, 12,154. 22 Critique of Judgment, Section 61, AK 5360. 23 Critique of Judgment, AK 5179. 24 cf. above, 12,154, 155. 25 Inchluss. 26 Oschliessend. 27 Oskliesen. 28 Schliest auf. 29 cf. above, 11,251. 30 cf. above, 12,161. 31 cf. above, 12,161. 32 cf. above, 12,162. 33 Der Ost wird Zweck. The purpose is carried out or executed. I use realized for the sake of simplicity, and Hegel occasionally also uses realisiert. 34 cf above, 12,153. 35 Bestimming. 36 cf above, 12,165. 37 Bestimming. 38 cf above, 12,164. 39 Inschluss. 40 Aufschluss. 41 cf above, 12,168. 42 i.e., in the preceding page. 43 cf above, 12,168. 44 Ansicht Objektivität. Section 3 The Idea 12, 173. The idea is the adequate one concept, the objectively true, or the true as such. If anything has truth, it has it by virtue of its idea, or something has truth only insofar as it is idea. The expression idea has otherwise also often been used in philosophy as well as in ordinary life for concept, or even for just a representation. To say that I still have no idea of this lawsuit, this building, this region, means nothing more than I still have no representation of it. It is Kant who reclaimed the expression idea for the concept of reason. 2. Now, according to Kant, the concept of reason should be the concept of the unconditional, but a concept which is transcendent with respect to appearances, that is, one for which no adequate empirical use can be made. The concepts of reason are supposed to serve for the comprehension of perceptions, those of the understanding for the understanding of them. 3. In fact, however, if these last concepts of the understanding are truly concepts, then they are comprehensions, which means concepts, for they will make comprehending 5 possible, and an understanding of perceptions through concepts of the understanding will be a comprehending. But if understanding is only the determining of perceptions by categories such as whole and parts, force, cause, and the like, then it signifies only a determining by means of reflection, just as by understanding one may mean only the determinate representation of a fully determined sensuous content. As when someone is being shown the way, that at the end of the wood he must turn left, and he replies, I understand. Understanding means nothing more than a grasp in pictorial representation and in memory. Concept of reason, too, is a somewhat clumsy expression, for the concept is in general something rational, and insofar as reason is distinguished from the understanding and the concept as such, it is the totality of the concept and objectivity. The idea is the rational in this sense. It is the unconditioned, because only that has conditions, which essentially refers to an objectivity that it does not determine itself, but which still stands over against it in the form of indifference and externality, just as the external purpose had conditions. 12,174. If we now reserve the expression idea for the objective or real concept, and we distinguish it from the concept itself, and still more from mere representation, then we must also even more definitely reject that estimate of it according to which the idea is something with no actuality, and true thoughts are accordingly said to be only ideas. If thoughts are something merely subjective and contingent, then they certainly have no further value. But in this they do not stand lower than the temporal and contingent actualities, which likewise have no further value than that of accidentalities and appearances. But if, on the contrary, the idea is supposed not to have the value of truth because in regard to appearances it is transcendent, because no congruent object can be given for it in the world of the senses, then this is indeed an odd misunderstanding, for objective validity is being denied to it on the ground that it lacks precisely what makes of appearances the untrue being of the objective world. In regard to the practical ideas, Kant recognizes that nothing can be more harmful and unworthy of a philosopher than the vulgar appeal to experience, which supposedly contradicts the idea. Any such alleged contradiction would not be there at all if, for example, political institutions were set up at the right time in accordance with ideas, and if crude concepts, crude just because they are drawn from experience, had not usurped the place of ideas, thus thwarting all good intentions. 6. Kant regards the idea as something necessary, the goal which, as the archetype, we must strive to set up as a maximum and to which we must bring actuality as it presently stands ever closer. But since the result now is that the idea is the unity of the concept and objectivity, the true, we must not regard it as just a goal which is to be approximated but itself remains always a kind of beyond. We must rather regard everything as being actual only to the extent that it has the idea in it and expresses it. It is not just that the subject matter, the objective and the subjective world, ought to be in principle congruent with the idea. The two are themselves rather the congruence of concept and reality. A reality that does not correspond to the concept is mere appearance, something subjective, accidental, arbitrary, something which is not the truth. When it is said that there is no subject matter to be found in experience which is perfectly congruent with the idea, the latter is opposed to the actual as a subjective standard. But there is no saying what anything actual might possibly be in truth, if its concept is not in it, and its objectivity does not measure up to this concept. It would then be a nothing. Indeed, the mechanical and the chemical object, like a subject devoid of spirit and a spirit conscious only of finitude and not of 12.175 its essence, do not, according to their various natures, have their concept concretely existing in them in its own free form. But they can be something at all true only in so far as they are the union of their concept and reality, of their soul and their body. Wholes like the state and the church cease to exist in concreto when the unity of their concept and their reality is dissolved. The human being, the living thing, is dead when soul and body are parted in it. Dead nature, the mechanical and the chemical world, that is, when the dead, is taken to mean the inorganic world, for the expression would otherwise have no positive meaning at all. This dead nature, then, if it is separated into its concept and its reality, is nothing but the subjective abstraction of a thought form and a formless matter. Spirit that were not idea, not the unity of the concept with itself, not the concept that has the concept itself as its reality, would be dead spirit, spiritless spirit, a material object. Since the idea is the unity of the concept and reality, being has attained the significance of truth. It now is, therefore, only what the idea is. Finite things are finite because, and to the extent that, they do not possess the reality of their concept completely within them, but are in need of other things for it. Or, conversely, because they are presupposed as objects and consequently the concept is in them as an external determination. The highest to which they attain on the side of this finitude is external purposiveness. That actual things are not congruent with the idea constitutes the side of their finitude, of their untruth, and it is according to this side that they are objects, each in accordance with its specific sphere, and, in the relations of objectivity, determined as mechanical, chemical, or by an external purpose. That the idea has not perfectly fashioned their reality, that it has not completely subjugated it to the concept, the possibility of that rests on the fact that the idea itself has a restricted content, that, as essentially as it is the unity of the concept and reality, just as essentially it is also their difference, for only the object is the immediate unity, that is, the unity that only exists in itself. But if a subject matter, say the state, did not at all conform to its idea, that is to say, if it were not rather the idea of the state, if its reality, which is the self-conscious individuals, did not correspond at all to the concept, its soul and body would have come apart. The soul would have taken refuge in the secluded regions of thought, the body been dispersed into singular individualities. But because the concept of the state is essential to the nature of these individualities, it is present in them as so mighty an impulse that they are driven to translate it into reality, be it only in the form of external purposiveness, or to put up with it as it is, or else they must needs perish. The 12.176 worst state, one whose reality least corresponds to the concept, insofar as it still has concrete existence, is yet idea. The individuals still obey the power of a concept. But the idea has not only the general meaning of true being, of the unity of concept and reality, but also the more particular one of the unity of subjective concept and objectivity. For the concept is as such itself already the identity of itself and reality. For the indeterminate expression reality means nothing but determinate being, and this the concept possesses in its particularity and singularity. Objectivity, moreover, is likewise the total concept that has withdrawn into identity with itself out of its determinateness. In the subjectivity of the concept, the determinateness or the difference of the latter is a reflective shine which is immediately sublated, withdrawn into being for itself or into negative unity, an inhering predicate. But in this objectivity the determinateness is posited as immediate totality, as external whole. Now the idea has shown itself to be the concept liberated again into its subjectivity from the immediacy into which it has sunk in the object. It is the concept that distinguishes itself from its objectivity, but an objectivity which is no less determined by it and possesses its substantiality only in that concept. This identity has therefore rightly been designated as a subject-object, for it is just as well the formal or subjective concept as it is the object as such. 7. But this is a point that needs further precision. The concept, inasmuch as it has truly attained its reality, is this absolute judgment whose subject distinguishes itself as self-referring negative unity from its objectivity and is the latter's being in and for itself, but it refers to it essentially through itself and is, therefore, self-directed purpose and impulse. For this very reason, however, the subject does not possess objectivity immediately in it. It would then be only the totality of the object as such, a totality lost in the objectivity, but is the realization of the purpose, an objectivity posited by virtue of the activity of the purpose, one which, as positedness, has its subsistence and its form only as permeated by its subject. As objectivity, it has the moment of the externality of the concept in it, and is in general, therefore, the side of finitude, of alteration and appearance. But this side retreats into the negative unity of the concept, and there it perishes. The negativity whereby its indifferent externality of being manifests itself as unessential and as a positedness is the concept itself. Despite this objectivity, the idea is therefore absolutely simple and immaterial, for the externality has being only as determined by the concept and is taken up into its negativity. In so far as it exists as indifferent externality, it is not only abandoned to mechanism in general, but exists only as the transitory and untrue. Thus, although the idea 12.177 has its reality in a materiality, 9 the latter is not an abstract being standing over against the concept, but, on the contrary, it exists only as becoming, as simple determinateness of the concept by virtue of the negativity of the indifferent being. This yields the following closer determinations of the idea. First, the idea is the simple truth, the identity of concept and objectivity as a universal in which the opposition, the presence of the particular, is dissolved in its self-identical negativity and is equality with itself. Second, it is the connection of the subjectivity of the simple concept, existing for itself, and of the concept's objectivity which is distinguished from it. The former is essentially the impulse to sublate this separation, and the latter is indifferent positedness, subsistence which in and for itself is null. As this connection, the idea is the process of disrupting itself into individuality and into the latter's inorganic nature, and of then bringing this inorganic nature again under the controlling power of the subject and back to the first simple universality. The identity of the idea with itself is one with the process. The thought that liberates actuality from the seeming of purposeless mutability and transfigures it into idea must not represent this truth of actuality as dead repose, as a mere picture, numb, without impulse and movement, as a genius or number, or as an abstract thought. The idea, because of the freedom which the concept has attained in it, also has the most stubborn opposition within it. Its repose consists in the assurance and the certainty with which it eternally generates that opposition, and eternally overcomes it, and in it rejoins itself. But the idea is at first again only immediate or only in its concept. The objective reality is indeed conformable to the concept, but has not yet been liberated into the concept, and it does not concretely exist explicitly as the concept. Thus the concept is indeed the soul, but the soul is in the guise of an immediate, that is, it is not determined as soul itself, has not comprehended itself as soul, does not have its objective reality within itself. The concept is as a soul that is not yet fully animated. 10. Thus the idea is, first of all, life. It is the concept which, distinct from its objectivity, simple in itself, permeates that objectivity and, as self-directed purpose, has its means within it and posits it as its means, yet is immanent in this means, and is therein the realized purpose identical with itself. The idea, on account of its immediacy, has singularity for the form of its concrete existence. But the reflection within it of its absolute process is the sublating of this immediate singularity. Thereby the concept, which as universality is in this singularity the inner, transforms externality into universality, or posits its objectivity as a self-equality. Thus is the idea, in second place, the idea of the true and the good, as cognition in 12.178 will. It is at first finite cognition and finite will, where the true and the good are still distinguished, and the two are at first only as a goal. The concept has first liberated itself into itself, giving itself only a still abstract objectivity for its reality. But the process of this finite cognition and this finite action transforms the initially abstract universality into totality, whereby it becomes complete objectivity. Or considered from the other side, finite, that is, subjective spirit, makes for itself the presupposition of an objective world, such a presupposition as life only has. But its activity is the sublating of this presupposition and the turning of it into something posited. Thus its reality is for it the objective world, or conversely the objective world is the ideality in which it knows itself. Third, spirit recognizes 11 the idea as its absolute truth, as the truth that is in and for itself, the infinite idea in which cognizing 12 and doing are equalized, and which is the absolute knowledge 13 of itself. 1. Hegel uses adequate, a Latinate word obviously intended to bring to mind the traditional definition of truth as adequatio reiti intellectus. It is in the idea that this conformity of objectivity and subjectivity is achieved. 2. A310 FF/B366 FF. 3. A310/B367. 4. Begriff. 5. Begriffen. 6. CF A316, 317/B373. 7. CF Fichte, according to whom ideas are problems or tasks for thinking. The fundamental task is to think of a reciprocal determination of the subjective and the objective, a reciprocity which we find already realized in the thought of a drive, Trieb. Cf. das System der Sittenlehre nach den Prinzipien. Wissenschaftslehre, 1798, English trans, Daniel Breziel and Gunter Zoller. Johann Gottlieb Fichte, The System of Ethics. According to the principles of the Wissenschaftslehre, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 2005, see pages 67, 50 to 51, 46 to 47. 8. Gleichgültiges Äußeren Andersehen. 9. Materiator. 10. Seelenwohl. 11. Erkennt. 12. Erkennen. 13. Wissen. Chapter 1 Life 12, 179. The idea of life has to do with a subject matter so concrete, and if you will so real, that in dealing with it one may seem, according to the common notion of logic, to have overstepped its boundaries. Needless to say, if the logic were to contain nothing but empty, dead forms of thought, then there could be no talk in it at all of such a content as the idea, or life, are. But if the subject matter of logic is the absolute truth, and truth as such lies essentially in cognition, then cognition at least would have to come in for consideration. It is common practice to have the so-called pure logic be followed by an applied logic, a logic that has to do with concrete cognition, quite apart from all the psychology and anthropology that is commonly deemed necessary to interpolate into logic. But the anthropological and psychological side of cognition is concerned with the form in which cognition appears when the concept does not as yet have an objectivity equal to it, that is, when it does not have itself as object. The part of the logic that deals with this concrete cognition does not belong to applied logic as such. If it did, then every science would have to be dragged into logic, for each is an applied logic in so far as it consists in apprehending its subject matter in forms of thought and of concepts. The subjective concept has presuppositions that are exhibited in psychological, anthropological, and other forms. But the presuppositions of the pure concept belong in logic only to the extent that they have the form of pure thoughts, of abstract essentialities, such as are the determinations of being and essence. The same goes for cognition, which is the concept's comprehension of itself. No other shape of its presupposition but the one which is itself idea is to be dealt with in the logic. This, however, is a presupposition which is necessarily treated in logic. This presupposition is now the immediate idea, for while cognition is the concept, in so far as the latter exists for itself, but as a subjectivity referring to an objectivity, then the concept refers to the idea as presupposed or as immediate. But the immediate idea is life. To this extent, the necessity of considering the idea of life in logic would be based on the necessity, itself recognized in other ways, of treating the concrete concept. But this idea has 12.180 arisen through the concept's own necessity. The idea, that which is true in and for itself, is essentially the subject matter of the logic, since it is first to be considered in its immediacy, so that this treatment be not an empty affair devoid of determination. It is to be apprehended and cognized in this determinateness in which it is life. A comment may be in order here to differentiate the logical view of life from any other scientific view of it, though this is not the place to concern ourselves with how life is treated in non-philosophical sciences, but only with how to differentiate logical life as idea from natural life as treated in the philosophy of nature, and from life in so far as it is bound to spirit. As treated in the philosophy of nature, as the life of nature and to that extent exposed to the externality of existence. Life is conditioned by inorganic nature, and its moments as idea are a manifold of actual shapes. Life in the idea is without such presuppositions, which are in shapes of actuality. Its presupposition is the concept as we have considered it, on the one hand as subjective, and on the other hand as objective. In nature, life appears as the highest stage that nature's externality can attain by withdrawing into itself and sublating itself in subjectivity. It is in logic the simple in-itselfness which in the idea of life has attained the externality truly corresponding to it. The concept that came on the scene earlier as a subjective concept is the soul of life itself. It is the impulse that gives itself reality through a process of objectification. Nature, as it reaches this idea starting from its externality, transcends itself. Its end is not its beginning, but is for it as a limit in which it sublates itself. Similarly, in the idea of life, the moments of life's reality do not receive the shape of external actuality, but remain enveloped in conceptual form. In spirit, however, life appears both as opposed to it, and as posited as at one with it, in a unity reborn as the pure product of spirit. For life is here to be taken generally in its proper sense as natural life. For what is called the life of spirit as spirit is spirit's own peculiar nature that stands opposed to mere life. Just as we speak of the nature of spirit, even though spirit is nothing natural, but stands rather in opposition to nature. Thus life as such is for spirit in one respect a means, and then spirit holds it over against itself. In another respect, spirit is an individual, and then life is its body. In yet another respect, this unity of spirit and its living corporeality is born of spirit into ideality. None of these connections of life to spirit concerns logical life, and life is to be 12.181 considered here neither as the instrument of a spirit, nor as a living body, nor again as a moment of the ideal and of beauty. In both cases, as natural life and as referring to spirit, life obtains a determinateness from its externality, in one case through its presuppositions, such as are other formations of nature, and in the other case through the purposes and the activity of spirit. The idea of life by itself is free from both the conditioning objectivity presupposed in the first case and the reference to subjectivity of the second case. Life, considered now more closely in its idea, is in and for itself absolute universality. The objectivity which it possesses is throughout permeated by the concept, and this concept alone it has as substance. Whatever is distinguished as part, or by some otherwise external reflection, has the whole concept within it. The concept is the soul omnipresent in it, a soul which is simple self-reference and remains one in the manifoldness that accrues to the objective being. This manifoldness, as self-external objectivity, has an indifferent subsistence which in space and time, if these could already be mentioned here, is a mutual externality of entirely diverse and atomistic matters. But externality is in life at the same time as the simple determinateness of its concept. Thus the soul flows omnipresently in this manifold, but remains at the same time the simple oneness of the concrete concept with itself. That way of thinking that clings to the determinations of reflective relations and of the formal concept. When it comes to consider life, the unity of its concept in the externality of objectivity, the absolute multiplicity of atomistic matter, finds that all its thoughts are absolutely of no avail. The omnipresence of the simple in the manifold externality is for reflection an absolute contradiction, and also, since it cannot at the same time avoid witnessing this omnipresence in the perception of life and must therefore grant the actuality of this idea, an incomprehensible mystery, for reflection does not grasp the concept, nor does it grasp it as the substance of life. But this simple life is not only omnipresent, it is the one and only subsistence and immanent substance of its objectivity. But as subjective substance it is impulse, more precisely the specific impulse of particular difference, and no less essentially the one and universal impulse of the specific that leads its particularization back to unity and holds it there. Only as this negative unity of its objectivity and particularization is life self-referring, life that exists for itself, a soul. As such, it is essentially a singular that refers to objectivity as to an other, an inanimate nature. The originative judgment of life consists therefore in this, that it separates itself off as individual subject from the objective, and, since it constitutes itself as the negative unity of the concept, makes the presupposition of an immediate objectivity. Point 12, 182. First, life is therefore to be considered as a living individual that is for itself the subjective totality and is presupposed as indifferent to an objectivity that stands indifferent over against it. Second, it is the life process of sublating its presupposition, of positing as negative the objectivity indifferent to it, and of actualizing itself as the power and negative unity of this objectivity. By so doing, it makes itself into the universal which is the unity of itself and its other. Third, consequently life is the genus process, the process of sublating its singularization and relating itself to its objective existence as to itself. Accordingly, This process is on the one hand the turning back to its concept and the repetition of the first forcible separation, the coming to be of a new individuality and the death of the immediate first. But, on the other hand, the withdrawing into itself of the concept of life is the becoming of the concept that relates itself to itself, of the concept that exists for itself, universal and free. The transition into cognition. The living individual. The concept of life or universal life is the immediate idea, the concept that has an objectivity corresponding to it. But the objectivity corresponds to it only to the extent that the concept is the negative unity of this externality, that is to say, posits it as corresponding to it. The infinite reference of the concept to itself is as negativity as self-determining, the diremption of itself within itself as subjective singularity and itself as indifferent universality. The idea of life in its immediacy is as yet only the creative universal soul. Because of this immediacy, the first internal negative reference of the idea is the self-determination of itself as concept, an implicit positing which is explicit only as a turning back into itself. This is the creative presupposing. By virtue of this self-determining, universal life is particularized. It has thus split itself into the two extremes of the judgment, which immediately becomes syllogism. The determinations of the opposition are the universal determinations of the concept, for the splitting into two is the affair of the concept. The filling of them, however, is the idea. One determination is the unity of the concept and of reality, which is the idea as the immediate unity that earlier assumed the form of objectivity. Here, however, it is in another determination. There, it was 12.183 the unity of the concept and of reality in so far as the concept has gone over into reality and is lost in it. It did not stand opposite to it. Or, since it is for the reality only an inner, it is itself for it only an external reflection. That earlier objectivity is therefore the immediate itself in immediate mode. Here, on the contrary, it has proceeded only from the concept, so that its essence is positedness, or that it exists as negative. It is to be regarded as the side of the universality of the concept, hence as an abstract universality, essentially only inhering in the subject and in the form of immediate being which, posited for itself, is indifferent to the subject. Hence the totality of the concept that attaches to the objectivity is, as it were, only lent to it. The last self-subsistence that objectivity has over against the subject is this being whose truth is only that moment of the concept in which the latter, as a presupposing, is in the first determinateness of a positing that exists implicitly and is not yet as positing, as immanently reflected unity. Having proceeded from the idea, self-subsisting objectivity is therefore immediate being only as the predicate of the judgment of the concept's self-determination, a being that is indeed distinct from the subject, but is at the same time essentially posited as a moment of the concept. According to content, this objectivity is the totality of the concept, a totality, however, that has the subjectivity of the concept, or its negative unity, standing over against it. And this subjectivity or negativity is what constitutes the true centrality, that is to say, the concept's free unity with itself. This subject is the idea in the form of singularity, as simple but negative self-identity, the living individual. This individual is in the first place life as soul, as the concept of itself, fully determined within itself, the initiating self-moving principle. In its simplicity, the concept contains determinate externality as a simple moment enclosed within itself. But, further, this soul is in its immediacy immediately external, and has an objective being within it, a reality which is subjugated to purpose. The immediate means, at first the objectivity which is predicated of the subject, but then also the middle term of the syllogism, for the corporeity of the soul is that whereby the soul links itself to external objectivity. The living being has this corporeity at first as a reality immediately identical with the concept. To this extent, the corporeity has this reality in general by nature. Now, because this objectivity is the predicate of the individual and is taken up in the subjective unity, the earlier determinations of the objects do not attach to it, not the relation of mechanism or of chemism, and even less so the reflective relations of whole and part, and the like. As externality, it is indeed capable of such relations, but to that extent it is no longer a living being. When a living thing is taken to be a whole consisting of parts, something 12.184 exposed to the action of mechanical or chemical causes, itself a mechanical or chemical product, whether merely as such or as also determined by some external purpose, then the concept is taken as external to it, the individual itself as something dead. Since the concept is immanent in it, the purposiveness of the living being is to be grasped as inner. It is present in it as a determinate concept, distinguished from its externality, but, in thus distinguishing itself from it, pervading it thoroughly and self-identical. This objectivity of the living being is the organism. It is the means and instrument of purpose, fully purposive, for the concept constitutes its substance. But precisely for this reason, this means and instrument is itself the accomplished purpose in which the subjective purpose thus immediately closes in upon itself. 14. As for its externality, the organism is a manifold, not of parts, but of members. A. These members exist as such only in the individuality. They are separable inasmuch as they are external and can be grasped in this externality, but as thus separated they revert to the mechanical and chemical relations of common objectivity. B. Their externality is opposed to the negative unity of the living individuality. This individuality is therefore the impulse to posit as a concretely real 15 difference the otherwise abstract moment of the determinateness of the concept. And since this concretely real difference exists as immediate, it is the impulse of each singular, specific moment to produce itself and equally to raise its particularity to universality, to sublate the other moments external to it and promote itself at their cost, but no less to sublate itself and make itself a means for the other. This process of the living individuality is restricted to itself and still falls entirely within the individuality. The first premise of the syllogism of external purposiveness, where the purpose immediately refers to objectivity and makes it a means, was earlier 16 taken in the sense that although in it the purpose remains self-equal and has gone back into itself, the objectivity has not yet sublated itself within, and consequently the purpose is not in it in and for itself, but becomes such only in the conclusion. The process of the living being with itself is this same premise, but in so far as the premise is also the conclusion, in so far as the immediate reference of the subject to the objectivity, by virtue of which the latter becomes means and instrument, is at the same time the negative unity of the concept within itself. The purpose realizes itself in this externality by being the subjective power over it, and the process in which the externality displays its self-dissolution and its return into this negative unity of the purpose. The unrest and the mutability of the external side of the living being is the manifestation 12.185 inches it of the concept, and the concept, as in its self-negativity, has objectivity in so far as this objectivity's indifferent subsistence shows itself to be self-sublating. Thus, the concept produces itself through its impulse in such a way that the product, being its essence, is itself the producing factor. Is product, in other words, only as an externality that equally posits itself negatively, or as the process of production. Now the idea as just considered is the concept of the living subject and of its process. The determinations that stand in relation to one another are the self-referring negative unity of the concept and the objectivity, which is the concept's means, but also where the concept has returned into itself. But since these moments of the idea of life do not go past the concept of life, They are not the determinate conceptual moments of the living individual in its reality. This individual's objectivity or its corporeity is a concrete totality. Those moments are the sides out of which the living reality 17 constitutes itself. They are not, therefore, the moments of this reality as already constituted by the idea, but the living objectivity of the individual, since as objectivity it is ensouled by the concept, and has the latter for its substance, has also in it, for its essential difference, such determinations as pertain to the concept, universality, particularity, and singularity. Hence the shape in which the determinations in it are externally differentiated is divided or incised, in sectum, in accordance with these. Thus that shape is in this instance universality, the purely internal pulsating of living reality, sensibility. The concept of universality, as we saw it earlier, is the simple immediacy which is such, however, only as inherently absolute negativity. This concept of absolute difference with its negativity dissolved into simplicity and self-equal is brought to intuition in sensibility. It is the in-itselfness not as abstract simplicity, but as an infinite determinable receptivity that does not become in its determinateness anything manifold and external, but is absolutely reflected into itself. Determinateness is present in this universality as simple principle. The singular external determinateness, the so-called impression, goes back from its external and manifold determination into this simplicity of self-feeling. Sensibility may therefore be regarded as the external existence of the inward soul, for it takes in all externality but reduces it to the complete simplicity of self-equal universality. The second determination of the concept is particularity. This is the moment of posited difference, the opening up of the negativity otherwise locked up in simple self-feeling or present in it, as abstractly ideal, not yet concretely real determinateness. It is irritability. Because of the abstraction of its negativity, feeling 12.186 is impulse. It determines itself. The self-determination of the living being is its judgment or the self-limiting whereby it refers to the outside as to a presupposed objectivity with which it is in reciprocal activity. The living being, as a particular, now stands on one side as one species next to other species. The formal reflection of this indifferent diversity into itself is the formal genus and its systematization. But the individual reflection is this, that has outwardly directed the particularity, the negativity of the living being's determinateness, is the self-referring negativity of the concept. According to this third determination, the living being is a singular. This immanent reflection further determines itself in such a way that in irritability the living being is the externality of itself as against the objectivity that it possesses immediately as its means and instrument, and which is externally determinable. The immanent reflection sublates this immediacy, on the one side as theoretical reflection, that is, in so far as the negativity is the simple moment of sensibility, as was considered in the latter, and which constitutes feeling, on the other side as real reflection, in that the unity of the concept posits itself in its externality as negative unity, and this is reproduction. The two first moments, sensibility and irritability, are abstract determinations. In reproduction life is something concrete and vital. In it alone does it also have feeling and power of resistance. Reproduction is the negativity as simple moment of sensibility, and irritability is only a vital power of resistance, so that the relation to the external is reproduction and identity of the individual with itself. Each singular moment is essentially the totality of all. Their difference constitutes the ideal determination of form, which is posited in reproduction as the concrete totality of the whole. On the one hand, therefore, this whole is opposed to the previous determinate totalities as a third, namely as a concretely real totality. On the other hand, however, it is their implicit essentiality and also that in which they are comprehended as moments, and where they have their subject and subsistence. With reproduction as a moment of singularity, the living being posits itself as actual individuality, a self-referring being for itself, but it is at the same time a real outward reference, the reflection of particularity or irritability as against an other, as against the objective world. The life process enclosed within the individual passes over into a reference to the presupposed objectivity as such, by virtue of the fact that, as the individual posits itself as subjective totality, the moment of its determinateness, its reference to externality, also becomes a totality. The life, process 12, 187. In shaping itself inwardly, the living individual comes into tension with its original presupposing and, as a subject existing in and for itself, sets itself in opposition to the presupposed objective world. The subject is a purpose unto itself, the concept that has its means and subjective reality in the objectivity subjugated to it. As such, it is constituted as the idea existing in and for itself, and as an essentially self-subsistent being, as against which the presupposed external world has the value only of something negative and without self-subsistence. In its self-feeling, the living being has the certainty of the intrinsic nullity of the otherness confronting it. Its impulse is the need to sublate this otherness and to give itself the truth of this certainty. At first, the individual is, as subject, only the concept of the idea of life. Its inner subjective process in which it feeds upon itself, and the immediate objectivity which it posits as a natural means in conformity with its concept, are mediated by the process that refers to the fully posited externality, to the objective totality standing indifferently alongside it. This process begins with need, that is, the twofold moment of self-determination of the living being by which the latter posits itself as negated and thereby refers itself to an other than it, to the indifferent objectivity, but in this self-loss it is equally not lost, preserves itself in it, and remains the identity of the self-equal concept. The living being is thereby the impulse to posit as its own this world which is other than it, to posit itself as equal to it, to sublate the world and objectify itself. Its self-determination has therefore the form of objective externality, and since it is at the same time self-identical, it is the absolute contradiction. The immediate shape of the living being is the idea in its simple concept, the objectivity conforming to the concept. As such, the shape is good by nature. But since its negative moment realizes itself as an objective particularity, that is, since the essential moments of its unity are each realized as a totality for itself, the concept splits into two, becoming an absolute inequality with itself. And since even in this rupture the concept remains absolute identity, the living being is for itself this rupture, has the feeling of this contradiction, which is pain. Pain is therefore the prerogative of living natures, since they are the concretely existing concept. They are an actuality of infinite 12.188 power, so that they are in themselves the negativity of themselves, that this their negativity exists for them, that in their otherness they preserve themselves. It is said that contradiction cannot be thought, but in the pain of the living being it is even an actual, concrete existence. This internal rupture of the living being, when taken up into the simple universality of the concept, insensibility, is feeling. From pain begin the need and the impulse that constitute the transition by which the individual, in being for itself the negation of itself, also becomes for itself identity, an identity which only is as the negation of that negation. The identity which is in the impulse as such is the individual's subjective certainty of itself, in accordance with which it relates to the indifferent, concrete existence of its external world as to an appearance, to an actuality intrinsically void of concept and unessential. This actuality is to obtain its concept only through the subject, which is the immanent purpose. The indifference of the objective world to determinateness and hence to purpose is what constitutes its external aptitude to conform to the subject. whatever other specifications there might be in it. Its mechanical determinability, the lack of the freedom of the immanent concept, constitute its impotence in preserving itself against the living being. Insofar as the object confronts the living being at first as something external and indifferent, it can affect it mechanically, but without in this way affecting it as a living thing. And insofar as it does relate to it as a living thing, it does not affect it as a cause, but it rather excites it. Because the living being is an impulse, externality impinges upon it, and penetrates it only to the extent that in principle it is already in it. Hence the effect on the subject consists only in that the latter finds that the externality at its disposal accords with it. And should this externality not accord with it as a totality, then it must at least accord with a particular side of it, a possibility lodged in the very fact that, in its relation to the outside, the subject is a particular. Now the subject, in so far as in being determined in its need it connects with the outside and consequently is itself something external or an instrument, exercises violence over the object. Its particular character, its finitude in general, falls into the more determinate appearance of this relation. The external factor in this is the process of objectivity in general, mechanism, and chemism. But this same process is immediately interrupted and the externality transformed into interiority. The external purposiveness which is at first elicited in the indifferent object by the activity of the subject is thereby sublated, for as against the concept the object is not a substance. The concept, therefore, cannot become for it just an external form, but must rather posit itself as its essence, and as the determinateness immanently pervading it through and through in conformity with the concept's original identity. 12,189. By seizing hold of the object, the mechanical process passes over into an internal process by which the individual appropriates the object in such a manner that it takes away from it its distinctive make-up, makes it into a means, and confers upon it its own subjectivity as its substance. This assimilation thus coincides with the individual's process of reproduction considered above. 18. In this process, the individual feeds on itself, in the sense that it makes its own objectivity its object. The mechanical and chemical conflict of its members with external things is an objective moment of itself. The mechanical and chemical factor in the process is a beginning of the dissolution of the living thing. Since life is the truth of these processes, and as a living being it is therefore the concrete existence of this truth, and the power over the processes, it infringes upon the latter, permeates them as their universality, and their product is entirely determined by it. This transformation of them into the living individual constitutes the turning back of this individual into itself, with the result that the production that as such would be the transition into an other becomes reproduction, a reproduction in which the living being posits itself as self-identical for itself. The immediate idea is also the immediate identity of concept and reality, but one that does not exist for itself. Through the objective process, the living being gives itself its feeling of self. For in that process it posits itself as it is in and for itself, namely, as self-identical in an otherness posited as indifferent to it, as the negative unity of the negative. The individual, in thus rejoining the objectivity at first presupposed as indifferent to it, has equally constituted itself as actual singularity and has sublated its particularity, raising it to universality. Its particularity consisted in the disruption whereby life posited the individual life and the objectivity external to it as its species. Through the external life process, it has consequently posited itself as real universal life, as genus. The genus. The living individual, at first cut off from the universal concept of life, is a presupposition yet unproven through itself. Through its process with the simultaneously presupposed world, it has posited itself for itself as the negative unity of its otherness, as the foundation of itself. Thus it is the actuality of the idea, so that the individual now brings itself forth out of actuality, whereas before it 12.190 proceeded only from the concept, and its coming to be, which was a presupposing, now becomes its production. But the further determination that it has attained by the sublation of the opposition is that it is genus, identity of itself with its hitherto indifferent otherness. This idea of the individual, since it is this essential identity, is essentially the particularization of itself. This particularization, its disruption, in keeping with the totality from which it proceeds, is the duplication of the individual, the presupposing of an objectivity which is identical with it, and a relating of the living being to itself as to another living being. This universal is the third stage, the truth of life in so far as life is still shut up within itself. This stage is the process of the individual as it refers to itself, where the externality is the individual's immanent moment and is, besides, itself a living totality, an objectivity which for the individual is the individual itself, an externality in which the individual has certainty of itself not as being sublated, but as subsisting. Now, because the relation of genus is the identity of individual self-feeling in such a one who is at the same time another self-subsistent individual, it is a contradiction. Accordingly, the living being is once more impulse. The genus is indeed now the completion of the idea of life, but at first it is still within the sphere of immediacy. This universality is therefore actual in a singular shape. It is the concept whose reality has the form of immediate objectivity. And consequently the individual, although it is the genus in itself rather than for itself. What is for it is, as yet, only another living individual. The concept distinguished from itself has for object, with which it is identical, not itself as concept, but a concept rather that as a living being has at the same time external objectivity for it, a form which is therefore immediately reciprocal. The identity with the other individual, the universality of the individual, is thus still only inner or subjective. It therefore has the longing to posit this identity and to realize itself as universal. But this impulse of the genus can realize itself only through the sublation of the singular individualities which are still particular to each other. At first, in so far as it is these individualities which, in themselves universal, themselves satisfy the tension of their longing and dissolve themselves into the universality of their genus, their realized identity is the negative unity of the genus reflecting itself into itself out of its rupture. To this extent, it is the individuality of life itself, no longer generated out of its concept, but out of the actual idea. At first, it is itself only the concept that still has to objectify itself, but a concept which is actual, the germ of a living individual. To ordinary perception, what the concept 12.191 is, and that the subjective concept has external actuality, are visibly present in it. For the germ of the living being is the complete concretion of individuality. It is where all the living being's diverse sides, its properties and articulated differences, are contained in their entire determinateness, where the at first immaterial, subjective totality is present undeveloped, simple, and non-sensuous. Thus the germ is the whole living being in the inner form of the concept. From this side, the genus obtains actuality through its reflection into itself, for the moment of negative unity and individuality is thereby posited in it, the propagation of the living species. The idea, which as life is still in the form of immediacy, thus falls back into actuality, and its reflection is now only the repetition and the infinite process in which it does not step outside the finitude of its immediacy. But this going back to its first concept also has the higher side that the idea has not only run through the mediation of its processes inside immediacy, but, just because it has run through them, has sublated this immediacy and has thereby elevated itself to a higher form of its existence. That is to say, the process of the genus in which the single individuals sublate in one another their indifferent, immediate, concrete existence, and in this negative unity die away, has further the realized genus that has posited itself as identical with the concept for the other side of its product. In the process of the genus, the isolated singularities of individual life perish. The negative identity in which the genus turns back into itself is on the one side the generation of singularity, just as it is also, on the other side, the sublation of it, is thus the genus rejoining itself, the universality of the idea as it comes to be explicitly for itself. In copulation, 19 the immediacy of living individuality perishes. The death of this life is the coming to be of spirit. The idea, implicit as genus, becomes explicit in that it has sublated its particularity that constituted the living species, and has thereby given itself a reality, which is itself simple universality. Thus it is the idea that relates itself to itself as idea, the universal that has universality for its determinateness and existence. This is the idea of cognition. 14 Mit sich selbst zusammengeschlossen ist. 15 concretely real equals real. 16 cf above, 12,168. 17 living reality equals Lebendigkeit. 18 cf above, 12,186. 19 Begattung, cf Gattung, which means genus. Chapter 2 The idea of cognition 12, 192. Life is the immediate idea, or the idea as its still internally unrealized concept. In its judgment, the idea is cognition in general. The concept is for itself as concept in as much as it freely and concretely exists as abstract universality or a genus. As such, it is its pure self-identity that internally differentiates itself in such a way that the differentiated is not an objectivity, but is rather equally liberated into subjectivity or into the form of simple self-equality. Consequently, the object facing the concept is the concept itself. Its reality in general is the form of its existence. All depends on the determination of this form. On it rests the difference between what the concept is in itself, or as subjective, and what it is when immersed in objectivity, and then in the idea of life. In this last, the concept is indeed distinguished from its external reality and posited for itself. However, this being for itself which it now has, it has only as an identity that refers to itself as immersed in the objectivity subjugated to it, or to itself as indwelling, substantial form. The elevation of the concept above life consists in this, that its reality is the concept form liberated into universality. Through this judgment, the idea is doubled into the subjective concept whose reality is the concept itself, and the objective concept which is as life. Thought, spirit, self-consciousness are determinations of the idea inasmuch as the latter has itself as the subject matter, and its existence, that is, the determinateness of its being, is its own difference from itself. The metaphysics of the spirit, or, as was more commonly said in the past, of the soul, revolved around the determinations of substance, simplicity, immateriality. These were determinations for which spirit was supposed to be the ground, but as a subject drawn from empirical consciousness, and the question then was which predicates agreed with the perceived facts. But this was a procedure that could go no further than the procedure of physics, which reduces the world of appearance to general laws and determinations of reflection, for it is spirit still as phenomenal that is taken as the foundation. In fact, insofar as scientific stringency goes, it also had to fall short of physics. For not only is spirit infinitely richer than nature, since its essence is constituted by the absolute unity in the concept of opposites, and in its 12.193 appearance, therefore, and in its connection with externality, it exhibits contradiction at its most extreme form. It must be possible to adduce an experience in support of each of the opposite determinations of reflection, or, starting from experiences, to proceed by way of formal inference to the opposite determinations. Since the predicates immediately drawn from the appearances still belong to empirical psychology, so far as metaphysical consideration goes, all that is in truth left are the entirely inadequate determinations of reflection. In his critique of rational psychology, Khan insists that, since this metaphysics is supposed to be a rational science, the least addition of anything drawn from perception to the universal representation of self-consciousness would alter it into an empirical science, thus compromising its rational purity and its independence from all experience. Accordingly, all that is left on this view is the simple representation, I, a representation entirely devoid of content, of which one cannot even say that it is a concept, but must say that it is a mere consciousness, one that accompanies every concept. Now, as Kant argues further, this I, or, if you prefer, this it, the thing, that thinks, takes us no further than the representation of a transcendental subject of thoughts equals X, a subject which is known only through the thoughts that are its predicates, and of which, taken in isolation, we cannot ever have the least concept. This I has the associated inconvenience that, as Kant expresses it, in order to judge anything about it, we must every time already make use of it, for it is not so much one representation by which a particular object is distinguished, as it is rather a form of representation in general, in so far as representation can be said to be cognition. Now the paralogism that rational psychology incurs, as Kant expresses it, consists in this, that modes of self-consciousness and thinking are converted into concepts of the understanding, as if they were the concepts of an object, that I think is taken to be a thinking being, a thing in itself. That in this way, because I am present in consciousness always as a subject, am indeed as a singular subject, identical in all the manifoldness of representation, and distinguishing myself from this manifoldness as external to it, the illegitimate inference is thereby drawn that I am a substance, and a qualitatively simple being on top of that, and a one, and a being that concretely exists independently of the things of space and time. 21. I have cited this position in some detail because one can clearly recognize in it both the nature of the former metaphysics of the soul and also, more to the point, of the critique that put an end to it. The former was intent on determining the abstract essence of the soul. It went about this starting from observation, and then converting the latter's empirical generalizations, and the determination of purely external 12.194 reflection attaching to the singularity of the actual, into the form of the determinations of essence just cited. What Kant generally has in mind here is the state of the metaphysics of his time which, as a rule, stayed at these one-sided determinations with no hint of dialectic. He neither paid attention to, nor examined, the genuinely speculative ideas of older philosophers on the concept of spirit. In his critique of those determinations, he then simply abided by the Humean style of skepticism. That is to say, he fixes on how the I appears in self-consciousness, but from this I, since it is its essence, the thing in itself, that we want to cognize, he removes everything empirical. Nothing then remains but this appearance of the I think that accompanies all representations and of which we do not have the slightest concept. It must of course be conceded that, as long as we are not engaged in comprehending but confine ourselves to a simple, fixed representation or to a name, we do not have the slightest concept of the I, or of anything whatever, not even of the concept itself. Peculiar indeed is the thought, if one can call it a thought at all, that I must make use of the I in order to judge the I. The I that makes use of self-consciousness as a means in order to judge. This is indeed an X of which, and also of the relation involved in this, making use, we cannot possibly have the slightest concept. But surely it is laughable to label the nature of this self-consciousness, namely that the I thinks itself, that the I cannot be thought without the I thinking it, an awkwardness, and, as if it were a fallacy, a circle. The awkwardness, the circle, is in fact the relation by which the eternal nature of self-consciousness and of the concept is revealed in immediate, empirical self-consciousness, is revealed because self-consciousness is precisely the existent and therefore empirically perceivable pure concept, because it is the absolute self-reference that, as parting judgment, makes itself into an intended object and consists in simply making itself thereby into a circle. This is an awkwardness that a stone does not have. When it is a matter of thinking or judging, the stone does not stand in its own way. It is dispensed from the burden of making use of itself for the task. Something else outside it must shoulder that effort. The defect, which these surely barbarous notions place in the fact that in thinking the latter cannot be left out as a subject, then also appears the other way around, in that the I occurs only as the subject of consciousness, or in that I can use myself only as a subject, and no intuition is available by which the I would be given as an object. But the concept of a thing capable of existence only as a subject does not as yet carry any objective reality with it. Now, if external intuition as determined in time and space is required for objectivity, and it is this objectivity that 12.195 is missed, it is then clear that by objectivity is meant only sensuous reality. But to have risen above such a reality is precisely the condition of thinking and of truth. Of course, if the I is not grasped conceptually, but is taken as a mere representation, in the way we talk about it in everyday consciousness, then it is an abstract self-determination, and not the self-reference that has itself for its subject matter. Then it is only one of the extremes, a one-sided subject without its objectivity, or else just an object without subjectivity, which it would be were it not for the awkwardness just touched upon, namely that the thinking subject will not be left out of the I as object. But as a matter of fact, this awkwardness is already found in the other determination, that of the I as subject. The I does think something, whether itself or something else. This inseparability of the two forms in which the I opposes itself to itself belongs to the most intimate nature of its concept and of the concept as such. It is precisely what Kant wants to keep away in order to retain what is only a representation that does not internally differentiate itself, and consequently, of course, is void of concept. Now this kind of conceptual void may well oppose itself to the abstract determinations of reflection or to the categories of the previous metaphysics, for in one-sidedness it stands at the same level with them, though these are in fact on a higher level of thought. But it appears all the more lame and empty when compared with the profounder ideas of ancient philosophy concerning the concept of the soul or of thinking, as for instance the truly speculative ideas of Aristotle. 22. If the Kantian philosophy subjected the categories of reflection to critical investigation, all the more should it have investigated the abstraction of the empty I that he retained, the supposed idea of the thing in itself. The experience of the awkwardness complained of is itself the empirical fact in which the untruth of that abstraction finds expression. The Kantian critique of rational psychology only refers to Mendelssohn's proof of the persistence of the soul, 23, and I now also cite its refutation of that proof because of the oddness of what it adduces against it. Mendelssohn's proof is based on the simplicity of the soul, by virtue of which it is supposed to be incapable of alteration in time, of transition into another. Qualitative simplicity is in general the form of abstraction earlier considered. As qualitative determinateness, it was investigated in the sphere of being, and it was then proved that the qualitative, which is as such abstractly self-referring determinateness, is precisely for that reason dialectical, mere transition into another. 24. In the case of the concept, however, it was shown that, when considered in connection with persistence, indestructibility, imperishableness, it is that which exists for itself, which is eternal, just because it is not abstract but concrete simplicity, because it is not a determinateness 12.196 that refers to itself abstractly, but is the unity of itself and its other, and it cannot therefore pass over into this other as if it thereby altered in it. It cannot precisely because it is itself the other, the determinateness, and hence in this passing over it only comes to itself. 25. Now the Kantian critique opposes to this qualitative determination of the unity of the concept a quantitative one. As it says, although the soul is not a manifold of reciprocally external parts and contains no extensive magnitude, yet consciousness has a degree, and the soul, like every concretely existing being, is an intensive magnitude. With this magnitude, however, there is posited the possibility of a transition into nothing through gradual vanishing. 26. Now what is this refutation but the application to spirit of a category of being, of intensive magnitude, a determination that has no truth in itself, but on the contrary is sublated in the concept? Metaphysics, even one that restricted itself to the fixed concepts of the understanding without rising to speculation, to the nature of the concept and of the idea, did have for its aim the cognition of truth. It did probe its subject matter to ascertain whether they were something true or not, whether substances or phenomena. The triumph of the Kantian critique over this metaphysics consists, on the contrary, in sidelining any investigation that would have truth for its aim and this aim itself. It simply does not pose the one question which is of interest, namely whether a determinate subject, in this case the abstract I of representation, has truth in and for itself. But to stay at appearances and at the mere representations of ordinary consciousness is to give up on the concept and on philosophy. Anything beyond that is branded by the Kantian critique as high-flown, something to which reason has no claim. As a matter of fact, the concept does fly high, rising above what has no concept, and the immediate justification for going beyond it is, for one thing, the concept itself, and for another, on the negative side, the untruth of appearance and of representation, and also of such abstractions as the thing in itself and the said I which is not supposed to be an object to itself. In the context of this logical exposition, it is from the idea of life that the idea of spirit has emerged, or what is the same thing, that has demonstrated itself to be the truth of the idea of life. As this result, the idea possesses its truth in and for itself, with which one may then also compare the empirical reality or the appearance of spirit to see how far it accords with it. We have seen regarding life that it is the idea, 27, but at the same time it has shown itself not to be, as yet, the true presentation or the true mode of its existence. For in life, the reality of the idea is singularity, universality, or the genus is the inwardness. The truth of life as absolute negative unity 12.197 consists, therefore, in this, to sublate the abstract or, what is the same, the immediate singularity, and as identical to be self-identical, as genus to be self-equal. Now this idea is spirit. In this connection, we may further remark that spirit is here considered in the form that pertains to this idea as logical. For the idea also has other shapes which we may now mention in passing. In these it falls to the concrete sciences of spirit to consider it, namely as soul, consciousness, and spirit as such. The name soul was used formerly to mean singular finite spirit in general, and rational or empirical psychology was supposed to be synonymous with doctrine of spirit. The expression soul evokes an image of it as if it were a thing like other things. One inquires regarding its seat, the spatial location from which its forces operate. Still more, how this thing can be imperishable, subjected to the conditions of temporality, yet exempt from alteration in it. The system of monads elevates matter by making all of it in principle a soul. 28 on this way of representing it. The soul is an atom like the atoms of matter. The atom that rises from a cup of coffee as vapor is capable in favorable circumstances of developing into a soul. Only the greater obscurity of its ideation distinguishes it from the kind of thing that is manifestly soul. The concept that is for itself is necessarily also in immediate existence. In this substantial identity with life, immersed in its externality, the concept is the subject matter of anthropology. But even anthropology would find alien a metaphysics in which this form of immediacy is made into a sole thing, into an atom like the atoms of matter. To anthropology must be left only that obscure region where spirit, under influences which were once called sidereal and terrestrial, lives as a natural spirit in sympathy with nature and has presentiments of the latter's alterations in dreams and presentiments, and indwells the brain, the heart, the liver, and so forth. To the liver, according to Plato, God gave the gift of prophecy above which the self-conscious human is exalted, so that even the irrational part of the soul would be provided for by his bounty and made to share in higher things. 29. To this irrational side belongs further the behavior of figurative representation and of higher spiritual activity in so far as the latter is subject to the play of an entirely corporeal constitution, of external influences and particular circumstances. This lowest of the concrete shapes in which spirit is sunk into materiality 30 has the one immediately superior to it in consciousness. In this form the free concept, as the I existing for itself, is withdrawn from objectivity, but it refers to the latter as its other, a subject matter that confronts it. 12.198 Since spirit is here no longer as soul, but, in the certainty that it has of itself, the immediacy of being has for it the significance rather of a negative. Its identity with itself in the objectivity confronting it is at the same time still only a reflective shining, for that objectivity still also has the form of a being that exists in itself. This stage is the subject matter of the phenomenology of spirit, a science that stands midway between the science of the natural spirit and of the spirit as such. It considers spirit as it exists for itself, but at the same time is referring to its other, an other which, as we have just said, is thereby determined both as an object existing in itself and as a negative. The science thus considers spirit as appearing, as exhibiting itself in its contrary. But the higher truth of this form is spirit for itself. For this spirit, the subject matter 31 which for consciousness exists in itself has the form of its own determination, the form of representation in general. This spirit, which acts on the subject matter's determinations as on its own, on feelings, on representations and thought, is thus infinite in itself and in its form. The consideration of this stage belongs to the doctrine of spirit proper, which would embrace the subject matter of ordinary empirical psychology, but which, in order to be the science of spirit, must not go about its work empirically, but must be conceived scientifically. At this stage spirit is finite spirit in so far as the content of its determinateness is an immediately given content. The science of this finite spirit has to display the course along which it liberates itself from this determinateness and goes on to grasp its truth, the infinite spirit. The idea of spirit, which is the subject matter of logic, already stands, on the contrary, inside pure science. It has no need, therefore, to observe spirit's tracing that course, to see how it gets entangled with nature, with immediate determinateness, with matter, or in other words, with pictorial representation. This is what the other three sciences investigate. The idea of spirit has this course already behind it, or what is the same, it has it rather ahead of it, behind in so far as logic is taken as the final science, ahead in so far as it is taken as the first science from which the idea first passes over into nature. In the logical idea of spirit, therefore, the I is from the start in the way it has emerged from the concept of nature as the truth of nature, the free concept which in its judgment is itself the subject matter confronting it, the concept as its idea. Also in this shape, however, the idea is still not consummated. Although the idea is indeed the free concept that has itself as its subject matter, it is nonetheless immediate, and just because it is immediate, it is still the idea in its subjectivity, and hence in its finitude in general. It is the purpose that ought to realize itself, or the absolute idea itself still in its 12.199 appearance. What the idea seeks is the truth, this identity of the concept itself and reality. But at first it only seeks it, for it is here, as it is at first, still something subjective. Consequently, Although the subject matter that is for the concept is here also a given subject matter, it does not enter into the subject as affecting it, or as confronting it with a constitution of its own as subject matter, or as a pictorial representation. On the contrary, the subject transforms it into a conceptual determination. It is the concept which is the active principle in it, which therein refers itself to itself, and, by thus giving itself its reality in the object, finds truth. Initially, therefore, the idea is one extreme of a syllogism, the concept that as purpose has itself at first for its subjective reality. The other extreme is the restriction of the subjective, the objective world. The two extremes are identical in that they are the idea. Their unity is, first, that of the concept, a unity which in the one extreme is only for itself, and in the other only in itself. Second, it is reality, abstract in the one extreme, and in the other in its concrete externality. This unity is now posited through cognition, and, because the latter is the subjective idea which as purpose proceeds from itself, it is at first only a middle term. The knowing subject, through the determinateness of its concept which is the abstract being for itself, refers to an external world. Nevertheless, it does this in the absolute certainty of itself, in order to elevate its implicit reality, this formal truth, to real truth. It has the entire essentiality of the objective world in its concept. Its process consists in positing for itself the concrete reality of that world as identical with the concept, and conversely in positing the latter as identical with objectivity. Immediately, the idea of appearance is the theoretical idea, cognition as such. For to the concept that exists for itself, the objective world immediately has the form of immediacy or of being, just as that concept is to itself at first only the abstract concept of itself, is still shut up within itself. The concept is therefore only as form, of which only its simple determinations of universality and particularity are the reality that it possesses within, while the singularity or the determinate determinateness, the content, is received by it from the outside. The idea of the true. At first, the subjective idea is impulse, for it is the contradiction of the concept that it has itself for the subject matter and is to itself the reality without, however, the subject matter being an other that subsists on its own over against it, or without the differentiation of itself from itself, having at the same time the essential determination 12.200 of diversity and of indifferent existence. The specific nature of this impulse is therefore to sublate its own subjectivity, to make that first abstract reality a concrete one, filling it with the content of the world presupposed by its subjectivity. From the other side, the impulse is determined in this way. The concept is indeed the absolute certainty of itself. However, opposite its being for itself, there stands its presupposition of a world that exists in itself, but one whose indifferent otherness has for the concept's certainty of itself the status of something merely unessential. The concept is therefore the impulse to sublate this otherness and, in the object, to intuit its identity with itself. This immanent reflection is the sublated opposition and the singularity that originally makes its appearance as the presupposed being in itself, but is now posited and made actual for the subject. Accordingly, this being in itself is the self-identity of the form as it has issued from the opposition, an identity which is therefore determined as indifferent towards the form in its differentiation. It is content. Consequently, this impulse is the impulse of truth in so far as the truth is in cognition, and therefore of truth in its strict sense as theoretical idea. Although objective truth is the idea itself as the reality that corresponds to the concept, and to this extent a subject matter may or may not possess truth. Nevertheless, the more precise meaning of truth is that it is such for or in the subjective concept, in knowledge. 32. Truth is the relation of the judgment of the concept that proved to be the formal judgment of truth. 33. For the predicate in this judgment is not only the objectivity of the concept, but the comparison connecting the concept of the fact with the actuality of it. This realization of the concept is theoretical insofar as the concept still has, as form, the determination of subjectivity, or insofar as it has for the subject the determination of being its own determination. Because cognition is the idea as purpose or as subjective idea, the negation of the world, presupposed as existing in itself, is the first negation. The conclusion in which the objective is posited in the subjective has at first, therefore, only the meaning that what exists in itself is posited only as something subjective, only in conceptual determination, and consequently does not exist as so posited in and for itself. Thus the conclusion only attains to a neutral unity or a synthesis, that is, to a unity of terms that are originally separate, only externally conjoined. Hence, since in this cognition the concept posits the object as its own, the idea gives itself at first only a content of which the foundation is given, in which only the form of externality has been sublated. To this extent, this cognition still retains its finitude in its realized purpose. In the realized purpose, it has at the same time not attained its purpose, and in its truth it has not arrived at the truth. For insofar as in the result the content still has the determination of a given, the 12.201 presupposed being in itself, confronting the concept, is not sublated. The unity of concept and reality, the truth, is thereby equally not contained in it. Remarkable is that this side of finitude is the one that of late has been clung to and accepted as the absolute relation of cognition, as if the finite as such were to be the absolute. On this view, an unknown thinghood in itself is attributed to the object behind cognition, and this thinghood, and the truth also along with it, are regarded for cognition as an absolute beyond. Thought determinations in general, the categories, the determinations of reflection, as well as the formal concept and its moments, acquire on this view the status of determinations that are finite, not in and for themselves, but in the sense of being something subjective as against this empty thinghood in itself. The fallacy of taking this untrue relation of cognition as the true relation has become the universal opinion of modern times. It is immediately clear from this definition of finite cognition that it is a contradiction that sublates itself. It is the contradiction of a truth that is supposed at the same time not to be truth, of a cognition of what is that at the same time does not know the thing in itself. In the collapse of this contradiction, its content, subjective cognition, and the thing in itself, collapses, that is, proves itself to be an untruth. But it is incumbent upon cognition itself to resolve its finitude by its own forward movement, and along with it its contradiction. What we have said is a consideration which we bring to it, and remains a reflection external to it. But cognition is itself the concept which is a purpose unto itself, and, therefore, through its realization fulfills itself, and precisely in this fulfillment sublates its subjectivity and the presupposed being in itself. We must examine cognition, therefore, in its positive activity within it. Because this idea, as we have shown, 34 is the concept's impulse to realize itself for itself. Its activity consists in determining the object, and by virtue of this determining to refer itself to itself in it as identical. The object is simply the determinable as such, and in the idea it has this essential side of not being in and for itself opposed to the concept. Because this cognition is still finite, not speculative cognition, the presupposed objectivity does not as yet have for it the shape of something which is inherently the concept simply and solely, and does not hold anything particular for itself as against the cognition. But by thus having the status of a beyond that exists in itself, the determination of being determinable through the concept is essential to it. For the idea is the concept that exists for itself, is that which is absolutely infinite in itself, in which the object is implicitly sublated, and the aim is still to sublate it explicitly. The object, therefore, is indeed presupposed by the idea of cognition as existing in itself, but as so essentially related to the idea that the latter, certain of itself and of the nothingness of this opposition, arrives in the object at the realization of its concept. 12,202. In the syllogism whereby the subjective idea now rejoins objectivity, the first premise is the same form of immediate seizure and connection of the concept with respect to the object as we see in the purposive connection. 35. The determining activity of the concept upon the object is an immediate communication of itself to the object, an unresisted invasion of it. In all this, the concept remains in pure self-identity, but this immediate immanent reflection equally has the determination of objective immediacy. That which for the concept is its own determination is equally of being, for it is the first negation of the presupposition. The posited determination equally has the status, therefore, of a presupposition which is merely found, the apprehension of a given wherein the activity of the concept consists rather in being negative towards itself, in holding itself back away from what is found and passive towards it, in order that the latter be allowed to show itself, not as determined by the subject, but as it is in itself. In this premise, therefore, this cognition does not in any way appear as an application of logical determinations, but as a reception and apprehension of such determinations as already found, and its activity appears restricted simply to the removing from the subject matter of a subjective obstacle, an external veil. This cognition is analytic cognition. Analytic cognition. The difference between analytic and synthetic cognition is sometimes said to be that the one proceeds from the known to the unknown and the other from the unknown to the known. On closer examination, however, it is difficult to find any definite thought behind this difference, even less a concept. It may be said that in general cognition begins with ignorance, for one does not learn to know something with which one is already acquainted. Conversely, it also begins with the known, for it is a tautological proposition that that with which cognition begins, what it therefore actually knows, is for that reason a known. What is as yet not known, and is expected to be known only later, is still an unknown. In this respect, it must be said that cognition, once it has begun, always proceeds from the known to the unknown. The specific difference of analytic cognition is already established by the fact that, since it is the first premise of the whole syllogism, mediation does not as yet belong to it. Analytic cognition is rather the immediate communication of the concept, a communication that does not as yet contain otherness, and in which activity 12.203 divests itself of its negativity. Yet this immediacy of the connection is for that reason itself mediation, for it is a negative reference of the concept to the object that annuls itself, and thereby makes itself simple and identical. This immanent reflection is only subjective, because in its mediation the difference is present still in the form of a presupposition existing in itself, as the object's difference 36 within itself. The determination that results through this connection, therefore, is the form of simple identity, of abstract universality. Accordingly, analytic cognition has in general this identity for its principle, and the transition into another, the linking of different terms, is excluded from it and from its activity. If we look now more closely at analytic cognition, we see that it starts from a presupposition, hence from some singular, concrete subject matter, whether for representation this subject matter is already completed or in the form of a task, that is, given to it only under certain circumstances and conditions rather than disengaged from these on its own and presented in simple independence. Now the analysis of this subject matter cannot consist just in resolving it into the particular representations possibly contained within it. Such a resolution and the apprehension of the particular representations is an affair that would not belong to cognition, but would rather be a matter of closer acquaintance, a determination within the sphere of representing. Analysis, since it is based on the concept, has for its products determinations that are essentially conceptual, those such as are contained in the subject matter immediately. We have seen from the nature of the idea of cognition that the activity of the subjective concept must be regarded from one side only as the explication of what is already in the object. 37 For the object itself is nothing but the totality of the concept. It is just as one-sided to portray analysis as though there were nothing in the subject matter that is not imported into it, as it is to suppose that the resulting determinations are only extracted from it. The former way of stating the case corresponds, as is well known, to subjective idealism, which takes the activity of cognition in analysis to be only a one-sided positing, beyond which the thing in itself remains hidden. The other way belongs to the so-called realism, for which the subjective concept is an empty identity that imports the thought determinations from outside. Since analytical cognition, the transformation of the given material into logical determinations, has shown itself to be a positing that immediately determines itself to be equally a presupposing, to be both in one. The logical element can appear on account of this presupposing to be in the subject matter as something already completed, just as because of the positing it can appear as the 12.204 product of a merely subjective activity. But the two moments are not to be separated. In the abstract form to which analysis raises it, the logical element is of course only to be found in cognition, just as conversely it is not only something posited, but something that rather exists in itself. Now, in so far as analytical cognition is the indicated transformation, it does not go through further middle terms. On the contrary, the determination is to that extent immediate and has precisely the meaning of being the subject matter's own determination, of belonging to it in itself, and therefore of being apprehended directly from it, without subjective mediation. But further, cognition is also supposed to be a progress, an explication of differences. But because, according to the determination that it has here, it is void of concept and undialectical, it only possesses a given difference, and its progression happens solely in the determinations of the material. It seems to have an imminent progress only in so far as the derived thought determinations can in turn be analyzed, in so far as they are still something concrete. The highest and final term of this analyzing is the abstract highest essence, or the abstract subjective identity, and, over against it, the difference. This progress, however, is nothing but just the repetition of the one original activity of analysis, namely, the redetermination as a concretion of what has already been taken up in abstract conceptual form, and following upon that the analysis of this concretion, and then again the renewed determination of the resulting abstraction as concrete, and so forth. But the thought determinations also seem to contain a transition in themselves. If the subject matter is defined as a whole, then of course one advances from it to the other determination of part, from cause to the other determination of effect, and so forth. But this is no progress, for part and whole, cause and effect, are relations. Indeed, in the context of this formal cognition, they are such consummate relations that the one determination is already found essentially linked to the other. The subject matter that has been determined whether as cause or as part is thus determined by the whole relation, already by both sides of it. Although this relation is in itself something synthetic, this connection is for analytical cognition just as much of a mere given as is any other connection in its material, and therefore outside its sphere of competence. Whether this connection is otherwise determined as a priori or a posteriori is here indifferent, for it is apprehended as already given, or, as it has also been called, as a fact of consciousness, namely the fact that with the determination of whole there is linked the determination of part, and so on. Kant 12.205 made the profound observation that there are synthetic principles a priori, and he recognized as their root the unity of self-consciousness, hence the self-identity of the concept. 38, however, he takes the specific connection, the relational concepts, and the synthetic principles from formal logic as given. The deduction of these should have been the exposition of the transition of that simple unity of self-consciousness into these determinations and distinctions. But Kant spared himself the effort of demonstrating this truly synthetic progression, that of the self-producing concept. It is well known that analytical science and analysis are the names of preference of arithmetic and the sciences of discrete magnitude in general. And in fact, their typical method of cognition is most eminently analytical, and we must now briefly consider why this is so. Any other analytical cognition begins from a concrete material that has an accidental manifoldness within. Every distinction of content and every advance to further content depend on this material. The material of arithmetic and of algebra is, on the contrary, an already totally abstract and indeterminate product from which every peculiarity of relation has been eliminated, and to which, therefore, every determination and every joining is something external. This product is the principle of discrete magnitude, the one. This relationless atom can be increased to a plurality and externally determined and unified into a sum. The increasing and the limiting are an empty progression and an empty determining that never gets past the same principle of the abstract one. How the numbers are further combined and separated depends solely on the positing activity of the knowing subject. Magnitude is in general the category within which these determinations are conducted. It is the determinateness that has become indifferent, so that the subject matter has no determinateness which is immanent to it, and is therefore given to cognition. Since cognition has from the start provided itself with an accidental assortment of numbers, these now constitute the material for further elaboration and manifold relations. Such relations, their discovery and elaboration, do not seem, it is true, to be anything immanent in analytical cognition, but seem rather something accidental and given. Moreover, these same relations and the operations connected with them are also routinely conducted one after the other, as diverse, with no notice of any internal connectedness. But it is easy to recognize the presence of a guiding principle. It is none other than the immanent principle of analytical identity, an identity that in diversity appears as equality. Progression is the reduction of the unequal to ever 12.206 greater equality. To give an example from the first elementary operations, addition is the combining of quite accidentally unequal numbers. Multiplication, on the contrary, is the combination of equal numbers, upon which there then follows the relation of equality of number of times and unit, and the relation of powers then comes in. Now, because the determinateness of the subject matter and of the relations is a posited one, any further operation with them is also wholly analytic. Accordingly, analytical science has not so much theorems as it has problems. The analytical theorem contains the problem as already resolved on its own terms. The wholly external distinction that attaches to the two sides which it equates is so unessential that, as theorem, it would appear to be a trivial identity. To be sure, Kant has declared the proposition 5 plus 7 is equal to 12 to be synthetic because the same is exhibited on the one side in the form of a plurality, 5 plus 7, and on the other in the form of a unity, 12. 39. But, if the analytic proposition is to mean more than just the totally abstract identity and tautology of 12 is equal to 12 and is to contain any progression within it at all, then there must be present some sort of distinction, though not one based on equality, on a reflective and still less conceptual determinateness. 5 plus 7 and 12 are absolutely the very same content, but the first side also expresses the demand that 5 and 7 be combined into one expression, that is to say, that just as 5 is the product of a process of counting that was arbitrarily interrupted but might just as well have been carried farther, so now the counting is to be resumed as before with the stipulation that the ones to be added should be 7. The 12 is therefore the result of 5 and 7 and of a preset operation, which is by nature also a completely external and thoughtless act, one that a machine can also therefore perform. Here there is not the slightest transition to another. What there is the mere continuation, that is, the repetition, of the same operation that produced 5 and 7. The proof of a theorem of this kind and it would require a proof if it were a synthetic proposition, would consist simply in the operation of continuing counting, starting from 5 up to 7 as the predetermined limit, and in the recognition of the agreement of the product of this counting with what is otherwise called 12, a figure which is again nothing more than that same counting up to a determined limit. For this reason, we state the proof in the form of a problem rather than a theorem as a matter of course. We demand to perform an operation, that is to say, we state only one side of the equation that would constitute the theorem and whose other side is now to be found. The problem contains the content and assigns the specific operation to be performed with it. The operation is not constrained by any recalcitrant material endowed with specifying relations, but is rather an external subjective act, the determinations of which are received with indifference by the material 12.207 where they are posited. The whole difference between the conditions stipulated in the problem and the result in the solution is only this, that the union or separation as stipulated in the problem is actual in the solution it is, therefore, a supremely superfluous piece of scaffolding to apply here the form of geometrical method that goes with synthetic propositions, and to add to the problem, over and above the solution, a proof as well. Such a proof can express no more than the tautology that the solution is correct because the prescribed operation has been performed. If the problem is to add several numbers, then the solution is to add them. The proof shows that the solution is correct because addition was prescribed and addition was performed. If the problem involves more complex expressions and operations, as for instance the multiplication of decimal numbers, and the solution only states the mechanical procedure, a proof will then indeed be necessary. But it can consist in nothing more than the analysis of the expressions and of the operation from which the solution proceeds of itself. By this separation of the solution as a mechanical procedure, and of the proof as a reminder of the nature of the subject matter to be treated and of the operation itself, we lose precisely the advantage of the analytic problem, namely that the construction can be derived directly from the problem and presented, therefore, as intelligible in and for itself, in the other way. The construction is expressly given a defect which is typical of the synthetic method. In higher analysis, especially in connection with the relations of powers, where qualitative relations of discrete magnitudes dependent on conceptual determinacies come into play, the problems and the theorems do, of course, contain synthetic determinations. In these cases, other expressions and relations than are given by the problem or theorem must be taken as intermediary links. But here also, the determinations enlisted as an aid must be such as to be based on recalling or developing one side or other of the problem or theorem. The look of synthesis comes solely from the fact that the problem or theorem has not as yet already identified that side. For instance, the problem of finding the sum of the powers of the roots of an equation is solved through the examination and then the joining of the functions that are the coefficients of the equation of the roots. The determination of the functions of these coefficients and their link here enlisted as an aid is not already expressed in the problem, but for the rest the development is totally analytical. The same applies to the solution of the equation xm-1 is equal to 0 with the aid of the sign, and also to its imminent algebraic solution, famously discovered by Gauss, 12.208, which takes into consideration as an aid the residuum of xm-1 divided by 1, and the so-called primitive roots, one of the most important extensions of analysis in modern times. 40 These solutions are synthetic, for the determinations enlisted in their aid, the sign or the examination of the residua, are not a determination of the problem itself. We gave in the first part of this logic a detailed account of the nature of the analysis which is dedicated to the so-called infinite differentiations of variable magnitudes, the analysis of differential and integral calculus. 41. It was shown there that underlying this analysis there is a fundamental qualitative determination of magnitude that can be comprehended only by the concept. 42. The transition to this determination from magnitude as such is no longer analytic. To this day, Therefore, mathematics has been incapable of justifying internally, that is, mathematically, the operations based on it, for the transition is not of a mathematical nature. We said in the same place that Leibniz, famed for having rendered the calculation of infinitesimals into a calculus, executed that transition in a way which is utterly deficient, just as totally void of concept as unmathematical. 43. But of course, once the transition is presupposed, and in the present state of the science it is no more than a presupposition, the further course is only a series of ordinary analytical operations. We have said that analysis becomes synthetic when it comes to determinations that are no longer posited by the problems themselves. But the general transition from analytic to synthetic cognition lies in the necessary transition from the form of immediacy to mediation, from abstract identity to difference. Analysis in general restricts its activity to determinations in so far as these are self-referential, yet by virtue of their determinateness, they also essentially refer to another by nature. We have already remarked that analytic cognition remains such even when it advances to relations that are not an externally given material, but are rather thought determinations, since for it these relations are also given. But because the abstract identity which this cognition knows to be solely its own is essentially an identity in difference, 44, even as such it must be cognition's own identity, and the connection as well must become for the concept one, which is posited by it and is identical with it. 12,209. Synthetic cognition. Analytic cognition is the first premise of the whole syllogism, the immediate reference of the concept to the object. Identity is, therefore, the determination which analytic cognition recognizes as its own, and analytic cognition is the apprehension of what is. Synthetic cognition aims at the comprehension of what is, that is, at grasping the manifoldness of determinations in their unity. It is, therefore, the second premise of the syllogism, the one in which the diverse as such is connected. Its aim, therefore, is necessity in general. The diverse terms that are combined stand, on the one hand, in a relation in which they are both connected, yet mutually indifferent and self-subsistent. But, on the other hand, they are linked together in the concept which is their simple yet determinate unity. Now, inasmuch as in a first moment synthetic cognition passes over from abstract identity to relation, or from being to reflection, it is not the absolute reflection of the concept that the latter recognizes in its subject matter. The reality that the concept gives itself is the next stage, 45, namely the said identity in diversity as such, an identity that equally is, therefore, still inner, and only necessity. It is not the subjective identity existing for itself, hence not as yet the concept. As such, synthetic cognition, therefore, does also have for its content the determinations of the concept. The object is posited in them, but they stand only in relation to one another or in immediate unity, and for that very reason not in the unity by which the concept exists as subject. This is what constitutes the finitude of this cognition. Because the identity which this real side of the idea has in it is still an inner one, the determinations of that identity are still external to themselves. And because the identity is not as subjectivity, the concept's own specific presence in the subject matter still lacks singularity. Although what in the object corresponds to the concept is no longer the abstract but the determinate form of the concept, and hence the concept's particularity, the singularizing element in the object is, nevertheless, still a given content. Consequently, although this cognition transforms the objective world into concepts, what it gives to it in accordance with conceptual determinations is only the form. As for the object in its singularity, in its determinate determinateness, this it must find. The cognition is not yet self-determining. It likewise finds propositions and laws, and proves their necessity. But it proves the latter not as a necessity inherent in a fact in and for itself, that is to say, it does not demonstrate it from the concept. It proves it rather as the necessity inherent to a cognition that delves into given determinations, into phenomenal differences, and 12.210 cognizes for itself the proposition as a unity in relation, or cognizes the ground of appearance from the appearance itself. We must now examine the detailed moments of synthetic cognition. Definition. To start with, the still given objectivity is transformed into simple form, as the first form and therefore as the form of the concept. The moments of this apprehension are none other, therefore, than the moments of the concept: universality, particularity, and singularity. The singular is the object itself as an immediate representation. It is that which is to be defined. The universal of this singular object took the form of genus in the determination of the objective judgment, or the judgment of necessity. 46 More precisely, it took the form of the proximate genus, that is to say, of the universal with the determinateness, which is at the same time the principle for the differentiation of the particular. This is a difference that the subject matter receives in its specific non-indifference. 47 The one that makes it a determinate species and is the basis of its disjunction from the remaining species. Definition. In thus reducing the subject matter to its concept, gets rid of the externalities that are requisite for its concrete existence. It abstracts from what is added to the concept in its realization, whereby the concept issues first into idea and secondly into external concrete existence. Description is for representation. It collects this extra content that belongs to reality. But definition reduces this wealth of manifold determinations of the intuited existence to its simplest moments. What is contained in the concepts are the form of these simple elements and how they are determined with respect to one another. The subject matter is thus apprehended, as we just said, as a universal which is determined at the same time. The subject matter is the third, the singular in which genus and particularization are posited in one, an immediate which is posited outside the concept, for it is not yet self-determining. In these determinations, in the difference of form of the definition, the concept finds itself. There it finds the reality that corresponds to it. But since the reflection of the moments of the concept into themselves, which is singularity, is not as yet contained in this reality, and since the object, in so far as it is in cognition, is consequently not as yet determined as subjective, it is cognition which, on the contrary, is subjective and has an external beginning. That is to say, because of its external beginning in a singular, it is 12.211 subjective. The content of the concept is therefore something given and contingent. The concrete concept itself is thus contingent in two respects. Once because its content is contingent, and again because it is a matter of accident which content determinations, from the many qualities which the intended object has in external existence, are chosen for the concept as constituting its moments. This last respect requires closer consideration. Since singularity is a determinate way of existing in and for itself, it escapes the conceptual determination proper of synthetic cognition. There is in fact no principle, therefore, for determining which aspects of the subject matter are to be regarded as belonging to its conceptual determination and which only to its external reality. In the case of definitions, this constitutes a difficulty which for synthetic cognition cannot be eliminated. A distinction must nonetheless be made here. In the first place, so far as the products of self-conscious purposiveness are concerned, it is easy enough to discover their definition, for the purpose which they should serve is a determination that is generated by a subjective resolution and constitutes the essential particularization, the form of the concrete existent, on which alone everything depends here. The further nature of the material of the existent thing or its other external properties, in so far as they correspond to the purpose, are contained in the thing's determination. The rest are unessential for it. Secondly, geometrical objects are abstract determinations of space. The underlying abstraction, the so-called absolute space, has lost all other concrete determinations and now possesses no further shapes and configurations than are posited in it. Essentially, therefore, such shapes and configurations are only what they are intended to be. their conceptual determination in general, and more proximately their specific difference, have unfettered reality in them. In this respect, therefore, they are the same as the products of external purposiveness. And in this they also agree with the objects of arithmetic in which the underlying determination is also only one that has been posited in them. Of course, space has yet further determinations, its tridimensionality, its continuity and divisibility, which are not first posited in it by external determination. But these belong to the material under consideration and are immediate presuppositions. Synthetic relations and laws are produced only through the combination and the interweaving of these subjective determinations with this distinctive nature of their field into which they have been imported. In the case of number determinations, since they are based on the simple principle of the one, their combination and further determination is only an entirely posited product. On the other hand, determinations in space, which for its part is a continuous externality, 48 run a further course of their own and have a reality that exceeds their concept, but it no longer belongs to the immediate definition. 12,212. But, thirdly, in the case of the definitions of concrete objects, of nature as well as of spirit, the situation is quite different. For representation, such subject matters are in general things of many properties. In their case, all depends on apprehending what is their proximate genus, and then what is their specific difference. We have to determine, therefore, which of the many properties pertains to the subject matter as genus, which as species, and which among these properties is the essential one. This further involves recognizing how the properties hang together, whether one is already posited with the other. For this, however, no other criterion is yet available than existence itself. For the definition, in which the property is to be posited as simple undeveloped determinateness, the essentiality of the property is its universality. But in existence, this universality is empirical. It is a universality in time, whether the property persists while the rest ostensibly come and go within the permanence of the whole, or a universality resulting from comparison with other concrete wholes, in which case it does not get beyond commonality. Now, if comparison gives as a common foundation the total habitus, such as is empirically given, then reflection must gather it together into one simple thought determination and grasp the simple character of the resulting totality. But the only possible attestation that a thought determination, or any single one of the immediate properties, constitutes the simple and determinate essence of the subject matter is its derivation from the concrete constitution of the latter. But this would require an analysis that transforms the immediate elements of this constitution into thoughts and reduces their concreteness to a simple thought determination. And this is an analysis of a higher order than the one just considered, for it would not be abstractive. On the contrary, in the universal it should still retain the singular character of the concrete, should unify it and show that it is dependent on the simple thought determination. The connections of the manifold determinations of immediate existence to the simple concept would, however, require theorems, and these need proof. But definition is the first, still undeveloped concept, and in that it has to apprehend the simple determinateness of the subject matter, and this apprehension is to be something simple. It can employ for the purpose only one of the subject's immediate so-called properties, a determination of sensuous existence or of representation. The singling out, then, of this property through abstraction is what constitutes the simplicity, and for universality and essentiality the concept must resort to empirical universality, to persistence under altered circumstances, and to the reflection that seeks the determination of the concept in external existence, and in pictorial representation, seeks it, that is, where it is not to be found. Defining, therefore, by its own doing also forfeits the true concept determinations that would by essence be the 12.213 principles of the subject matter, and contents itself with marks, that is, determinations in which that they are essential to the subject matter is a matter of indifference, and whose only purpose is rather to be markers for external reflection. Any such single, external determinateness is too disproportionate with respect to the concrete totality and to the nature of its concept to justify its being singled out or to assume that a concrete whole would find in it its true expression and determination. For example, as Blumenbach observes, the lobe of the ear is something lacking to all other animals and is therefore perfectly entitled, in accordance with ordinary ways of speaking about common and distinguishing markers, to be used as the distinctive characteristic in the definition of the physical human being. 49. But how disproportionate such a totally external determination at once appears when measured against the representation of the total habitus of the physical human being, and against the demand that the concept determination shall be something essential. It is entirely accidental whether the markers taken up into the definition are pure makeshifts like this one or approximate the nature of a principle instead. From their externality, one can also see that the cognition based on concepts did not begin with them. It was rather an obscure feeling, an indeterminate but profound sense, an intimation of the essential that preceded the discovery of genera in nature and spirit, and only afterwards was a specific externality sought for the understanding. Since in existence the concept has entered into externality, it has unfolded into its differences and cannot be absolutely attached to any single one of such properties. The properties, as the externality of the thing, are external to themselves. For this reason, as we demonstrated in the sphere of appearance in connection with the thing of many properties, 50 do the properties essentially become even self-subsistent matters. Spirit, regarded from the standpoint of appearance, turns into an aggregate of many independent forces. Regarded in this way, the single property or force, even where it is posited as indifferent to the other properties, ceases to be a characterizing principle, with the result that the determinateness, as the determinateness of the concept, vanishes completely. In the concrete things, together with the diversity of the properties among themselves, there also enters the difference between the concept and its realization. The concept has an external presentation in nature and spirit wherein its determinateness manifests itself as dependence on the external, as transitoriness and inadequacy. Therefore, although an actual thing will indeed manifest in itself what it ought to be, yet, in accordance with the negative judgment of the concept, it may equally also show that its actuality only imperfectly 12.214 corresponds with this concept, that it is bad. Now the definition is supposed to indicate the determinateness of the concept in an immediate property, yet there is no property against which an instance could not be adduced where the whole habitus indeed allows the recognition of the concrete thing to be defined, yet the property taken for its character shows itself to be immature and stunted. In a bad plant, a bad animal type, a contemptible human individual, a bad state, there are aspects of their concrete existence that are defective or entirely missing, but that might otherwise be picked out for the definition as the distinctive mark and essential determinateness in the existence of any such concrete entity. A bad plant, a bad animal, etc., remains a plant, an animal just the same. If, therefore, the bad specimens are also to be covered by the definition, then the empirical search for essential properties is ultimately frustrated because of the instances of malformation in which they are missing. For instance, in the case of the physical human being, the essentiality of the brain is missing in the instance of acephalous individuals. Or, in the case of the state, the essentiality of the protection of life and of property is missing in the instance of despotic states and tyrannical governments. If the concept is maintained despite the contradicting instance, and the latter is declared, as measured by the concept, to be a bad specimen, then the attestation of the concept is no longer based on appearance, but that the concept stands on its own goes against the meaning of definition, for definition is supposed to be the immediate concept, and can therefore derive its determinations of the subject matter only from the immediacy of existence and justify itself only in what it already finds there. Whether its content is in and for itself truth or contingency, this lies outside the sphere of definition. But for this reason, because the singular subject matter under consideration may well be a bad specimen, formal truth, or the agreement of the concept subjectively posited in the definition and the actual subject matter outside it, cannot be established. The content of a definition is taken in general from immediate existence, and because it is immediate, it has no justification. The question regarding its necessity is precluded by its origination, by the very fact that the definition voices the concept as something merely immediate. It renounces comprehending it conceptually. What it exhibits, therefore, is nothing but the form determination of the concept in a given content, without the reflection of the concept within itself, that is, without its being for itself. But immediacy proceeds as such only from mediation, and must therefore pass over into it. Or the determinateness of the content contained in the definition is, for the very reason that it is determinateness, not only immediate, but something mediated by its other. Consequently, definition can apprehend its subject matter only by virtue of the opposite determination and must therefore pass over into division. 12,215. Division. The universal must particularize itself. To this extent, the necessity of division lies in the universal. But because definition itself already begins with the particular, its necessity for passing over into division lies in the particular that points, as particular, to another. Conversely, the particular separates itself off from the universal precisely by holding on to its determinateness for the sake of keeping it distinct from another than it. The universal is therefore presupposed for division. The way to proceed is therefore this. The singular content of definition is raised through particularity to the extreme of universality. But universality must from now on be assumed as the objective foundation and, with it, as the starting point. Division presents itself as the disjunction of the universal, the latter being the first. A transition is now introduced which, since it takes place from the universal to the particular, is determined by the form of the concept. Definition is as such something singular. A greater number of definitions pertains to a greater number of subject matters. The advance from the universal to the particular characteristic of the concept constitutes the basis and the possibility of a synthetic science, of a system, and of systematic cognition. The first requirement for this is that, as indicated, the beginning be made with the subject matter in the form of a universal. In the realm of actuality, whether of nature or spirit, it is the concrete singularity that is given to subjective, natural cognition as first. But in a cognition which is a conceptual comprehension, at least inasmuch as it has the form of the concept for its basis, it is the simple, abstracted from the concrete, that on the contrary comes first, for only in this form does the subject matter have the form of a self-referring universality and of an immediacy that accords with the concept. It may perhaps be objected to this way of proceeding in matter scientific that, since intuition is easier than cognition, what can be intuited, that is, concrete actuality, should be made the starting point of science. That this way of proceeding would be more natural than one that starts from an abstract subject matter and then proceeds from it to its particularization and concrete singularization. But inasmuch as cognition is the issue, any comparison with intuition has already been decided and dismissed. The only question allowed here is what should be the first inside cognition, and how one should then go from there. What is required is not a method appropriate to nature, but one appropriate to cognition. If the issue is merely one of easiness, then it goes without saying 12.216 that it is easier for cognition to grasp the abstract, simple thought determination than to grasp a concrete subject matter, which is a complex web of such thought determinations and relations. And it is in this manner, no longer as it is given in intuition, that the matter should be grasped. The universal is in and for itself the first moment of the concept, because it is the simple, and the particular only comes after it, because it is the mediated, and conversely the simple is the more universal, and the concrete, since it is internally differentiated and hence mediated, is what already presupposes the transition from a first. This remark applies not only to the ordering of the whole into the specific forms of definitions, divisions, and propositions, but also to the ordering of cognition as a whole, and simply with respect to the difference of abstract and concrete in general. Thus, in learning to read, for example, the more rational way to begin is also not with reading whole words or even syllables, but with the elements of words and syllables and with the signs of abstract sound inflections. In alphabetic script, the analysis of concrete words into their abstract sound inflections and their signs is already accomplished, and for this reason learning to read is a primary occupation with abstractions. In geometry, the beginning has to be made not with a concrete space configuration, but with point and line, and then with plane figures, and among the latter not with polygons, but with the triangle, and among curves with the circle. In physics, the singular natural properties or matters must be freed from the manifold entanglements in which they are found in concrete actuality, and presented with their simple, necessary conditions. They too, like space configurations, are accessible to intuition, but this intuition has to be prepared for, in such a way that they finally appear and are held free of all the modifications due to circumstances which are extraneous to their specific nature. Magnetism, electricity, various kinds of gases, etc., are such subject matters as come to be known in their specificity only by being apprehended as removed from the concrete conditions under which they appear in actuality. Of course, an experiment will exhibit them to intuition in some concrete case. But, in order for the experiment to be scientific, it must admit only such conditions as are necessary to it, and it must be repeated in various forms in order to demonstrate that the concrete cluster of conditions that cannot be separated from the matters under consideration are inessential. For these can appear in one concrete configuration and then again in another, so that only their abstract form is left for cognition. To mention yet one more example, 12.217, it might appear natural and reasonable to regard colors, first, in the concrete appearance of the animal's subjective sense. Next, as a spectral phenomenon hovering outside the subject, and finally fixed in objects in external actuality. But for cognition, the universal and consequently truly primary form is the middle one of the three mentioned. Color as it hovers between subjectivity and objectivity in the well-known form of the spectrum, still unentangled with subjective and objective circumstances. For the pure consideration of the nature of this object, such circumstances are at first only a source of interference, because they behave as efficient causes and therefore make it uncertain whether specific alterations of colors, specific transitions and relations, are based on their own specific nature as color or are rather to be attributed to the specific pathology of the circumstances themselves, to the healthy and sick particular affections and effects of the organs of the subject, or to the chemical, vegetable, and animal forces of the objects. Numerous other examples could be adduced from the cognition of organic nature and of the world of spirit. Everywhere the abstract must constitute the starting point and the element in which and from which the particularities and rich shapes of the concrete spread out. Now, although with division or with the particular the distinction of universal and particular is duly introduced, this universal is nevertheless itself already something determinate, and therefore itself only a member of a division. Hence there is a higher universal for it, and a higher yet for this other universal, and the same for the next all the way to infinity. There is no imminent limit to the cognition under consideration here, because it proceeds from a given, and it is the form of abstract universality that defines its first. Any object, therefore, that seems to possess an elementary universality is made the subject matter of a specific science. It makes an absolute beginning because ordinary acquaintance with it is presupposed, and the assumption made is that it stands on its own with no need of derivation. Definition takes it as an immediate. Division is the immediately next step after this starting point. For this advance, only an immanent principle would be required, that is, a beginning from the universal and the concept, But the cognition under consideration here lacks any such principle, for it follows only upon the form determination of the concept without that form's immanent reflection, and therefore takes the determinateness of the content from what is given. There is no specific reason for the particular that enters into the division, whether with respect to what constitutes the basis of the division, or with respect to the specific relation that the members of the disjunction 12.218 are supposed to have to one another. Consequently, in this respect, the business of cognition can only consist partly in orderly arranging the particularities found in the empirical material, and partly also in discovering universal determinations of this material by means of comparison. Such determinations then count as grounds of division, of which there can be a variety, just as there can be an equal variety of divisions based on them. The relation of the members of a division to one another, the relation of the species, has only this one universal determination, namely that the members, the species, are determined relative to one another in accordance with the assumed ground of division. If their differentiation were to rest on some other consideration, their order would be arranged along different lines accordingly. Because of the lack of a principle of self-determination, the only possible laws for this business of division consist in formal, empty rules that lead nowhere. Thus we see laid down as a rule that division should exhaust the concept, but in fact each single member of the division must exhaust the concept. Actually, what is meant is that the determinateness of the concept should be exhausted, but there is nothing in an empirical manifold of species, internally void of determination, that contributes to this exhaustion whether few or many of them have been discovered. It is indifferent, for example, to the exhaustion of the concept whether in addition to the 67 species of parrots another dozen are discovered. The demand for exhaustion can only mean this tautological proposition, that all the species should be listed in their completeness. Now, as empirical cognition expands, it can well happen that species are discovered that do not fit the assumed determination of the genus, for the genus is usually adopted more in accordance with some obscure representation of the whole habitus than in accordance with the more or less singular mark that should expressly serve to determine it. In such a case, the genus would have to be altered and a justification would have to be given for regarding another group of species as the species of the one new genus. That is to say, the genus would receive its determination from what we group together on the basis of some standpoint or other that we choose to assume as a principle of unity. This standpoint thus becomes itself the ground of division. Conversely, should we hold on to the determinateness originally assumed to define the genus, then the material that we wanted to bring as species in unity with the earlier ones would have to be excluded. This way of carrying on without the concept, at one time by assuming a certain determinateness as the essential moment of the genus, subordinating the particulars to it or excluding them from it accordingly. At another time by starting with the particulars and letting oneself be guided in grouping them by some other 12.219 determinateness. This way gives the appearance of a game in which it is left up to chance to decide which part or which side of the concrete to fix on in order then to bring order in accordance with it. It is physical nature itself that presents such a contingency in the principles of division. Because of the external dependency of its actuality, it stands in a manifold of connectedness which for it is likewise given. There is, therefore, an assortment of principles to which it has to adapt itself, following one principle in one series of its forms, but another in another series, while also producing hybrids that go in different directions at once. Thus it happens that in one series of natural things certain marks come to the fore as especially significant and essential, that in another series become inconspicuous and purposeless, the result being that it is impossible to abide by any such principle of division. The general determinateness of empirical species can only consist in this, that they are simply diverse from one another without being opposed. The disjunction of the concept was presented earlier in a determinate form. 51 if particularity is taken without the negative unity of the concept, as a particularity which is immediate and given, then difference stays at only the reflective form of diversity considered earlier. The externality in which the concept is preeminently to be found in nature brings with it the total indifference of difference. For this reason, it is common to take from number the determination for division. Such is the contingency here of the particular with respect to the universal, and therefore of division in general, that it may be attributed to an instinct of reason when we discover in this cognition bases of division and divisions which, to the extent that sensuous properties allow it, show themselves to be more adequate to the concept. For example, in the case of animals, the instruments for eating, the teeth and the claws, are used in the systems as a far-reaching criterion of division. They may be taken at first only as features in which it is easier, for the subjective purpose of cognition, to detect distinguishing marks. But in fact, the differentiation embodied in those organs is not one that pertains just to external reflection. Such organs are rather the vital point of animal individuality, where the latter posits itself as self-referring singularity by cutting itself loose from the otherness of its external nature and from continuity with the other. In the case of the plant, it is the reproductive parts that constitute the highest point of vegetable life, the point at which the plant points to the transition into sexual difference and thereby into individual singularity. For this reason, the system has rightly turned to this point for a base of division which, though not sufficient, is nonetheless far-reaching, 12.220, and has thereby laid down for foundation a determinateness, which is such not merely for external reflection, for the purpose of comparison, but is in and for itself the highest of which the plant is capable. The theorem. The third stage in this advance of cognition based on concept determinations is the transition of particularity to singularity. This stage constitutes the content of the theorem. To be considered here, therefore, is the self-referring determinateness, the internal differentiation of the subject matter and the connection of the differentiated determinacies to one another. Definition contains only one determinateness. Division contains determinateness as against the other. In singularization, the subject matter has parted internally, whereas definition stops at the universal concept. In theorems, the subject matter is known in its reality, in the conditions and the forms of its real existence. Together with the definition, therefore, the subject matter exhibits the idea, which is the unity of the concept and reality. But the cognition being considered here, a cognition that is still a seeking, does not attain this presentation, for in it reality does not proceed from the concept, and therefore the dependency of reality on the concept and consequently the unity itself is not cognized. Now, according to the definition just given, the theorem is the properly synthetic element of a subject matter because the relations of its determinacies are necessary, that is, are grounded in the inner identity of the concept. In definition and division, the synthetic element is a connectedness held together externally. What is found given is brought into the form of the concept, but, as given, the entire content is only displayed. In the theorem, on the contrary, it ought to be demonstratively displayed. Since this cognition does not deduce the content of its definitions and of the principles of division, it seems that it might also spare itself the proof of the relations expressed by the theorem and be satisfied here, too, just with perception. But what distinguishes cognition from mere perception and representation is the form of the concept in general that it imparts to the content. This is done in definition and division. But since the content of the theorem proceeds from the concept's moment of singularity, it consists in determinations of reality that no longer have as their relation just the simple and immediate determinations of the concept. In singularity, the concept has gone over to otherness, to reality, thereby becoming idea. 12.221 The synthesis contained in the theorem no longer has, therefore, the form of the concept to justify it. It is a joining together of such as are diverse. Consequently, the unity not yet thereby posited still remains to be demonstrated. Here proof thus becomes necessary to this cognition itself. Now the first difficulty that we encounter here is of distinctly distinguishing between which of the determinations of the subject matter can be admitted into the definitions, and which must rather be relegated to the theorems. In this matter, there is no principle readily available. There might seem to be one in assuming, perhaps, that what pertains to a subject matter immediately also belongs to the definition, while for the rest, since it is something mediated, the mediation must first be demonstrated. But the content of the definition is as such determined and therefore itself essentially mediated. Its immediacy is only a subjective one, that is to say, the subject makes an arbitrary beginning letting a subject matter count as a presupposition. Now, since this subject matter is as such in itself concrete, and must also be divided, the result is a number of determinations that are mediated by nature and are taken as immediate and unproved, not on the basis of any principle, but only subjectively. Even in Euclid, who has always been justly recognized to be the master of this synthetic kind of cognition, we find under the name of axiom a presupposition about parallel lines that some have held to be in need of proof, and various attempts have been made to fill this lack. And there are several other theorems in which people have thought to have discovered presuppositions that should not have been immediately assumed but ought to have been proved. So far as the axiom of parallel lines is concerned, it may be noted that precisely there is where Euclid gives evidence of his good sense. He had duly appreciated the nature of his science. The proof of that axiom would have to be derived from the concept of parallel lines. Any such proof, however, has no place in his science, no more than does the deduction of his definitions, of his axioms, and his subject matter in general, of space itself and its first determinations, the dimensions. For any such deduction would have to be carried out on the basis of the concept, and this lies outside the proper domain of Euclidean science. These must remain for it, therefore, necessary presuppositions, relative firsts. Axioms, to take this opportunity of mentioning them, belong to the same class. They are commonly but wrongly taken to be absolute firsts, as if they were not in need of proof in and for themselves. If such were in fact the case, they would then be mere tautologies, for it is only in abstract identity that there is no diversity, and that therefore also no 12.222 mediation is needed. But if the axioms are more than just tautologies, then they are propositions drawn from another science, since within the science for which they serve as axioms they are meant as presuppositions. Strictly speaking, therefore, they are theorems, and are indeed mostly drawn from logic. The axioms of geometry are lemmas of this kind, logical propositions, and they come close, moreover, to being tautologies because they are concerned with quantity alone, and every qualitative difference has therefore been purged from it. Of the principal axiom, the purely quantitative syllogism, we spoke earlier. 52. Axioms, therefore, when considered in and for themselves, are just as much in need of proof as are definitions and divisions, and they are not made into theorems only for the reason that, since they are relative firsts, they are assumed for a certain standpoint as presuppositions. As regards the content of theorems, there is one further precision to be made. Because this content consists in a connection of determinacies of the concept's reality, such connections may be more or less incomplete and single relations of the subject matter, or, on the contrary, they may be one such relation that encompasses the whole content of reality and expresses the content's determinate connection. But the unity of all the content determinacies is equivalent to the concept. A proposition that contains them is therefore itself a definition again, not one, however, that expresses the concept only as immediately assumed, but one that expresses it rather as developed into its determinate, real differences, or one that expresses the concept's complete existence. The two together, therefore, present the idea. If we closely compare the theorems of a synthetic science, of geometry in particular, we find this distinction, namely that some of the science's theorems contain only singular relations of the subject matter, whereas others contain relations in which its full determinateness is expressed. It is a very superficial view that attributes equal value to all propositions, on the ground that each generally contains a truth, and in the formal progression from step to step of a proof, each is equally essential. 53. The difference with respect to the content of theorems is most intimately connected with this progression itself, and some further remarks concerning the latter will serve to clarify that difference further, as well as the nature of synthetic cognition. To start with, Euclidean geometry, which, as the representative of the synthetic method of which it delivers the most accomplished exemplar, shall serve as an example, has from ancient times been renowned for the order in the progression of its theorems, whereby for each theorem the propositions required for its construction and proof are always found already proved. This circumstance concerns the formal sequence of inference. Yet, important as it is, it still has primarily to do with the external 12.223 ordering of purposiveness, and bears on its own no connection to the essential difference of the concept and the idea, in which there lies a higher principle of the necessity of the progression. That is to say, the definitions with which the beginning is made apprehend the sensuous subject matter as immediately given, and they determine it according to its proximate genus and specific difference. 54. These are equally the simple and immediate determinacies of the concept, the universality and particularity whose relation is developed no further. Now, the initial theorems themselves have nothing at their disposal except such immediate determinations as are found in the definitions. Similarly, their reciprocal dependence can only be a matter at first of each being in general determined through the other. Thus, Euclid's first propositions regarding the triangle have to do only with congruence. That is, how many parts must be determined in a triangle in order that the remaining parts of the one and same triangle, or the whole of it, be determined in full. 55. That two triangles are compared with one another, and their congruence posited in the fact that they coincide is a detour needed by a method that must rely on sensuous coincidence instead of the thought of determinateness. Otherwise considered for themselves, these theorems themselves contain two parts, one of which can be regarded as the concept, and the other as the reality that completes the concept by realizing it. For the understanding, whatever suffices for a full determination, that is to say, the two sides and the enclosed angle in this case, is already the entire triangle. Nothing further is needed for its complete determinateness. The remaining two angles and the third side are the superfluity of reality over and above the determinateness of the concept. Thus, all that those theorems in fact do is to reduce the sensuous triangle, which of course requires three sides and three angles, to its simplest conditions. The definition had mentioned, quite in general, only the three lines that enclose the plane figure and make it a triangle. It is a theorem that first expresses the determinateness of the angles through the determinateness of the sides, just as the remaining theorems express the dependence of three other parts on three others. But the complete determinateness of the magnitude of a triangle in terms of its sides is contained in the Pythagorean theorem. It is in this theorem that we first have the equation of the sides of the triangle. For the preceding sides 56 bring the triangle to a reciprocal determinateness of part to part only in general, not to an equation. This proposition is therefore the perfect, real definition of the triangle, of the right-angled triangle in the first place, the simplest in its differences and hence the most regular. Euclid brings the first book to a close with this proposition, for it does in fact attain a perfect determinateness. And after he has reduced to a uniform type those triangles which are not 12.224 right angles and are affected by greater inequality, he concludes the second book with the reduction of the rectangle to the square, with an equation between the self-equal, or the square, and the internally unequal, or the rectangle. Similarly, in the Pythagorean theorem, the hypotenuse that corresponds to the right angle, the self-equal, constitutes one side of the equation, while the other side is made up by the self-unequal, the two perpendicular sides. The equation between the square and the rectangle is at the basis of the second definition of the circle, and this is again the Pythagorean theorem, except that the two perpendicular sides of the right angle are assumed to be alterable. The first equation of the circle is in precisely the relationship of sensuous determinateness to equation as holds between the two different definitions of conic sections in general. This truly synthetic progression is a transition from universal to singularity, namely to that which is determined in and for itself, or to the unity of the subject matter in itself, inasmuch as this has come apart, differentiated into its essential real determinacies. In other science, however, the common and quite imperfect way of advancing from universality to singularity is indeed to start from a universal, but then to singularize and concretize it by applying it to a material brought in from elsewhere. In this way, the singularity of the idea is strictly speaking an empirical addition. Now, whatever the content of the theorem, whether imperfect or perfect, it must be proved. It is a relation of real determinations that do not have the relation of concept determinations. When they do have this relation, as it can be shown to be the case for the propositions we have called second or real definitions, such definitions are for that very reason in one respect definitions. But since their content consists at the same time of relations of real determinations, not just of the relation of universal and simple determinateness, in comparison with such a first definition they are also in need and capable of proof. As real determinacies, they have the form of indifferent subsistence and indifferent diversity. Hence they are not immediately one, and therefore their mediation is to be demonstrated. The immediate unity in the first definition is the one in accordance with which the particular is in the universal. Now the mediation which we must now consider more closely may be simple or may go through several mediations. The mediating members are joined together with those to be mediated, but since it is not on the basis of the concept, to which the transition into an opposite is altogether alien, that the mediation and the theorem are retraced in this cognition, in the absence of any concept of connectedness. The mediating determinations must be imported from somewhere as a 12.225 provisory material for the scaffolding of the proof. This preparation is the construction. Now, among the connections of the content of the theorem, of which there can be a great number, only those must be adduced and made to work that are of service to the proof. The supply of material only acquires meaning in this context. In itself, it appears blind and meaningless. In retrospect, it will of course become apparent in the proof that there was a purpose to drawing, for example, such or such additional lines to a geometrical figure as the construction specifies. In the course of the construction itself, however, this must be done blindly, by itself. Therefore, this operation is without understanding, since the purpose motivating it is yet to be declared. It is a matter of indifference whether the operation is undertaken for the purpose of a theorem in the strict sense or a problem. As it first appears before the proof, the operation is not anything derived from the given specification of the theorem or the problem, a meaningless act, therefore, for anyone as yet not acquainted with its purpose, and then always only directed by an external purpose. This hidden purpose becomes apparent in the proof. This contains, as stated, 57 the mediation of what the theorem declares is bound together, and it is only by virtue of this mediation that this connectedness first appears as necessary. Just as the construction lacks on its own the subjectivity of the concept, so is the proof a subjective act lacking in objectivity. For since the content determinations of the theorem are not posited at the same time as determinations of the concept, but are posited instead as in different parts standing in a multitude of external relations to one another, it is only in the formal, external concept that the necessity manifests itself. The proof is not a genesis of the relation that constitutes the content of the theorem. The necessity is present only to insight, and the whole proof is only for the subjective interest of cognition. It is for this reason a thoroughly external reflection that proceeds from the outside to the inside, that is, arrives in conclusion at the inner constitution of the relation on the basis of external circumstances. These circumstances, which the construction has presented, are a consequence of the nature of the subject matter. Here they are converted instead into the ground, and the mediating relations. The middle term, the third term in which the terms linked in the theorem present themselves in their unity, and that provides the nerve of the proof, is therefore only something in which the connectedness appears and is external. Because the sequence which the proof goes through is rather the reverse of the nature of the fact, what is considered in the proof as ground is a subjective ground, one that brings out the nature of the fact only for cognition. The foregoing considerations make clear the necessary limit of this cognition, a limit that 12.226 usually goes unrecognized. The science of geometry is the most illustrious example of the synthetic method, but it has been inappropriately applied to other sciences as well, even to philosophy. Geometry is a science of magnitude. Hence, formal inference is the one most appropriate to it. Since it treats the quantitative determination alone, abstracting from anything qualitative, it can confine itself to formal identity, to the unity void of concept which is equality and belongs to external, abstractive reflection. The determinations of space that are its subject matter are already abstract objects, suitably prepared for the purpose of obtaining a perfectly finite, external determinateness. This science, because of its abstract subject matter, on the one hand has an aura of sublimity about it, for in these empty silent spaces color is extinguished and the other sensuous properties have equally vanished, and further, every other interest that would appeal to a living individuality is silenced. On the other hand, this abstract subject matter is still space, a non-sensuous sensuous. To be sure, intuition is raised to a higher level in this abstraction. Space is now a form of intuition, but it is still intuition, sensuous intuition, the externality of 58 of the senses themselves, 59 their pure absence of concept. Enough has been heard lately of the preeminence of geometry in this respect. There are those who say that geometry's foremost advantage is that it is based on the intuition of the senses, even believe that its scientific preeminence depends on this circumstance, and that its proofs rest on intuition. This shallow view must be countered with the plain reminder that no science can be brought about by intuition, but only by thought. The intuitive character that geometry possesses because of its still sensuous material only gives to it that level of evidence that the senses generally provide to thoughtless spirit. It is therefore regrettable that the same sensuousness of material, which is a sign of the inferiority of its standpoint, has been reckoned instead to its advantage. It is solely to the abstraction of its sensuous subject matter that geometry owes its aptitude for a higher scientific reach, and the advantage that it has over the collections of information that people are also want to call sciences, but have for content only the concrete perceptible material of the senses. And only because of the order that they seek to bring to it do they give any sign of a remote inkling and hint of the requirements of the concept. It is only because the space of geometry is the abstract emptiness of externality that it is possible for figures to be drawn in its indeterminateness in such a way that their determinations remain perfectly at rest outside one another with no imminent transition to the opposite. The science of these figures is therefore plainly and simply the science of the finite, which 12.227 is compared according to magnitude and has for its unity the external one of equality. But now, since with these figures the start is made from a variety of sides and points at once, and the various figures fall into place of themselves, in comparing them their qualitative unlikeness and incommensurability also come into view. Geometry is thus driven, beyond the finitude within which it advanced step by step orderly and securely, to infinity, to the positing as equal of such as are qualitatively diverse. Here it loses the evidence that it derived from being otherwise based on fixed finitude without having to deal with the concept and the transition to the opposite which is its manifestation. As a finite science, geometry reaches its limit at this point, for the necessity and the mediation of the synthetic realm is no longer grounded in merely positive identity, but in negative identity. If geometry, like algebra, quickly runs up against its limit with its abstract subject matter, suited as this is only to the understanding, it is evident from the start that the synthetic method is all the more insufficient for other sciences, and most insufficient of all for philosophy. Regarding definition and division, we have already made the relevant points, and we should be left here to speak only of theorems and proofs. But, besides the presupposition of definition and division that itself requires proof and presupposes it, also problematic is the very position of definition and division with respect to the theorems. This position is especially noteworthy in the empirical sciences, as for example physics, whenever they want to give themselves the form of synthetic sciences. This is how they go about it. The reflective determinations of particular forces, or of otherwise inner and essential forms, which are the results of an analysis of experience and can be justified only as such results, must be placed at the top, in order to obtain from them a general foundation that can then be applied to the singular and be instantiated there. Since these general foundations have no hold of their own, we must simply grant them in the meantime. It is only in the derived consequences that we notice that the latter are in fact the ground of those presuppositions. The so-called explanation and the proof of the concrete brought into theorems turn out to be partly a tautology, partly an obfuscation of the true relation, and partly also an obfuscation that serves to hide the deception of cognition. For cognition has collected experiences tendentiously, only so that it could attain its simple definitions and principles. And it has preempted the possibility of empirical refutation by taking experiences and accepting them as valid, not in their concrete totality, but selectively, as examples that can then be used on behalf of its hypotheses and theories. In this subordination of concrete experience to presupposed 12.228 determinations, the foundation of the theory is obscured and is only indicated according to the side that suits the theory, and, quite in general, the unprejudiced examination of concrete perceptions for their own sake is thereby much impeded. Only by turning the whole procedure upside down does the whole thing acquire the right relation in which the link of ground and consequence can come into view. One of the principal obstacles in the study of these sciences is thus the way we enter into them, which we can only do by blindly taking the presuppositions for granted and, without being able to form any further concept of them, often not even an exact representation, at best by conjuring up in fantasy a confused picture of them. We right there impress in our memory the determinations of the forces and matters that we have assumed, their hypothetical shapes, their directions, and rotations. If we are asked to produce the necessity and the concept of these assumptions in order to justify assuming their validity, we discover that we are incapable of making a step beyond the starting point. We had occasion above to speak of the inappropriateness of applying the synthetic method to strictly analytic science. 60 Wolff extended this application to every kind of bits of knowledge that he dragged into philosophy and mathematics. Cognitions which were partly of a wholly analytical nature, and partly also devoted to practical matters of an incidental kind. The incongruity between this material, easy to grasp and by nature incapable of rigorous and scientific treatment, and the pompous scientific roundabouts icing it, has alone demonstrated the clumsiness of such an application, finally discrediting it. As yet, 12.229 This misuse has not sufficed to shake the belief that this method is both suited and essential to attaining scientific rigor in philosophy. Spinoza's example, the way he presented his philosophy, has long served as model in this regard. But the fact is that Kant and Jacobi did do away with this whole style of the previous metaphysics and its method along with it. As for the content of that metaphysics, Kant has in his own fashion shown that it leads by strict demonstration to antinomies, the same whose nature we have in other respects elucidated at the appropriate places. 63 But Kant did not reflect on the nature of the demonstration associated with them, on the fact that such a demonstration is inextricably bound to a finite content. In his Principles of Natural Science, he gave himself an example of how to deal with a science of reflection on its own methodological terms, in a way that he thought would vindicate it for philosophy. 64. While Kant attacked previous metaphysics for the most part from the side of its content, Jacobi did it especially from the side of its method of demonstration, and, with great clarity and profundity, he put his finger on precisely the point at issue, namely that such a method of demonstration is strictly bound to the cycle of rigid necessity of finite reality, and that freedom, that is, the concept, and with it everything that truly exists, lies beyond it and is unattainable by it. 65. According to Kant's result, it is the peculiar content of metaphysics that leads it into contradictions. The inadequacy of cognition is due to its subjectivity. Jacobi's result is that the inadequacy is due instead to the method and the whole nature of cognition itself that only grasps a concatenation of conditions and dependency and therefore proves itself inadequate to what exists in and for itself, to what is absolutely true. And in fact, since the principle of philosophy is the infinite free concept and all its content rests on that alone, the method suited to a finitude empty of concept is inadequate to it. The synthesis and the mediation of this method, the process of proving, goes no further than a 12.230 necessity which is opposed to freedom, that is, an identity of the dependent which is only implicit, whether it is apprehended as internal or as external, and in which that which in it constitutes reality, the differentiation that has emerged in concrete existence, remains simply self-subsistent diversity and therefore something finite. 66. In this reality, therefore, this identity does not itself attain concrete existence, but remains only internal, or again, is only external, because its determinate content is given to it. Either way, whether internal or external, the identity is something abstract that does not possess within it the side of reality, is not posited as determinate identity in and for itself. Therefore the concept, which alone is the issue here, and which is the infinite in and for itself, is precluded from this cognition. In synthetic cognition, therefore, the idea achieves its purpose only to the extent that the concept becomes for the concept according to its moments of identity and real determinations, or of universal and particular differences. Further also as an identity, which is connectedness and dependence in diversity. But this, its subject matter, is not adequate to the concept, for in it, in this subject matter or in its reality, the concept does not come to be the unity of itself with itself. In necessity, its identity is for it, but in this identity the necessity is not itself the determinateness, but is on the contrary a material external to it, that is to say, is not determined by the concept, and the concept, therefore, does not recognize itself in it. Thus in general the concept is not for itself, is not at the same time determined in and for itself according to its unity. For this reason the idea does not as yet attain the truth in this cognition. It does not because of the disproportion between subject matter and subjective concept. But the sphere of necessity is the highest point of being and reflection, of itself, in and for itself. It passes over into the freedom of the concept. Inner identity passes over into its manifestation, which is the concept as concept. How this transition from the sphere of necessity to the concept occurs in itself has been shown when considering necessity. 67, and we saw it also at the beginning of this book as the genesis of the concept. 68. In the present context, necessity has the position of being the reality or the subject matter of the concept, just as the concept into which it passes is now the concept's subject matter. But the transition itself is the same. Here, too, it is at first only in itself, still lying in our reflection outside cognition, that is, itself still the inner necessity of cognition. Only the result is for cognition. The idea, in so far as the concept is now for itself determined in and for itself, is the practical idea. 12.231 Action. The idea of the good. Inasmuch as the concept, which is its own subject matter, is determined in and for itself, the subject is determined as singular. As subjective, it again has an implicit otherness for its presupposition. It is the impulse to realize itself, the purpose that on its own wants to give itself objectivity in the objective world and realize itself. In the theoretical idea, the subjective concept, as a universal that in and for itself lacks determination, stands opposed to the objective world from which it derives determinate content and filling. But in the practical idea, it is as actual that it stands over against the actual. But the certainty of itself that the subject possesses in being determined in and for itself is a certainty of its actuality and of the non-actuality of the world. It is the singularity of this world and the determinateness of its singularity, not just its otherness as abstract universality, which is a nullity for the subject. The subject has here vindicated objectivity for itself. Its inner determinateness is the objective, for it is the universality which is just as much absolutely determined. The previously objective world is, on the contrary, only something still posited, an immediate which is determined in a multitude of ways, but which, because it is only immediately determined, in itself eludes the unity of the concept and is of itself a nullity. This determinateness which is in the concept is equal to the concept and entails a demand for singular external actuality, is the good. It comes on the scene with the dignity of being absolute, because it is intrinsically the totality of the concept, the objective which is at the same time in the form of free unity and subjectivity. This idea is superior to the idea of cognition just considered, for it has not only the value of the universal, but also of the absolutely actual. It is impulse, insofar as this actual is still subjective, self-positing, without at the same time the form of immediate presupposition. Its impulse to realize itself is not, strictly speaking, to give itself objectivity, for this it possesses within itself, but to give itself only this empty form of immediacy. The activity of purpose, therefore, is not directed at itself, is not a matter of letting in a given determination and making it its own, but of positing rather its own determination and, by means of sublating the determinations of the external world, giving itself reality in the form of external actuality. The idea of the will as a self-determining explicitly possesses content within itself. Now this content is indeed a determinate content, and to this extent finite and restricted. Self-determination is essentially particularization, since the reflection of the will 12.232 is in itself, as negative unity as such, also singularity in the sense that it excludes an other while presupposing it. Yet the particularity of the content is at first infinite by virtue of the form of the concept, of which it is the proper determinateness, and which in that content possesses its negative self-identity, and consequently not only a particularity, but its infinite singularity. The mentioned finitude of the content in the practical idea only means, therefore, that the idea is at first not yet realized. The concept is for the content that which exists in and for itself. It is here the idea in the form of objectivity existing for itself. On the one hand, the subjective is for this reason no longer just something posited, arbitrary or accidental, but is an absolute. But, on the other hand, this form of concrete existence, this being for itself, does not as yet have the form of the being in itself. Thus what from the side of the form as such appears as opposition, appears in the form of the concept reflected into simple identity, that is, appears in the content as its simple determinateness. The good, although valid in and for itself, is thereby a certain particular purpose, but not one that first receives its truth by being realized. On the contrary, it is for itself already the true. The syllogism of immediate realization does not itself require closer exposition here. It is none other than the previously considered syllogism of external purposiveness. 69. Only the content constitutes the difference. In external as in formal purposiveness, it was an indeterminate finite content in general. Here, though also finite, it is as such at the same time absolutely valid. But in regard to the conclusion, the realized purpose, a further difference enters in. In being realized, the finite purpose still attains only the status of a means, since it is not a purpose determined in and for itself already from the beginning. As realized, it also remains something that does not exist in and for itself. If the good is again also fixed as something finite, and is essentially such, then, notwithstanding its inner infinity, it too cannot escape the fate of finitude, a fate that manifests itself in several forms. The realized good is good by virtue of what it already is in the subjective purpose, in its idea. The realization gives it an external existence. But since this existence has only the status of an externality which is in and for itself null, what is good in it has attained only an accidental, fragile existence, not a realization corresponding to the idea. Further, since this good is restricted in content, there are several kinds of it. In concrete existence, a good is subject to destruction not only due to external contingency and to evil, but also because of collision and conflict in the good itself, from the side of the objective world presupposed for it, in the presupposition of which consists the subjectivity and the finitude of the good, in which as a distinct world runs its own 12.233 course. The realization itself of the good is exposed to obstacles, indeed, might even be made impossible. The good thus remains an ought. It exists in and for itself, but being, as the ultimate abstract immediacy, remains over against it also determined as a non-being. The idea of the fulfilled good is indeed an absolute postulate, but no more than a postulate, that is, the absolute encumbered with the determinateness of subjectivity. There still are two worlds in opposition, one a realm of subjectivity in the pure spaces of transparent thought, the other a realm of objectivity in the element of an externally manifold actuality, an impervious realm of darkness. The complete development of this unresolved contradiction between that absolute purpose and the restriction of this reality that stands opposed to it has been examined in detail in the Phenomenology of Spirit, pages 323 ff. 70. Inasmuch as the idea has within it the moment of complete determinateness, the other concept to which the concept in it relates possesses in its subjectivity at the same time the moment of an object. Consequently, the idea enters here into the shape of self-consciousness, and in this one respect coincides with its exposition. But what the practical idea still lacks is the moment of real consciousness itself, namely that the moment of actuality in the concept would have attained for itself the determination of external being. This lack can also be regarded in this way, namely that the practical idea still lacks the moment of the theoretical idea. That is to say, in the latter there stands on the side of the subjective concept, the concept that is in process of being intuited in itself by the concept. Only the determination of universality. Cognition only knows itself as apprehension, as the identity of the concept with itself which, for itself, is indeterminate. The filling, that is, the objectivity determined in and for itself, is for this identity a given. What truly exists is for it the actuality present there independently of any subjective positing. For the practical idea, on the contrary, this actuality constantly confronting it as an insuperable restriction is in and for itself a nullity that ought to receive its true determination and intrinsic value only through the purposes of the good. It is the will, therefore, that alone stands in the way of attaining its goal, because it separates itself from cognition, and because for it external actuality does not receive the form of a true existence. The idea of the good can therefore find its completion only in the idea of the true. But it makes this transition through itself. In the syllogism of action, one premise is the immediate reference of the good purpose to the actuality which it appropriates and which, in the second premise, 12.234, it directs as external means against the external actuality. The good is for the subjective concept the objective. Actuality confronts it in existence as an insuperable restriction only in so far as it still has the determination of immediate existence, not of something objective in the sense that it is being in and for itself, It is rather either the evil or the indifferent, the merely determinable, whose worth does not lie within it. But this abstract being that confronts the good in the second premise has already been sublated by the practical idea itself. The first premise of this idea's action is the immediate objectivity of the concept, according to which purpose is communicated to actuality without any resistance, and is in the simple connection of identity with it. To this extent, therefore, what remains is to bring together the thoughts of the two premises of the practical idea. All that is added to what is already accomplished in the first premise by the objective concept is that in the second it is posited by way of mediation, henceforth. Just as in purposive connection in general, where the realized purpose is again only a means, but the means is conversely also the realized purpose, so too now in the syllogism of the good the second premise is already immediately present in the first in itself, except that this immediacy is not sufficient, and the second premise is for the first already postulated. The realization of the good in the face of another actuality confronting it is the mediation which is essentially necessary for the immediate connection and consummation of the good. For the first premise is only the first negation or the otherness of the concept, an objectivity that would be a state of immersion of the concept into externality. The second premise is the sublation of this otherness, whereby the immediate realization of the purpose first becomes the actuality of the good as concept existing for itself, for in that actuality the concept is posited as identical with itself, not with another, and in this way alone as free concept. If it is now claimed that the purpose of the good is thereby still not realized, what we have is a relapse of the concept to the standpoint that it assumes prior to its activity, when the actual is determined as worthless and yet presupposed as real. This is a relapse that gives rise to the progression to bad infinity. Its sole ground is that in the sublating of that abstract reality, the sublating itself is just as immediately forgotten, or what is forgotten is that this reality is rather already presupposed as an actuality which is in and for itself worthless, nothing objective. This repetition of the presupposition of the unrealized purpose after the actual realization of the purpose also means that the 12.235 subjective attitude of the objective concept is reproduced and perpetuated, with the result that the finitude of the good, with respect to both content and form, appears as the abiding truth, and its actualization always as only a singular, never universal, act. As a matter of fact, this state has already sublated itself in the realization of the good. What still limits the objective concept is its own view of itself, and this view vanishes in the reflection on what its realization is in itself. By this view, the concept only stands in its own way, and all that it has to do about it is to turn, not against an external actuality, but against itself. That is to say, the activity in the second premise produces only a one-sided being for itself, and its product therefore appears as something subjective and singular, and the first presupposition is consequently repeated in it. But this activity is in truth just as much the positing of the implicit identity of the objective concept and the immediate actuality. This actuality is by presupposition determined to have only the reality of an appearance, to be in and for itself a nullity, entirely open to determination by the objective concept. As the external actuality is altered by the activity of the objective concept, and its determination is consequently sublated, the merely apparent reality, the external determinability and worthlessness, are by that very fact removed from it, and it is thereby posited as having existence in and for itself. In this, the presupposition itself is sublated, namely the determination of the good as a merely subjective purpose restricted in content, the necessity of first realizing it by subjective activity, and this activity itself. In the result, the mediation itself sublates itself. The result is an immediacy which is not the restoration of the presupposition, but is rather the presupposition as sublated. The idea of the concept that is determined in and for itself is thereby posited, no longer just in the active subject, but equally as an immediate actuality. And conversely, this actuality is posited as it is in cognition, as an objectivity that truly exists. The singularity of the subject with which the subject was burdened by its presupposition has vanished together with the presupposition. Thus, the subject now exists as free, universal self-identity for which the objectivity of the concept is a given, just as immediately present to the subject as the subject immediately knows itself to be the concept determined in and for itself. Accordingly, in this result, cognition is restored and united with the practical idea. The previously discovered reality is at the same time determined as the realized absolute purpose, no longer an object of investigation, a merely objective world without the subjectivity of the concept, but as an objective world whose inner ground and actual subsistence is rather the concept. This is the absolute idea. As, for example, Wolff's first principles of architecture, the eighth theorem, runs as follows. Theorem: a window must be wide enough that two persons can comfortably stand at it side by side. Proof: for it is common for one to stand at a window with somebody else to view the outside. Now, since the fabric architect should in every respect satisfy the main intentions of the owner of the fabric, Section 1, he must also construct the window in such a manner that two persons can comfortably stand at it side by side. QED 61. From the same author's Principles of Fortification, the second theorem. Theorem: if the enemy encamps in the vicinity and the attempt at a rush to relieve the siege is expected, a line of circumvallation must be drawn around the whole siege. Proof: lines of circumvallation prevent anyone from penetrating into an area from outside, Section 311. But those who wish to relieve the area of siege will attempt to penetrate the area from outside. If, therefore, one wants to keep them out, a line of circumvallation must be drawn around the area. Therefore, if the enemy encamps in the vicinity and the attempt at a rush to relieve the siege is expected, the area must be enclosed in lines of circumvallation. QED 62. 28-343/B401FF. 21B406, 409. 22 de anima, 402A, 435B. 23 CF B413FF. Mendelssohn's proof is in the Faden, Oder über die Unsterblichkeit der Seele, in Gesprachen, 1767 and 1784. See Moses Mendelssohn. Gesammeltwerke, Jubiläumsausgabe, Schriften zur Philosophie und Ästhetik, Volume 3.1, Berlin, Academy Verlag, 1932. 24 CF GW 11, 72, above 21.111, bottom of page 112. But this is a place where the 1832 edition varies considerably from that of 1812. 25 CF above 12.34. 26 B414. 27 CF above 12,191. 28 Zur Seelenhaftigkeit. 29 Timaeus, 71d, e. 30 Materiator. 31 Gegenstand. 32 Wissen. 33 CF above, 12.88. 34 CF above, 12,199. 35 CF above, 12,164. 36 Verschiedenheit. 37 CF above, 12,199. 38 A154, 155, 158/B194, 197. 39 B15FF, A164/B205. 40 Carl Friedrich Gauss, 1777 to 1855, a German mathematician and scientist who is widely regarded as one of the greatest figures in the history of mathematics. His most important work was the Disquisitiones Arithmeticae. 41 Hegel is referring to Volume 1 of Part 1, The Doctrine of Being, in its 1812 edition, cf. GW 11. The remark on pages 153. 178. He gave an even more extensive treatment in the 1832 edition. Cf. above. The three remarks in 21.236 to 309. 42 gigawatts 11, 157. Cf. above 21,241. 43 cf. GW 11, 168. Cf. above 21,256, 260. 44 Identität der Unterschiedenen. 45 Dynakstoff. 46 cf. above 12.82. 47 Difference. See the explanation of the term in the introduction. 48 Ausereinander. 49 C.J. F. Blumenbach. De Generis Harmonie Varietate Nativa. 3rd ed. Göttingen, 1795. Section 12, page 27. In Concepts of Race in the 18th Century, ed. Robert Bernascone. Volume 4, Bristol, Thoems, 2001. 50 cf. above 11.334 to 339. 51 cf. above 12.37 to 38. 52 cf. above 12.104 to 105. 53 For the background of Hegel's polemical remark, see the note in the critical edition. GW 12, 353, note to 222.33 to 36. 54 Difference. 55 See Euclid, Elements, Book 1, Props. 4, 5, 6, 8. 56 All the editions, including the critical, read Seiten, I.E. sides. I am inclined to agree with Moni and Seiza that one should read Satsa instead, i.e. propositions. Sides does not seem to make much sense. Hegel refers to the Pythagorean equation as proposition immediately after. 57 i.e. in the preceding page. 58 Ausereinander. 59 A24, 25/B39, 40, A33/B50. 60 cf. above, 12.206 to 207. 61 See Christian Wolff. Anfangsgrund aller mathematischen Wissenschaften I. Anfangsgrund der Baukunst, in Gesammeltwerke, Erste Abteilung, Volume 12, Hildesheim, George Olms, 1973, page 440. 62 See Christian Wolff. Anfangsgrund aller mathematischen Wissenschaften II. Anfangsgrund der Fortification, in Gesammeltwerke, Erste Abteilung, Volume 13, Hildesheim, George Olms, 1973, page 724. 63 gigawatts 11, 114 to 120, 147, cf. above, 21.179 ff, 228 ff. 64 Kant, Metaphysische Anfangsgrund der Naturwissenschaft, 1786, English trans. Metaphysical Foundations of Natural Sciences, trans. Michael Friedman. In Immanuel Kant, Theoretical Philosophy after 1781, ed. Henry Allison and Peter Heath. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 2002. Cf. Preface, AK 4.467 to 479. 65c, for instance, Supplement 7 to the 1789 edition of Concerning the Doctrine of Spinoza, Werke, Gesamtausgabe, Series 1, Volume 1, pages 247 to 265. English trans. The Main Philosophical Works, pages 370 to 373. 66 cf. Absolute Necessity, above 11.389 ff. 67 cf. above, 11.408 to 409. 68 cf. above, 12.11. 69 cf. above, 12.160 to 162. 70 The reference is to the 1807 edition. Cf. GW 9, 210 ff. Chapter 3 The Absolute Idea 12, 236. The absolute idea has shown itself to be the identity of the theoretical and the practical idea, each of which, of itself still one-sided, possesses the idea only as a sought-for beyond and unattained goal. Each is therefore a synthesis of striving, each possessing as well as not possessing the idea within it, passing over from one thought to the other without bringing the two together, but remaining fixed in the contradiction of the two. The absolute idea, as the rational concept that in its reality only rejoins itself, is by virtue of this immediacy of its objective identity, on the one hand, a turning back to life. On the other hand, it has equally sublated this form of its immediacy and harbors the most extreme opposition within. The concept is not only soul, but free subjective concept that exists for itself, and therefore has personality. The practical objective concept that is determined in and for itself, and is as person impenetrable, atomic subjectivity, but which is not, just the same, exclusive singularity. It is rather explicitly universality and cognition, and in its other has its own objectivity for its subject matter. All the rest is error, confusion, opinion, striving, arbitrariness, and transitoriness. The absolute idea alone is being, imperishable life, self-knowing truth, and is all truth. It is the sole subject matter and content of philosophy, since it contains all determinateness within it, and its essence consists in returning through its self-determination and particularization back to itself. It has various shapes, and the business of philosophy is to recognize it in these. Nature and spirit are in general different modes of exhibiting its existence. Art and religion its different modes of apprehending itself and giving itself appropriate existence. Philosophy has the same content and the same purpose as art and religion, but it is the highest mode of apprehending the absolute idea, because its mode, that of the concept, is the highest. Hence it seizes those shapes of real and ideal finitude, as well of infinity and holiness, and comprehends them and itself. The derivation and cognition of these particular modes are now the further business of the particular philosophical sciences. Also, the logicality of the absolute idea 12.237 can be called a mode of it. But mode signifies a particular kind, a determinateness of form, whereas the logicality of the idea is the universal mode in which all particular modes are sublated and enveloped. The logical idea is the idea itself in its pure essence, the idea which is enclosed in simple identity within its concept, and in reflective shining has as yet to step into a form determinateness. The logic thus exhibits the self-movement of the absolute idea only as the original word, a word which is an utterance, but one that in being externally uttered has immediately vanished again. The idea is, therefore, only in this self-determination of apprehending itself. It is in pure thought, where difference is not yet otherness, but is and remains perfectly transparent to itself. The logical idea thus has itself, as the infinite form, for its content, form that constitutes the opposite of content in as much as the latter is the form determination that has withdrawn into itself and has been so sublated in identity that this concrete identity stands over against the identity developed as form. The content has the shape of an other and of something given as against the form that as such stands simply in reference, and whose determinateness is posited at the same time as reflective shine. More exactly, the absolute idea itself has only this for its content, namely that the form determination is its own completed totality, the pure content. Now the determinateness of the idea and the entire course traversed by this determinateness has constituted the subject matter of the science of logic, and out of this course the absolute idea has come forth for itself. Thus to be for itself, however, has shown itself to amount to this, namely that determinateness does not have the shape of a content, but that it is simply as form, and that accordingly the idea is the absolutely universal idea. What is left to be considered here, therefore, is thus not a content as such, but the universal character of its form, that is, method. Method may appear at first to be just the manner in which cognition proceeds, and this is in fact its nature. But as method, this manner of proceeding is not only a modality of being determined in and for itself, it is a modality of cognition, and as such is posited as determined by the concept and as form, since form is the soul of all objectivity and all otherwise determined content has its truth in form alone. If the content is again assumed as given to the method and of a nature of its own, then method, so understood, is just like the logical realm in general, a merely external form. But against this assumption appeal can be made, not only to the fundamental concept of what constitutes logic, but to the entire logical course in which all the shapes of a given content and of objects came up for consideration. This course has shown the transitoriness and the untruth of all such shapes. Also that no given object is capable of being the foundation to which the absolute form would relate as only an external and accidental 12.238 determination. That, on the contrary, it is the absolute form that has proved itself to be the absolute foundation and the ultimate truth. For this course, the method has resulted as the absolutely self-knowing concept, as the concept that has the absolute, both as subjective and objective, as its subject matter, and consequently as the pure correspondence of the concept and its reality, a concrete existence that is the concept itself. Accordingly, what is to be considered as method here is only the movement of the concept itself. We already know the nature of this movement, but it now has, first, the added significance that the concept is all, and that its movement is the universal absolute activity, the self-determining and self-realizing movement. The method is therefore to be acknowledged as the universal, internal and external mode, free of restrictions, and as the absolutely infinite force to which no object that may present itself as something external, removed from reason and independent of it, could offer resistance, or be of a particular nature opposite to it, and could not be penetrated by it. It is therefore soul and substance, and nothing is conceived and known in its truth unless completely subjugated to the method. It is the method proper to each and every fact because its activity is the concept. This is also the truer meaning of its universality. According to the universality of reflection, it is taken only as the method for all things, but according to the universality of the idea, it is both the manner of cognition, of the concept subjectively aware of itself, and the objective manner, or rather the substantiality of things, that is, of concepts as they first appear as others to representation and reflection. It is therefore not only the highest force of reason, or rather its sole and absolute force, but also reason's highest and sole impulse to find and recognize itself through itself in all things. Second, here we also have the distinction of the method from the concept as such, the particularization of the method. As the concept was considered for itself, it appeared in its immediacy. The reflection, or the concept considering it, fell on the side of our knowledge. The method is this knowledge itself, for which the concept is not only as subject matter, but is as its own subjective act, the instrument and the means of cognitive activity, distinct from this activity, and yet the activity's own essentiality. In cognition as inquiry, the method likewise occupies the position of an instrument, as a means that stands on the side of the subject, connecting it with the object. The subject in this syllogism is one extreme, the object is the other, and in conclusion the subject unites through its method with the object without however uniting with itself there. The extremes remain diverse, because subject, method, and object are not posited as the one identical concept. The syllogism is therefore always the 12.239 formal syllogism. The premise in which the subject posits the form on its side as its method is an immediate determination and contains therefore the determinations of the form, as we have seen, of definition, division, and so forth 71, as matters of fact found ready-made in the subject. In true cognition, on the contrary, method is not only an aggregate of certain determinations, but the determinateness in and for itself of the concept. And the concept is the middle term only because it equally has the significance of the objective. In the conclusion, therefore, the objective does not attain only an external determinateness by virtue of the method, but is posited rather in its identity with the subjective concept. Accordingly, what constitutes the method are the determinations of the concept itself and their connections, and these we must now examine in the significance that they have as determinations of the method. In this, we must begin from the beginning. We spoke of this beginning at the very beginning of the logic, 72, and also in connection with subjective cognition, 73, and we showed that, when not performed arbitrarily and in the absence of categorical sensitivity, though it may seem to present many difficulties, it is nevertheless of an extremely simple nature. Because it is the beginning, its content is an immediate, but one that has the meaning and the form of abstract universality. Or be it a content of being, or of essence, or of the concept, inasmuch as it is something immediate, it is assumed, found in advance, assertoric. But first of all, it is not an immediate of sense intuition or of representation, but of thought, which because of its immediacy can also be called a supersensuous, inner intuiting. The immediate of sense intuition is a manifold and a singular. Cognition, on the contrary, is a thinking that conceptualizes. Its beginning, therefore, is also only in the element of thought, a simple and a universal. We spoke of this form earlier in connection with definition. 74 at the beginning of finite cognition universality is likewise recognized as an essential determination, but only as thought and concept determination in opposition to being. In fact, this first universality is an immediate universality, and for that reason it has equally the significance of being, for being is precisely this abstract self-reference. Being has no need of further derivation, as if it came to the abstract element of definition only because taken from the intuition of the senses or elsewhere, and in so far as it can be pointed at. This pointing and deriving involve a mediation that is more than a mere beginning, and is a mediation of a kind that does not belong to the comprehension of thought, but is rather the 12.240 elevation of representation, of empirical and ratiocinative consciousness, to the standpoint of thinking. According to the currently accepted opposition of thought, or concept, and being, it passes as a very important truth that no being belongs as yet to thought as thought, and that being has a ground of its own independent of thought. But the simple determination of being is in itself so poor that, if for that reason alone, not much fuss ought to be made about it. The universal is immediately itself this immediate because, as abstract, it is also the abstract self-reference which is being. In fact, the demand that being should be exhibited has a further, inner meaning in which more is at issue than just this abstract determination. Implied in it is the demand for the realization of the concept, a realization that is missing at the beginning itself, but is rather the goal and the business of the entire subsequent development of cognition. Further, inasmuch as the content of the beginning is to be justified and authenticated as something true or correct by being exhibited in inner or outer perception, it is no longer the form of universality as such that is meant, but its determinateness, about which more in a moment. The authentication of the determinate content with which the beginning is made seems to lie behind it, but is in fact to be regarded as an advance, in so far as it is a matter of conceptual cognition. The beginning, therefore, has for the method no other determinateness than that of being the simple and universal. This is precisely the determinateness that makes it deficient. Universality is the pure, simple concept, and the method, as the consciousness of this concept, is aware that universality is only a moment and that in it the concept is still not determined in and for itself. But with this consciousness that would want to carry the beginning further only for the sake of method, the method is only a formal procedure posited in external reflection, where the method, however, is the objective and immanent form. The immediate character of the beginning must be a lack inherent in the beginning itself, which must be endowed with the impulse to carry itself further. But in the absolute method, the universal has the value not of a mere abstraction, but of the objective universal, that is, the universal that is in itself the concrete totality, but a totality as yet not posited, not yet for itself. Even the abstract universal is as such, when considered conceptually, that is, in its truth, not just anything simple, but is, as abstract, already posited afflicted by a negation. For this reason also there is nothing so simple and so abstract, be it in actuality or in thought, as is commonly imagined. Anything as simple as that is a mere presumption that has its ground solely in the lack of awareness of what is actually there. We said earlier that the beginning is made with the immediate. 75. The immediacy of the universal is the same as what is here 12.241 expressed as the in itself that is without being for itself. One may well say, therefore, that every beginning must be made with the absolute, just as every advance is only the exposition of it, in so far as implicit in existence is the concept. 76. But because the absolute exists at first only implicitly, in itself, it equally is not the absolute nor the posited concept, and also not the idea, for the in itself is only an abstract, one-sided moment, and this is what they are. The advance is not, therefore, a kind of superfluity. This is what it would be if that which is at the beginning were already the absolute. The advance consists rather in this, that the universal determines itself and is the universal for itself, that is, equally a singular and a subject. Only in its consummation is it the absolute. It may also be mentioned that a beginning which is in itself a concrete totality may as such also be free, and its immediacy have the determination of an external existence. The germ of anything living and subjective purpose in general have shown themselves to be such beginnings. Hence both are themselves impulses. The non-spiritual and inanimate, on the contrary, are the concrete concept only as real possibility, causes the highest stage in which the concrete concept has, as the beginning in the sphere of necessity, an immediate existence. But it is not yet a subject that maintains itself as such in the course of its effective realization. The sun, for instance, and in general all things inanimate, are determinate concrete existences in which real possibility remains an inner totality. The moments of the latter are not posited in them in subjective form, and therefore, in so far as they are realized, they attain concrete existence through other corporeal individuals. The concrete totality which makes the beginning possesses as such, within it, the beginning of the advance and development. As concrete, it is differentiated in itself, but because of its initial immediacy, this first differentiation is to start with a diversity. However, as self-referring universality, as subject, the immediate is also the unity of this diversity. This reflection is the first stage of the forward movement, the emergence of non-indifference, judgment, and determining in general. Essential is that the method find and recognize the determination of the universal within it. Whatever in this abstractive generation of the universal is left out of the concrete is then picked up, still externally, by the finite cognition of the understanding. This is how the latter operates. The absolute method, on the contrary, does not behave in this manner of external reflection, but takes the determinate from its subject matter, for it is itself its immanent principle and its soul. This is what Plato demanded of cognition, 12.242, that it should consider things in and for themselves, on the one hand, that it should consider them in their universality, on the other hand, that it should not stray away from them while it grasps at circumstances, examples, and comparisons, but, on the contrary, should keep only them in view before it and bring to consciousness what is immanent in them. To this extent the method of absolute cognition is analytic. That the method finds the further determinations of its initial universal simply and solely in this universal, constitutes the concept's absolute objectivity, of which the method is the certainty. Equally so, however, is the method synthetic, for its subject matter, while immediately determined as the simple universal through the determinateness which it has in its very immediacy and universality, proves to be another. Yet this connection in diversity that the subject matter is thus in itself is no longer a synthesis as understood in finite cognition. The no less thoroughly analytic determination of the subject matter, the fact that the connection is within the concept, already distinguishes it fully from the latter synthesis. This no less synthetic than analytic moment of the judgment, through which the initial universal determines itself from within itself as the other of itself, is to be called the dialectical moment. Dialectic is one of those ancient sciences that have been the most misjudged in the metaphysics of the moderns, and in general also by popular philosophy, both ancient and recent. Diogenes Laertius said of Plato that, just as Thales was the founder of natural philosophy and Socrates of moral philosophy, so Plato was the founder of the third of the sciences that belonged to philosophy, of dialectic, a contribution for which he was highly esteemed by the ancients, but that often goes quite unnoticed by those who have the most to say about him. 77. Dialectic has often been regarded as an art, as if it rested on a subjective talent and did not belong to the objectivity of the concept. What shape it received in Kantian philosophy, and with what result, has already been indicated in representative examples of that philosophy's view. 78. It must be regarded as an infinitely important step that dialectic is once more being recognized as necessary to reason, although the result that must be drawn from it is the opposite than Kant drew. When dialectic is not presented, as it generally is, as something incidental, it usually assumes the following more precise form. It is shown of a subject matter or other, for instance, world, movement, point, and so on, that a certain determination accrues to it, for instance, in the order of the just mentioned examples, finitude in space or time, being at this place, absolute negation of space. Also, the opposite determinations can then just as necessarily be shown to accrue to it, for example, infinity in space and time, not being at this place, reference to space and hence spatiality. The older Eleatic school directed its dialectic especially against motion. Plato commonly did it against accepted notions and 12.243 concepts of his time, in particular those of the sophists, but also against the pure categories and the determinations of reflection. The later and more sophisticated form of skepticism extended it not only to the immediate so-called facts of consciousness and the maxims of ordinary life, but also to all scientific concepts. Now the conclusion drawn from this kind of dialectic is in general the contradiction and nullity of the asserted claims. But this can happen in two ways. Either in the objective sense, that the subject matter that thus contradicts itself internally cancels itself and is a non-thing. This was, for instance, the conclusion of the Eleatics, who denied the truth of the world, of movement, of the point, or in the subjective sense, that cognition is deficient. Now understood in this last subjective sense, the conclusion may be taken in two further ways. It may mean that it is this dialectic itself that generates the artifice of an illusion. This is the common view of the so-called healthy common sense that takes its stand on the evidence of the senses and on customary notions and claims, at times quietly, like Diogenes the Cynic did, who demonstrated the vacuity of the dialectic of motion by silently walking up and down, but often by getting itself all worked up, declaring that dialectic is mere foolery, or, when important ethical matters are at issue, the criminal attempt at unsettling essentially solid norms and providing excuses for the wicked, a view we see directed in the Socratic dialectic against that of the sophists, with an ire that, turned into the opposite direction, even cost Socrates his life. As for the vulgar refutation that opposes to thinking, as Diogenes did, sensuous consciousness, and in this latter believes that it finds the truth, this we must leave to itself. But in so far as dialectic sublates ethical determinations, we must have confidence in reason that it will know how to reinstate them, but reinstate them in their truth and in the consciousness of their right. though also of their limitations. Yet another view is that the result of subjective nullity has nothing to do with dialectic itself, but that it affects the cognition against which it is directed, and, in the view of skepticism and likewise of the Kantian philosophy, cognition in general. The fundamental prejudice here is that dialectic has only a negative result, a point about which more in a moment. First, regarding the said form in which dialectic usually makes its appearance, it is to be observed that according to that form the dialectic and its result affect a subject matter which is previously assumed or also the subjective cognition of it, and declare either the latter or the subject matter to be null and void, while, on the contrary, no attention is given to the determinations which are exhibited in the subject matter as in a third thing and presupposed as valid for themselves. To have called attention to this uncritical procedure has been the infinite merit of the Kantian 12.244 philosophy, and in so doing to have given the impetus to the restoration of logic and dialectic understood as the examination of thought determinations in and for themselves. The subject matter, as it is apart from thought and conceptualization, is a picture representation or also a name. It is in the determinations of thought and of the concept that it is what it is. In fact, therefore, everything rests on these determinations. They are the true subject matter and content of reason, and anything else that might be understood by subject matter and content in distinction from them has meaning only through them and in them. It must not therefore be taken as the fault of a subject matter or of the cognition that these determinations, because of what they are and the way they are externally joined, prove to be dialectical. On this assumption, the subject matter and the cognition are imagined to be a subject on which the determinations are brought to bear, in the form of predicates, properties, or self-subsistent universals, as fixed and independently correct, so that these determinations are brought into dialectical relations and incur contradiction only by extraneous and contingent conjunction in and by a third thing. But this kind of external and fixed subject of imagination and understanding, and also these abstract determinations, cannot be regarded as ultimates, as secure and permanent substrates. On the contrary, they are to be regarded as themselves immediate, precisely the kind of presuppositions and starting points which, as we have shown above, 79 must succumb to dialectic in and for themselves, because they are to be taken as in themselves the concept. The same applies to all oppositions that are assumed as fixed, as for example the finite and the infinite, the singular and the universal. These are not in contradiction through some external conjoining. On the contrary, as an examination of their nature shows, they are a transition in and for themselves. The synthesis and the subject in which they appear is the product of their concept's own reflection. If a consideration that avoids the concept stops short at their external relation, isolates them, and leaves them as fixed presuppositions, it is the concept that, on the contrary, will fix its sight on them, move them as their soul, and bring out their dialectic. Now this is the very standpoint indicated above 80 from which a universal prius, considered in and for itself, proves to be the other of itself. Taken quite generally, this determination can be taken to mean that what is at first immediate is therewith posited as mediated, as referred to an other, or that the universal is posited as a particular. The second universal that has thereby arisen is thus the negative of that first, and, in view of subsequent developments, the first negative. From this negative side, the immediate has perished in the other, but the other is essentially not an empty negative, the nothing 12.245 which is normally taken to be the result of dialectic, but is rather the other of the first, the negative of the immediate. It is therefore determined as the mediated, contains as such the determination of the first in it. The first is thus essentially preserved, and contained also in the other. To hold fast to the positive in its negative, to the content of the presupposition in the result, this is the most important factor in rational cognition. What is more, it takes only the simplest of reflections to be convinced of the absolute truth and necessity of this requirement, and as for examples of proofs that testify to this, The whole logic consists of such proofs. So what we now have, taken first or also immediately, is the mediated, also a simple determination, for the first has perished in it, and only the second is therefore at hand. Now since the first is contained in the second, and this second is the truth of the first, this unity of the two can be expressed in the form of a proposition in which the immediate is placed as the subject, but the mediated as its predicate. For example, the finite is infinite, one is many. The singular is the universal. The inadequacy of the form of such propositions in judgments is, however, obvious. In connection with judgment, it was shown that its form in general, and most of all the immediate form of the positive judgment, is incapable of holding within its grasp the speculative content and the truth. 81. Its closest complement, the negative judgment, would have to be brought in at least in equal measure. In judgment, the first, as subject, conveys the reflective semblance of an independent subsistence, whereas it is in fact sublated in the predicate as in its other. This negation is indeed contained in the content of the above propositions, but their positive form contradicts the content. Consequently, what is contained in them is not posited, whereas this was precisely the intent behind the use of a proposition. The second determination, the negative or mediated determination, is moreover at the same time the one that mediates. At first it may be taken as a simple determination, but its truth is that it is a reference or relation, for it is the negative, but the negative of the positive, and it includes this positive within itself. It is the other, therefore, not of a one to which it is indifferent. In that case it would not be an other, nor a reference or relation. It is rather the other in itself, the other of an other. Hence it includes its own other within itself, and is consequently the contradiction, the posited dialectic, of itself. Because the first or the immediate is the concept in itself or implicitly, and therefore is the negative also only implicitly, the dialectical moment in it consists in the positing of the difference that is implicitly contained in it. 12.246. The second is on the contrary itself the determinate, the difference or relation. Hence the dialectical moment consists in its case in the positing of the unity contained within it. For this reason, if the negative, the determinate, relation, judgment, and all the determinations falling under this second moment do not appear by themselves already as contradiction, as dialectical, this is solely a defect on the part of thinking that fails to bring its thoughts together. For the material, the opposed determinations in one connection are already posited, already present for thought. But formal thinking makes identity its law, lets the contradictory content that it has before it fall into the sphere of representation, in space and time, where the contradictory is held in external moments, next to and following each other, parading before consciousness without reciprocal contact. The firm principle that formal thinking lays down for itself here is that contradiction cannot be thought. But in fact, the thought of contradiction is the essential moment of the concept. Formal thought does in fact think it, only it at once looks away from it, and stating its principle, it only passes over from it into abstract negation. Now the negativity just considered constitutes the turning point of the movement of the concept. It is the simple point of the negative self-reference, the innermost source of all activity, of living and spiritual self-movement. It is the dialectical soul which everything true possesses and through which alone it is true. For on this subjectivity alone rests the sublation of the opposition between concept and reality, and the unity, which is truth. The second negative at which we have arrived, the negative of the negative, is this sublating of contradiction, and it too, just like contradiction, is not an act of external reflection, for it is on the contrary the innermost, objective moment of the life of spirit by virtue of which a subject is a person, is free. The self-reference of the negative is to be regarded as the second premise of the entire syllogism. If the terms analytic and synthetic are used as opposites, the first premise may be regarded as the analytic moment, for in it the immediate relates to its other immediately and therefore passes over, or rather has passed over, into it. Though this connection, as already remarked, is for this very reason also synthetic, for it is its other that it passes over into. The second premise considered here may be defined as synthetic, because it is the connection of the differentiated, as differentiated, to that from which it is differentiated. Just as the first premise is the moment of universality and communication, so is the second determined by singularity, a singularity which in referring to the other is at first exclusive for itself and different. 12.247 The negative appears as the mediating factor because it holds itself and the immediate of which it is the negation within itself. Insofar as these two determinations are taken as referring to each other externally in some relation or other, the negative is only the formal mediating factor, but, as absolute negativity, the negative moment of absolute mediation is the unity, which is subjectivity and soul. In this turning point of the method, the course of cognition returns at the same time back into itself. This negativity is as self-sublating contradiction the restoration of the first immediacy, of simple universality. For the other of the other, the negative of the negative, is immediately the positive, the identical, the universal. In the whole course, if one at all cares to count, this second immediate is third to the first immediate and the mediated. But it is also third to the first or formal negative and to the absolute negativity or second negative. Now insofar as that first negative is already the second term, the term counted as third can also be counted as fourth, and instead of a triplicity, the abstract form may also be taken to be a quadruplicity. In this way the negative or the difference is counted as a duality. The third or the fourth is in general the unity of the first and the second moment, of the immediate and the mediated. That it is this unity, or that the entire form of the method is a triplicity, is indeed nothing but the merely superficial, external side of cognition, but to have also demonstrated this superficiality, and to have done it in the context of a specific application, for the abstract form of number has been around for a long time, as is well known, but without conceptual comprehension and therefore without any result, is again to be regarded as an infinite merit of the Kantian philosophy. 82 The syllogism, or the threefold, has always been recognized to be the universal form of reason, but it has had in general the value of a wholly external form that does not determine the nature of the content. Moreover, since in its formalism it gets caught up in the understanding's determination of mere identity, it lacks the essential dialectical moment of negativity. And yet this moment enters into the triplicity of the determinations, because the third term is the unity of the two first determinations, and these, since they are diverse, can be in unity only as sublated. Formalism, it is true, has also seized hold of triplicity, attending to its empty schema, the shallow nonsense and the barrenness of the so-called construction of modern philosophy, that consists in nothing but fastening that formal schema everywhere for the sake of external order, with no concept or imminent determination. 12.248 has rendered that form tedious and has given it a bad name. Yet the insipidity of this use cannot rob it of its inner worth, and the fact that the shape of reason was discovered, albeit without conceptual comprehension at first, is always to be highly valued. Now, on closer examination, the third is the immediate, but the immediate through sublation of mediation, the simple through the sublating of difference, the positive through the sublating of the negative. It is the concept that has realized itself through its otherness, and through the sublating of this reality has rejoined itself and has restored its absolute reality, its simple self-reference. This result is therefore the truth. It is just as much immediacy as mediation. Though these forms of judgments, that the third is immediacy and mediation, or that it is the unity of the two, are not capable of grasping it, for it is not a dormant third, but, exactly like this unity, self-mediating movement and activity. Just as that with which we began was the universal, so the result is the singular, the concrete, the subject. What the former is in itself, the latter is now equally for itself. The universal is posited in the subject. The two first moments of triplicity are abstract, untrue moments that are dialectical for that very reason, and through this their negativity make themselves into the subject. For us at first, the concept itself is both the universal that exists in itself and the negative that exists for itself, and also the third term that exists in and for itself, the universal that runs through all the moments of the syllogism. But this third is the conclusion in which the concept mediates itself with itself through its negativity and is thereby posited for itself as the universal and the identity of its moments. Now this result, as the whole that has withdrawn into itself and is identical with itself, has given itself again the form of immediacy. Consequently, it is now itself all that the starting point had determined itself to be. As simple self-reference, it is a universal, and in this universal the negativity that constituted its dialectic and mediation has likewise withdrawn into simple determinateness, which can again be a beginning. It may seem at first that this cognition of the result is an analysis of it, and would therefore have to dissect these determinations again, and the course that it went through in order to come to be, the course that we have examined. But if the subject matter were in fact treated analytically in this manner, it would belong to that stage of the idea considered above, 83, a mode of cognition that searches for its subject matter and only states of it what it is, without the necessity of its concrete identity and of its concept. But the method of truth that comprehends the subject matter, though analytic as we have seen, since it remains strictly within the concept, is however equally synthetic, for through 12.249 the concept the subject matter is determined as dialectical and as other. 84 on the new foundation that the result has now constituted as the subject matter. The method remains the same as in the preceding subject matter. The difference concerns solely the status of the foundation as such. Although it is certainly still a foundation, its immediacy is only form, since it was a result as well. Hence its determinateness as content is no longer something merely taken up, but is deduced and proved. It is here that the content of cognition first enters as such into the circle of consideration, because as deduced it now belongs to the method. The method itself expands with this moment into a system. With respect to content, the beginning has to be for the method at first wholly indeterminate. To this extent the method appears as the merely formal soul, for which and by which the beginning was determined simply and solely only according to form, that is to say, as the immediate and universal. In the course of the movement we have indicated, the subject matter has received a determinateness for itself, and this determinateness is a content, for the negativity that has withdrawn into simplicity is the sublated form, and stands as simple determinateness over against its development, and in the first instance against its very opposition to universality. Now since this determinateness is the proximate truth of the indeterminate beginning, it denounces the incompleteness of the latter, and it also denounces the method itself which, starting from that beginning, was only formal. This can now be expressed as the henceforth determinate demand that the beginning, since as against the determinateness of the result it is itself something determinate, ought to be taken not as immediate, but as mediated and deduced. This may appear as the demand for an infinite retrogression in proof and deduction, just as from the newly obtained beginning a result likewise emerges as the method runs its course, so that the movement would roll on forwards to infinity as well. It has been repeatedly shown that the infinite progression as such belongs to a reflection void of concept, the absolute method, which has the concept for its soul and content, cannot lead into it. Even such beginnings as being, essence, universality, may seem at first to be of the kind that possess the full universality and complete absence of content that is required for an entirely formal beginning, such as the beginning is supposed to be, and therefore not to require or allow, as absolutely first beginnings, further regress. Since they refer purely to themselves, they are immediate and indeterminate, and so they do not of course have in them the difference which is straightway posited in some other beginning between the universality of its form and its content. But the very indeterminacy which these logical beginnings have as their sole content 12.250 is what constitutes their determinateness. This determinateness consists in their negativity as sublated mediation. The particularity of this negativity gives a particularity also to their indeterminacy, and it is by virtue of it that being, essence, and universality are differentiated. Now the determinateness that accrues to them when taken for themselves is their immediate determinateness, and this is just as immediate as that of any content and in need, therefore, of derivation. For the method, it is a matter of indifference whether the determinateness is taken as determinateness of form or of content. That it gives itself a determination by the first of its results does not mean that, in fact, it is thereby set on a new footing. It remains neither more nor less formal than before. For since the method is the absolute form, the concept that knows itself, and everything is concept, there is no content that would stand out over against it and determine it as a one-sided external form. Hence, just as the lack of content of the said beginnings does not make them absolute beginnings, so too it is not the content that would as such lead the method into the infinite progress forwards or backwards. In one respect, the determinateness that the method generates for itself in its result is the moment through which it is self-mediation and converts the immediate into a mediated beginning. But conversely, it is through that determinateness that this mediation of the method runs its course. It goes through a content, as through a seeming other of itself, back to its beginning, in such a way that it does not merely restore that beginning, albeit as determinate, but that the result is equally the sublated determinateness, and hence also the restoration of the first immediacy in which it began. This it accomplishes as a system of totality. We now have to consider it in this determination. The determinateness which was the result is, as we have shown, 85 itself a new beginning because of the form of simplicity into which it has withdrawn, since this beginning is distinguished from the one preceding it by this very determinateness. Cognition rolls onwards from content to content. First of all, this forward movement determines itself in that it begins from simple determinacies, and the following become ever richer and more concrete. For the result contains its beginning, and its course has enriched it with a new determinateness. The universal constitutes the foundation. The advance is not to be taken, therefore, as a flowing from other to other. In the absolute method, the concept maintains itself in its otherness, the universal in its particularization, in judgment and reality. At each stage of further determination, the universal elevates the whole mass of its preceding content, not only not losing anything through its dialectical advance, or leaving it behind, but, on the contrary, carrying with itself all that it has gained, inwardly enriched and compressed. 12,251. This expansion may be regarded as the moment of content, and in the whole as the first premise. The universal is communicated to the wealth of content, is immediately received in it. But the relation has also a second, negative, or dialectical side. The enrichment proceeds in the necessity of the concept. It is contained by it, and every determination is a reflection into itself. Each new stage of exteriorization, that is, a further determination, is also a withdrawing into itself, and the greater the extension, just as dense is the intensity. The richest is therefore the most concrete and the most subjective, and that which retreats to the simplest depth is the mightiest and the most all-encompassing. The highest and most intense point is the pure personality that, solely by virtue of the absolute dialectic which is its nature, equally embraces and holds everything within itself, for it makes itself into the supremely free, the simplicity which is the first immediacy and universality. It is in this manner that each step of the advance in the process of further determination, while getting away from the indeterminate beginning, is also a getting back closer to it. Consequently, that what may at first appear to be different, the retrogressive grounding of the beginning and the progressive further determination of it, run into one another and are the same. The method, which thus coils in a circle, cannot, however, anticipate in a temporal development that the beginning is as such already something derived. Sufficient for an immediate beginning is that it be simple universality. Inasmuch as this is what it has its complete condition, and there is no need to deprecate the fact that it may be accepted only provisionally and hypothetically. Whatever might be adduced against it, about the limitations of human cognition, about the need to reflect critically on the instrument of cognition before getting to the fact itself, all these are themselves presuppositions, concrete determinations that as such carry with them the demand for mediation and grounding. Therefore, since they formally have no advantage over beginning with the fact itself as they protest against, and, because of their more concrete content, are on the contrary all the more in need of derivation, singling them out for special attention is to be considered as empty presumption. They have an untrue content, for they make into something incontestable and absolute what is known to be finite and untrue, namely a restricted cognition determined as form and instrument in opposition to its content. This untrue cognition is itself also the form, the retroactive search for grounds. The method of truth also knows that the beginning is incomplete because it is a beginning. But at the same time it knows that this incompleteness is necessary because truth is but the coming to oneself through the negativity of immediacy. The impatience 12.252 that would merely transcend the determinate, be it called beginning, object, the finite, or in whatever other form it is otherwise taken, in order that one would find oneself immediately in the absolute, has nothing before it as cognition but the empty negative, the abstract infinite. Or what it has before it is a presumed absolute. Presumed because not posited, not comprehended. Comprehended it will be only through the mediation of cognition, of which the universal and immediate are a moment, and as for the truth itself, it resides only in the extended course of mediation and at the end. To meet the subjective need and the impatience that come with not knowing, one may well provide an overview of the whole in advance, by means of a division for reflection that, in the manner of finite cognition, gives the particular of the universal as already there, to be waited for as the science progresses. Yet this affords nothing more than a picture for representation, for the true transition from the universal to the particular and to the whole which is determined in and for itself, and in which that first universal is in truth itself again a moment. This transition is alien to the division of reflection and is the exclusive mediation of science itself. By virtue of the nature of the method just indicated, the science presents itself as a circle that winds around itself, where the mediation wins the end back to the beginning, which is the simple ground. The circle is thus a circle of circles, for each single member ensouled by the method is reflected into itself, so that, in returning to the beginning, it is at the same time the beginning of a new member. Fragments of this chain are the single sciences, each of which has a before and an after, or, more accurately said, has in possession only the before and in its conclusion points to its after. So the logic also has returned in the absolute idea to this simple unity which is its beginning, the pure immediacy of being, in which all determination appears at first as extinguished or removed by abstraction, is the idea that through mediation, that is, the sublation of mediation, has come to the likeness corresponding to it. The method is the pure concept that only relates to itself. It is, therefore, the simple self-reference which is being. But it now is also the fulfilled concept, the concept that comprehends itself conceptually, being as the concrete and just as absolutely intensive totality. In conclusion, there remains only this to be said of this idea, that in it, in the first place, the science of logic has apprehended its own concept. In the sphere of being, at the beginning of its concept appears as a knowledge external to that content in subjective reflection. But in the idea of absolute cognition, the concept has become the idea's own content. The idea is itself the pure concept that has itself as its subject matter and which, as it runs itself as subject matter through the totality of its determinations, builds itself up to the entirety of its 12.253 reality, to the system of science, and concludes by apprehending this conceptual comprehension of itself, hence by sublating its position as content and subject matter and cognizing the concept of science. In second place, this idea is still logical. It is shut up in pure thought, the science only of the divine concept. Its systematic exposition is of course itself a realization, but one confined within the same sphere. Because the pure idea of cognition is to this extent shut up within subjectivity, it is the impulse to sublate it, and pure truth becomes as final result also the beginning of another sphere and science. It only remains here to indicate this transition. The idea, namely, in positing itself as the absolute unity of the pure concept and its reality, and thus collecting itself in the immediacy of being, is in this form as totality, nature. This determination, however, is nothing that has become, is not a transition, as was the case above when the subjective concept in its totality becomes objectivity, or the subjective purpose becomes life. 86. The pure idea into which the determinateness or reality of the concept is itself raised into concept is rather an absolute liberation for which there is no longer an immediate determination, which is not equally posited and is not concept. In this freedom, therefore, there is no transition that takes place. The simple being to which the idea determines itself remains perfectly transparent to it. It is the idea that in its determination remains with itself. The transition is to be grasped, therefore, in the sense that the idea freely discharges 87 itself, absolutely certain of itself and internally at rest. On account of this freedom, the form of its determinateness is just as absolutely free, the externality of space and time absolutely existing for itself without subjectivity. Inasmuch as this externality is only in the abstract determinateness of being and is apprehended by consciousness, it is as mere objectivity and external life. Within the idea, however, it remains in and for itself the totality of the concept and science in the relation of divine cognition to nature. But what is posited by this first resolve of the pure idea to determine itself as external idea is only the mediation out of which the concept, as free concrete existence that from externality has come to itself, raises itself up, completes this self-liberation in the science of spirit, and in the science of logic finds the highest concept of itself, the pure concept conceptually comprehending itself. The end. About the author. Georg Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel, 1770 to 1831. Was a German philosopher widely regarded as one of the most influential thinkers in the history of Western philosophy and the leading figure of German idealism. Born in Stuttgart, Hegel studied at the University of Tübingen alongside future intellectual figures such as Friedrich Hölderlin and Friedrich Wilhelm Joseph Schelling. Throughout his academic career, Hegel taught at several institutions before becoming a professor at the Humboldt University of Berlin, where he achieved international recognition. His philosophical system sought to explain the development of reality, history, and human consciousness through a dynamic process of rational development commonly known as dialectics. Among his most influential works are Phenomenology of Spirit, The Science of Logic, Encyclopedia of the Philosophical Sciences, and Elements of the Philosophy of Right. His ideas profoundly influenced later philosophical movements, including Marxism, existentialism, phenomenology, hermeneutics, and critical theory. Hegel's vision of reality as a rational and historical process transformed modern philosophy and inspired generations of thinkers, including Karl Marx, Soren Kierkegaard, and Alexander Kojève, each of whom developed or challenged aspects of his philosophy in significant ways. Today, G.W.F. Hegel is recognized as one of the greatest philosophers of all time. Through the science of logic, He left an enduring intellectual legacy that continues to challenge readers to explore the deepest foundations of thought, reality, and the unfolding nature of reason itself. Production credits. This audiobook was produced by Pigeon Publishing House, dedicated to the preservation of timeless literature. Copyright 2026, Pigeon Publishing House. All rights to the narration and audio production are reserved. Unauthorized reproduction or distribution is prohibited. Pigeon Publishing House is an independent label dedicated to public domain works. Public domain text used with attribution. Pigeon Publishing House presented The Science of Logic. Author George Wilhelm Friedrich Hegel. Narrated by Henry Wells. Thank you for listening to this audiobook. We hope you enjoyed it.
If anything you heard today helped you, challenged you, or gifted you a useful idea, remember to support us with a 5-star rating, follow the podcast, and leave a comment with your reflection of the day. And if you want to keep growing, we'll be waiting for you in our other compilations: Pigeon Audiobooks Philosophy, Pigeon Audiobooks Finance, Pigeon Audiobooks Classics, Pigeon Audiobooks Poetry, Pigeon Audiobooks Top 100 Best-Selling, and our new collection, Pigeon Audiobooks Novels. There you'll find a complete library to elevate your mind and your results. See you in the next episode. And never forget, knowledge is the greatest act of rebellion against the system.